After 3 years of giving my all to support my girlfriend, she got into a rich second-generation man's Mercedes right in front of me. Humiliated, I returned to my rented apartment, only to suddenly receive the many sons and blessings system. But just as I bound the system, my ex-girlfriend's mother showed up at my door with a load of New Year gifts. Xiaoyang, I brought New Year's goods for you and Qianqian. Where's Qianqian? Why isn't she here? When she saw my reddened eyes, she froze. Xiaoyang, why are you crying? What happened? Auntie, I said, choking back my emotions. Lu Qian ran off with a rich second-generation man. She even called me a broke loser to my face. Zhao Yakin's expression changed drastically. That ungrateful girl. She trembled with anger. I was widowed for 15 years just to raise her. And this is how she repays me. Looking down on the poor and chasing wealth. I don't need a daughter like that. Xiaoyang, I can tell you're sincere. Someone like her isn't worth it. Auntie, it's cold outside. Come in so we can talk. She stepped inside and bent down to set the New Year's goods down. Her cashmere coat highlighted her mature curves. At 42, she looked barely over 30. This place is really small. It's unfair to you. It's because I have no abilities, I mumbled. Don't say that. You're hardworking and reliable, far better than those rich second-generation brats. She's the one with no vision. She doesn't know how to cherish what she has. The distance between us was close. I could see her long eyelashes clearly, smell her gardenia fragrance. My heartbeat quickened. Zhao Yakin's cheeks flushed red, and her gaze darted away. She took half a step back and leaned against the wall. Xiaoyang, I brought you cured meat, tang yuan, and black sesame filling. For New Year. Auntie, I interrupted her. She paused, looking up at me. My gaze was steady. Lu Qian and I broke up. Starting today, we have nothing to do with each other. She nodded, her eyes complicated. I understand. I need to ask you something. Her heart skipped a beat. Go ahead. I stepped closer, nearly face to face with her. These past 3 years, were you good to me because I was Lu Qian's boyfriend, or because of me? Her cheeks flushed even more. She wanted to step back, but the wall was behind her. Xiaoyang, I'm your auntie. Not biologically related. I moved half a step closer. Lu Qian and I have nothing to do with each other anymore, and you're not my mother-in-law either. Her body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering. Don't be like this. Yakin Jia, I said hoarsely. I like you. Not just today, but for 3 years now. Her eyes brimmed with tears. I held her cold hands. I have nothing, constantly being sneered at for being poor. But I have a genuine heart. Is there a place for me in your heart? Tears fell from her eyes. Her voice quivered. Yes. I wrapped my arms around her waist. She leaned into my embrace. From now on, you're my woman. Her lips were gently sealed with a kiss. You're mine now. She blushed deeply. You're so overbearing. I'm not a kid. I'm your man now. And Qianqian, she hesitated. She thought I was poor, but I'll give everything to you. She relaxed in my embrace, a sense of peace washing over her. Xiaoyang, I'm not leaving tonight. A voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding. The many sons and blessings system activated. Target. Zhao Yakin, 42 years old. Score. 90. Do you wish to bind? Yes. Binding successful. She blushed deeply. Don't look at me. Our eyes met. The kisses didn't stop. I lifted her into my arms. She wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her face against my shoulder. Be gentle. I will. Darkness filled the night outside the window. I woke up to see her peacefully sleeping in my arms. Her wavy brown hair was scattered, her cheeks rosy. At 42 years old, after 15 years of widowhood, she was now mine. Just a few hours ago, I had been nothing more than a heartbroken loser who got cheated on. With just 620 yuan to my name, I didn't even have the confidence to face home. Now, everything had changed. System, is she pregnant? Successful pregnancy. Status, perfect. It worked. First-time reward of 20 million yuan has been deposited into your account. 20 million. Previously, I had earned 7,000 yuan a month, sent 1,000 yuan back home, and spent the rest on Lu Qian. Now, 20 million sat in my account. Open the beginner's gift pack. Rewards. 1. Eye of Insight. See a woman's true nature. 2. BMW X5M Thunder Edition. 3. Beauty Pills times 3. Rejuvenate by 10 years. The Eye of Insight. What a divine skill. A BMW X5M, a 2 million yuan luxury car. The Beauty Pills, reverse aging. I looked at the sleeping Zhao Yakin. At 42, she already seemed very young. But if she took the pill, she would surely become even more stunning. I retrieved a beauty pill, its soft pearl-like glow emanating a faint fragrance. Gently opening her mouth, I slipped the pill inside. Within seconds, Her brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed. Her skin's radiance improved, fine lines disappeared, as if time had reversed by a decade. I was stunned. She now looked like a freshly graduated university student. My heartbeat raced as I softly caressed her cheek. The system chimed in. Daily task, 10 conquests. Form intimate relationships and ensure pregnancies with 10 women. Progress, 1/10. Unlocked personal stats panel. Host, Wang Yang. Personal charm, 60/70. Zhao Yakin's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoyang, what's the matter? Looking at her youthful face, I smiled. Nothing, sleep a little longer. I kissed her forehead gently. Blushing, she snuggled back into my arms. The warmth of her body against mine, the darkness outside the window. With 20 million yuan in the bank and a luxury car parked outside my door. One night had completely changed my life. Lu Qian, you think I'm poor. You ran off with a rich second-generation guy. But what you don't know is, your mother is lying in my arms, carrying my child. I lowered my gaze to Zhao Yakin. Thank you, Yakinjia. Starting today, I swear to give you happiness. The morning light shone through the window. Zhao Yakin woke, meeting my gaze. Her face turned as red as a young girl's. Why are you staring at me? I pulled her into my embrace. Looking at my woman. No matter how much I look, it's never enough. She buried her face in my chest. Xiaoyang, She touched my face lightly. You seem a bit different today. It feels like you're even more handsome. I smiled, holding her hand. Nothing's changed. It's still me. I silently summoned the system to check on Zhao Yakin. Beauty index, 92. Overall score, 94. The beauty pill had made her 10 years younger. She was a true stunner. I should get going. She slipped into her cashmere coat. Qianqian hasn't come home. They're probably worried by now. I walked her to the door. Xiaoyang, I'm really happy. She quickly walked away. I stood at the door, unable to hide my smile. Pulling out my phone, I checked the balance, 20 million yuan. Yesterday, I had been worried sick about a mere 620 yuan. Now standing in front of the mirror, I was no longer the same broke loser. I had money, a car, a system, and a woman. I put on my old jacket. I hadn't bought new clothes yet, but that wouldn't take long. An hour later, outside a BMW 4S dealership, I pushed open the door and walked into the showroom, surrounded by rows of luxury cars. Walking up to the front desk. Hi, I'm here to pick up my car. The saleswoman in a black dress turned around and glanced at me. From head to toe, my outfit probably didn't cost more than 200 yuan. Her smile quickly faded. Pick up a car? What kind of car? A BMW X5M Thunder Edition. Her expression turned mocking. That car is around 1.7 or 1.8 million. Do you really have it? Her face darkened. Behind me came a familiar laugh. Lu Qian walked in with Zhang Xiao by her side. She was dressed in a white down jacket, draped with an LV scarf. Zhang Xiao, adorned in luxury brands all over. When they saw me, they froze for a brief moment before bursting into laughter. Hey, what are you doing here? Looking at cars? Zhang Xiao wrapped his arm around her waist. Yesterday's pathetic guy chasing after a girl, huh? Here to buy a BMW today? Lu Qian laughed even louder. More like he's applying for a car wash job. Exactly, Wang Yang. Washing cars could get you 3,000 or 4,000 a month. Enough to buy roasted sweet potatoes at least. Their voices echoed throughout the showroom. Nearby salespeople turned to glance over. I stood there, watching them. Strangely, yesterday I was so angry that I was shaking. Now, I felt a calmness, like still water. I even felt like laughing. Lu Qian finished laughing, then frowned. Wang Yang, are you mute? She stepped closer. Yesterday, you were so bold, and today you're a coward? Zhang Xiao chimed in. The guy's busy saving up to buy that BMW. With a 6,500 yuan salary, what? Save for 20 years. Lu Qian laughed so hard, she was nearly doubled over. By 20 years, you'd be 50 and almost in a wheelchair. I looked into her eyes, filled with disdain. And I remembered her words from yesterday. A poor loser like you isn't even worthy of love. Lu Qian. She froze. Finished laughing yet. She frowned. What do you mean? I smiled faintly, like watching a show. The expression on Lu Qian's face shifted uneasily. This person standing here felt like a different man from yesterday. Zhang Xiao wrapped his arm tighter around her waist. Don't bother with him. I'll go find the manager to get the car serviced. As he passed me, he intentionally bumped into me. Move aside, loser. I stepped slightly to let him pass. At that moment, a manager in a suit came hurrying out. His eyes lit up when he saw me, and he walked briskly in my direction. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Zhang Lei, the manager here. Zhang Xiao turned his head and chuckled. Manager Zhang, my car needs servicing. But the words caught in his throat. He froze. The manager took my ID card, scanned it with his tablet, and his eyes grew wide. Mr. Wong, your X5M Thunder Edition Black Knight is ready. The inspection is complete. The tank is full. It's waiting for you to pick it up. The showroom grew dead silent. Lu Qian's laughter froze on her face. Zhang Xiao nearly dropped his car keys. I nodded, lead the way. A buzzing sound went off in Lu Qian's head. An X5M Thunder Edition? A 2 million yuan car? Zhang Xiao's face turned green. Manager, there must be a mistake, right? He earns 6,500 yuan a month. How could he afford this? Manager Zhang glanced back at him calmly. This gentleman is a VIP. He paid in full for the car. Paid in full. The words were like two hard slaps across Zhang Xiao's face. Lu Qian's face turned deathly pale. I thought of her laughter a moment ago, her condescension. All this time, I was just watching her perform. Like watching a clown. Zhang Xiao looked like he wanted to leave, but his ego wouldn't let him. After mocking me as poor, leaving now would only disgrace himself further. So he stood there, frozen, helpless, as I was led to the back of the showroom. There it was, a matte black BMW X5M Black Knight Edition. Its cold sheen, laser headlights, and overbearing presence screamed dominance. Manager Zhang enthusiastically introduced its features. I ran my hand over the car's surface, a small smile playing on my lips. I opened the door and sat inside. The leather seats, carbon fiber trims, the floating touchscreen display, perfection. Lu Qian felt dizzy as she stood there. Yesterday, she had mocked me, calling me dirt under her shoes, telling me I'd never amount to anything. And today, I was in a 2 million BMW. She had become the joke. I got out of the car, taking long strides back toward Zhang Xiao and Lu Qian. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a bundle of crumpled cash. The 2,000 plus yuan Zhang Xiao had tossed in my face yesterday. Recognize this? Zhang Xiao's face changed colors. Yesterday, you threw this in my face. Today, I'm returning it to you. With a swift motion, I flung the money at him. Bills scattered everywhere. Zhang Xiao clutched his face, his complexion as red as a tomato. This money's for you. Buy yourself some new underwear. Stop walking around exposing your ass and embarrassing yourself. I returned his insults, word for word. Zhang Xiao trembled with rage. He wanted to lash out, but when our gazes locked, he backed down, scared. I turned to look at Lu Qian. She stood stiffly in place, frozen. I didn't say anything to her. I only gave her a cold glare before walking back to the BMW. The engine roared to life. I shifted gears and released the handbrake. As the car window rolled down, I called out to Lu Qian. She shivered. Yesterday, you told me this was all I'd ever be. I smiled. Take a good look and see where I'm going. The window rolled back up, and the BMW disappeared down the street corner. Lu Qian stood in the same spot, trembling. Tears rolled down her face, not out of regret, but from anger, humiliation, bitterness. Wang Yang, you lied to me, she screamed, gritting her teeth. You had money all along, and you lied to me. Nearby, salespeople cast contemptuous glances her way. Yesterday, she mocked others as poor. Today, she accused them of deception. Serves her right. Zhang Xiao crouched down, picking up the scattered bills one by one, stuffing them back into his pocket. Lu Qian looked at him, her insides churning with disgust. This man, just now, hadn't dared to say a single word. I drove the car down the city streets. The sunlight poured in, warm and comforting. Blissful. That moment when I threw the cash. When I saw Zhang Xiao's dumbfounded face. It was exhilarating beyond words. I pressed lightly on the accelerator. The engine roared, the car surging forward with powerful force. This was the kind of car a real man deserved to drive. Drivers around cast me envious glances. Some whipped out their phones to take pictures. Others slowed their own cars to steal a longer look. Just yesterday, I was crammed on a bus, admiring luxury cars I could never afford. Today, I was behind the wheel of the road's king, an X5M in its top configuration. The black X5M instantly accelerated to 120 kilometers per hour, feeling steady, as if gliding on air. Then I eased off the gas. No rush, it was mine to drive. I pulled up at a scenic overlook. The cold wind swept across the hill. The matte black body gleamed under the light, paired with the striking rims and laser lights. Breathtaking. I took out my phone to snap a few shots, thinking of sending them to Zhao Yakin. But I decided against it. I'd drive to pick her up tonight and surprise her instead. The scent of new leather filled the interior. My phone buzzed. Zhao Yakin had messaged. Are you done with work? I'll cook dinner tonight. I smiled and replied. All done. I'll come pick you up tonight. The engine purred back to life, and the X5M disappeared into the shimmering light. After half an hour of cruising the highway, I pulled back into my old apartment complex. The sleek black BMW stood out like an alien craft in this rundown neighborhood. Elderly folks gathered around, gawking. "Young man, is this your car?" "Yes," I nodded. "You're going places, kid." I smiled and headed upstairs. The stairwell was decrepit, the smell of mildew heavy in the air. I stepped into my tiny, shabby rental flat. Walls peeling, creaky bedboards, cabinets stripped of paint. It wasn't the room that had changed, it was me. I glanced at my bank account balance, 20 million yuan. Thinking of the cash I had flung at Zhang Xiao earlier, I couldn't help but grin. Dialing Mom's video call. Half a year without seeing her, Mom seems much older. Silver hair, wrinkles, and a well-worn cotton coat. "Have you eaten?" Mom asks with concern. "Just now, Mom." My throat tightens, my nose stings. Mom carefully asks, "Will you come home for the new year?" "Work's busy. It's fine if I don't. Don't feel like you need to save money." A pang of guilt pierces my heart. Last year, I couldn't even afford the trip home. "I will, Mom. I'll come back." Mom's eyes light up. "Your dad's been hoping too. I'll make extra cured meat for you." I hold back my tears. Everyone loves it. Hanging up the call, I lean against the wall and sit down. Sent each of my parents 30,000. Texted them. Made a little money. Don't skimp on spending. Clenched fists, resolve gleaming in my eyes. Fenghua County, Wangjia Village. The cold winds of the 12th lunar month. Thick with the atmosphere of Chinese New Year. Our home, the most ordinary blue brick tile roof house in the village. Under the eaves, strips of cured meat hang. Mom ends the video call, her phone trembling in her grip. A WeChat notification pops up. Wang Yang transferred 30,000 yuan. "Fuguwei, come here," Mom shouts, almost shrill. Dad strides in. "What's the matter?" "Xiaoyang sent 30,000. 30,000. Dad freezes. Where'd he get that kind of money? Could he have taken the wrong path? Mom's eyes redden. Xiaoyang's honest. It can't be anything bad. She opens the message. Mom and Dad partnered with some friends on a project, earn some money, buy some treats for Grandpa and Grandma. If it's not enough, tell me to. The heavy stone in their hearts settles down. He's made it. Mom bursts into a smile. We raised him right. Dad wipes his face. Brother sent us money? Younger sister Wang Yingying, a senior in high school. Second brother sent 60,000. Said he's coming back for New Year in a few days. Really? That's amazing. Almost a year since we saw him. Dad makes a sweeping gesture. Go call your grandparents over. Tonight, we'll have a proper feast. What kind of meal should we have? Dad says with unmatched vigor. I'm off to buy pork belly, roast chicken, and some liquor to celebrate Xiaoyang's success. With the money transferred, Dad stands tall and proud. Outside, the firewood crackles in the courtyard. Sister's sharp voice echoes. Grandpa, Grandma, there's meat for dinner tonight. Mom hums a tune as she cleans up. The house is filled with joy. In Yuntian City, a rented apartment. I sit by the window, sunlight pouring over me. The phone buzzes, sister's WeChat message. Brother, are you really coming back? That's amazing. Mom cried, and Dad's out buying roast chicken to celebrate. Grandpa says he misses you. The message is peppered with excited emojis. I look at the screen, a smile playing on my lips. Replying, yeah, coming back in a few days. What gift do you want? I'll bring it. Putting the phone down, I stare out the window. Neighbors downstairs chat about the black car parked there. It's probably that young guy upstairs, so envious. I listen, chuckle softly, and lie back on the bed. The pillow still carries the scent of gardenias, Zhao Yakin's fragrance. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath and fall into a deep sleep. The sky darkens early in the 12th lunar month. It's not even 6, but the city is dotted with scattered lights and the aroma of cooking wafts through the air. I stand by the window, grabbing my car keys. Time to go pick up Zhao Yakin. The black X5M roars out of the old neighborhood. Hands gripping the steering wheel, my mood soars. The scene from earlier still plays in my mind. Zhang Xiao clutching his face, looking pathetic. Lu Qian's face pale as a sheet. I chuckle, pressing down on the accelerator. The engine growls, its sound low and menacing. Zhao Yakin lives in the eastern part of the city. Her neighborhood is far better than my old and rundown apartment. Parking the car downstairs, I turn off the engine. Looking up, the light in the east-facing unit on the 6th floor is on. Knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opens. Zhao Yakin stands there in loungewear, her hair casually draped around her shoulders. Her face is bare, fair, and beautiful. When she sees me, her eyes light up. Xiaoyang. Her joy is as if she won the lottery. But then panic quickly sets in. She sneaks a glance out into the hallway to make sure no one's watching and pulls me inside. You scared me. Why'd you show up unannounced? What if the neighbors see? Her voice drops to a whisper. I don't say a word, just stare at her. My gaze travels from head to toe. Zhao Yakin looks down at herself, her face flushing red. Her loungewear is loose, but does little to hide her curves. What? What are you looking at? She mutters softly. I smile, my gaze unwavering. Quietly, I marvel. This beauty pill is truly magical. I gave her one last night, and tonight the effects are even more pronounced. Her skin is flawless and radiant. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes have vanished. She looks like she's in her 20s. Then, scanning her figure again, my throat bobs slightly. Zhao Yakin turns redder under my gaze. She wants to avoid it but stands rooted in place, as if nailed down. I step closer, and our breathing intertwines. Yakinjia. She looks up, meeting my eyes. What is it? Before she can finish her sentence, I kiss her. She freezes for a second, then closes her eyes. Her arms wrap around my neck. The scent of gardenias fills the air. The softness I feel makes my mind go blank. My hands circle her waist, warm and soft. Slowly, they slide upward. Zhao Yakin's breathing grows rapid. Tightly embracing each other, we stumble into the living room. In an unsteady step, we trip and fall onto the sofa. She lies beneath, I hover above. Both of us breathing heavily. Xiaoyang. Her hand softly strokes my face. I'm so happy. I plant a kiss on her forehead. Me too. We hold each other for a long while. Zhao Yakin lightly taps my chest with her finger. Xiaoyang, there's something I want to ask you. Do you think I look different today? I freeze. She touches her face, glances at her hand. This morning, looking in the mirror, my skin seemed better. I felt really good, too. Do you think so? Looking at her serious expression, I smirk internally. After taking the beauty pill, she looks 10 years younger. Of course, she's different. But I can't reveal anything about the system. So I simply smile and reply, you do. Really? Her eyes shine brightly. I lean in close, whispering by her ear. Maybe it's because of how I treat you. Zhao Yakin is stunned, her face turning crimson like the sunset. She reaches out to lightly slap my chest. You're talking nonsense. I laugh, grabbing her hand to kiss her palm. I'm not lying. From last night until now, you've been glowing. She buries her head shyly, her voice barely audible. Stop it, just stop it. After a while, Yakin, pack up and come to my place. She nods, gets up, and changes clothes. 10 minutes later, she's in a camel-colored cashmere coat. Low ponytail, soft lipstick. I look at her, my eyes filled with awe. The beauty pill paired with her already good looks. She could easily pass for 27, 28. Let's go. Holding hands, we head downstairs. Exiting the building, Zhao Yakin pulls her coat tight against the freezing winds of the lunar month. Under the streetlight, she notices a black car. The matte finish gleams cold under the light. Its wide rims and sharp headlight design exude power. She silently admires the car's beauty, then sees me walk toward it and pull out my keys. Beep. The headlights flash. She freezes, watching me open the door. Get in. Her mind goes blank. Pointing at the car, her finger trembling. This is your car. I nodded, calm and composed. Zhao Yakin circled the car once. Her eyes widened, and her mouth hung open. For a long moment, she couldn't utter a word. Xiaoyang, this car, how much is it? Her voice trembled. 2 million on-road price. Her knees buckled, and she almost sank to the ground. Quickly, I caught her in time, supporting her firmly. Careful. She gripped my arm, her mind in chaos. Just yesterday, I was still living in a shabby rental. With only a few $100 in my pocket. I had been dumped by Lu Qian in front of everyone. And today, here I was, driving a $2 million luxury car. Her eyes turned misty. Xiaoyang, how did you suddenly become like this? I gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Yakinjia, I've always been wealthy. I was just pretending to be poor. I wanted to experience an ordinary life. But I realized that if you don't show your wealth, people won't respect you. They step on you, call you names, humiliate you. I don't want to pretend anymore. Zhao Yakin looked at me, stunned. There was shock in her eyes, but also concern, pride, and a bit of relief. Thinking of Lu Qian, who only loved wealth and abandoned me. She should have been the one sitting in the passenger seat. But instead, she pushed herself away from it. You look down on him, but I got him. She thought to herself. What are you thinking about? She snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. Nothing, let's go. I opened the passenger door and shielded her head as she got inside. Zhao Yakin sat on the soft leather seat. The fragrance of luxury leather filled the air. I leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. My face was close to hers, my breath warm against her skin. After securing the buckle, I planted a light kiss on her lips. Featherlight. Zhao Yakin blushed furiously, her heart pounding. All done, I smiled. She mumbled softly. You're teasing me. The engine roared lowly. The black X5M rolled out of the community. I held the steering wheel with one hand. My other hand rested lightly on her leg. Zhao Yakin tensed up, her face growing even redder. Xiaoyang. Keep your focus on driving. I am driving just fine. She bit her lip, not daring to say more. Her heart filled with a sugary sweetness. She glanced at his hand, her thoughts trailing to the kiss when he buckled her seatbelt. Her mind ran wild. Lu Qian, you despised his poverty. You left with a rich second generation, thinking you had climbed high, but you didn't know what you gave away. She smiled faintly, her relief and joy unconcealed. Thank you for not treasuring him, for leaving such a wonderful man to me. She leaned on my shoulder as lights flickered past. What's wrong? I asked gently. Nothing, just want to rest against you. I ruffled her hair. The car smoothly entered the night. The scene shifts back to the modest rental room. In the quiet, only the sound of breathing can be heard. Zhao Yakin grinned. All right, if you don't let go, we won't have dinner tonight. I let go, leaning down to kiss her briefly. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you. She cast me a glare and headed off to cook. Cured meat, fresh vegetables, eggs, flour. I watched her figure, the apron tied around her waist. Her curves accentuated as she bent over to wash the vegetables. My Adam's apple bobbed as my thoughts wandered elsewhere. Zhao Yakin alone wouldn't be enough. The system promised 2 million yuan if she got pregnant, and even more millions once the child was born. At most, I could earn 50 million from this method. But 50 million wasn't sufficient for big plans. To ensure my parents could live comfortably, build a new house for the family, let my grandparents enjoy a good life. All of it required money. The only way was for more women to conceive my children. I clenched my fist. Tomorrow, I had to venture out to explore more possibilities. The aroma from the kitchen snapped me back. The sizzling sound of cured meat frying filled the air. I strolled toward the kitchen door. She was busy at the stove, adding garlic leaves into the pan. The fragrance was intoxicating. I approached her from behind and wrapped my arms around her waist. Her body went rigid but quickly relaxed. What's wrong? I didn't answer, burying my face into the crook of her neck. The scent of gardenias lingered faintly. Don't mess around. I'm cooking. I held her tighter. Yakinjia, you're so beautiful, I murmured. Her blush deepened. Oh, stop it. I mean it. Truly beautiful. I leaned closer to her ear. And what a figure. My hand moved from her waist upward. She trembled all over. Xiaoyang, the food's about to burn. I don't care if it burns. Her legs went weak as she leaned against the counter for support. Don't be like this. I turned her body to face me. Her face was crimson, her eyes misty with unshed tears. Her slightly parted lips were inviting. I lowered my head and kissed her deeply. The spatula clattered into the pan. We moved out of the kitchen. In the frenzy, the light cord was jolted, leaving only moonlight to illuminate the room. I scooped her up into my arms. She wrapped her arms around my neck. Xiaoyang. Yes. Be gentle. Last time, it still hurt a little. Got it. I carried her toward the wooden bed, moonlight spilling over its surface. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. She woke up in my arms, her body sore but a hint of smile gracing her lips. She studied my sleeping face, young, with thick eyelashes. She tried to shift, but my arm tightened around her. I opened my eyes. Awake. She nodded, her cheeks tinting pink. Did you sleep well? Quite well, she mumbled. Just quite well. Didn't I take good care of you? Embarrassed, she lightly punched my chest. You're talking nonsense. I grabbed her hand, kissing it gently. If you're only saying it's quite well, I must not have done my best. It still hurts a bit. Her eyes turned red. My heart softened, and I stroked her cheek. Does it still hurt? Just a little. I'm sorry. I'll be gentler next time. It's okay, she whispered, leaning into my embrace. Suddenly, the phone rang. It vibrated on the bedside table. The caller ID displayed, Lu Qian. She instantly froze. I glanced at it. Answer it. Her hand shook as she took a deep breath and answered. Hello, Qian. Mom, where are you? Lu Qian asked, her voice anxious. I went out to take care of some things. So early. At that moment, I tightened my arm around her waist. My chin rested on her shoulder as I exhaled warm breaths against her skin. She trembled, biting her lip as she glared at me. I gave her an innocent look, though my hand mischievously toyed with her waist. Mom? Did something happen? You sound strange, Lu Qian inquired, concerned. It's nothing. I just bumped into something. I kissed her earlobe lightly, my hand firmly holding her waist. Her breathing grew erratic. She tried to push me away, but I held her still. On the phone, her daughter's curious voice asked, Mom, why do you sound like you're out of breath? Zhao Yakin stammered. Maybe. I caught a cold. I chuckled against her temple, kissing her hairline. Her entire body quivered. You should rest more. I might not come back tonight. She stuttered into the phone. All right. Take care. Her voice wavered, barely holding steady. Mom, why does your breathing sound so unsteady? I teasingly patted her back, my gaze full of mischief. She barely managed not to cry out. "It's fine. I was just climbing the stairs," she replied hurriedly. After hanging up, she collapsed onto the bed, gasping for air. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Her glare was filled with grievance. I smirked. "Wasn't it thrilling? You're impossible. What if she found out?" She weakly patted me in protest. "So what if she did?" I kissed the back of her hand. "Xiaoyang, I really need to go." "Go back for what?" "Qianqian might get suspicious." I fixed her with a serious stare. "No more thinking. Today, I'm taking you shopping." "No way. I'm scared we might run into someone we know." She shook her head. "You're my woman. If I want to take you out, we go out." My tone left no room for refusal. Her eyes glistened with moisture, and finally, she nodded. I drove her out in a black BMW X5M. The sun was shining just right. "Xiaoyang, where did you get the money to buy this car?" She gently tugged at my sleeve. "You've suffered enough in the past. From now on, no one will bully you." I held her hand. She leaned back on the seat, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. The shopping mall bustled with people. I held her hand as we stepped onto the escalator. Several girls nearby were sneaking glances. "That guy's pretty handsome. The woman next to him is really beautiful. Too bad he's taken." The corners of my mouth lifted slightly, exuding confident charm. The women's clothing section on the second floor was crowded, and the festive atmosphere was palpable. Red lanterns and Chinese New Year decorations filled the space. I held Yakin's hand tighter and activated my evaluation vision. The women passing by were scanned one by one. Appearance, 72. Figure, 70. Compatibility, low. Appearance, 80. Figure, 78. Chaotic personal life, not qualified. Appearance, 65. Figure, 68. No value. A bit of disappointment settled in my heart. Not many reached the standard. Apart from Yakin, the others were all up to chance. I withdrew my gaze and focused, leading her straight to the women's clothing section. It was winter, so the first task was to buy her a warm-down jacket. Racks were filled with various brands. I pulled her directly into the warm feathers specialty store. The lighting inside was soft, and the selection of down jackets was colorful. There weren't many customers, and it was fairly quiet. As soon as we stepped in, a sweet voice greeted us. "Welcome. Looking for something in particular?" I glanced up, my footsteps halted. A young woman approached, probably in her early 20s. She was wearing a black uniform that accentuated her perfect curves. Around 165 centimeters tall, with fair skin and an oval face. Big eyes, a straight nose, and soft pink lips. Her appearance was pure and sweet, exuding effortless comfort. Her high ponytail was neat and tidy, with a hint of youthful innocence, fresh out of college. Her name tag read Su Xinqing, and she quickly stepped forward. First, her eyes landed on Yakin, who was gentle and attractive. Then, she looked at me, pausing for a moment. I was tall, with well-defined features. Though wearing an old jacket, I carried a distinct air. Not stunningly handsome, but the kind of charm that grew on you. She thought to herself, "This man, quite good-looking." My gaze fell on her, and suddenly, a system notification rang in my head. Ding. Target detected. Su Xinqing, 23 years old. Comprehensive score, 87. Excellent physical condition, no medical history. Qualified for childbearing. Fine now. My heart raced as I froze. Shock. Excitement. Joy. Who would have thought coming to buy clothes would lead to the second target? Without hesitation. Bind. Bind immediately. Ding. Binding successful. Target. Su Xinqing. The many children and prosperity system has recorded. Suppressing my excitement, I activated the evaluation vision. Her details unfolded before my eyes. Name, Su Xinqing. Age, 23. Appearance, 88. Figure, 85. Number of critical hits, 0. Comprehensive score, 87. Pregnancy qualification, eligible. Satisfaction flickered in my eyes. At 23, she was in her prime. Her appearance scored a pure and sweet 88. Her figure at 85 was curvaceous and stunning. Even her uniform couldn't conceal it. Critical hits, 0, spotless and pure. My thoughts aligned. Never been ridden, pristine. She hadn't been in a relationship, an untouched, complete maiden. Her personal life was impeccably clean. Her physical condition and compatibility were top-notch. Perfect, simply perfect. Su Xinqing blushed under my gaze. Why is this guy staring at me? She quickly composed herself, flashing a polite smile. Our shop specializes in down jackets, both long and short styles. They're particularly warm, and we just got our new arrivals. Would you like me to show you a few? I shifted my gaze, wrapping my arm around Yakin. Pick out a few down jackets for my girlfriend. Something warm and good-looking that suits her. As soon as I said it, Yakin's face turned beet red. Her eyes widened as her heart skipped a beat. It was the first time someone had openly called her girlfriend. Previously, with her late husband, they had been an old married couple. After becoming a widow, no one dared to think of her that way. Yet, I acknowledged her straightforwardly, neither evading nor disparaging her. Shyly, she clung to my sleeve tighter, her ears flushed red. Quietly, she leaned closer to me, accepting the title. Watching this, Su Xinxing smiled even sweeter. Such a lovely couple. She carefully studied Yakin's figure and temperament. Full-bodied, gentle, and mature, with fair, smooth skin. She immediately had an idea and pointed to a beige long coat on display. "Ma'am, this piece is one of our best sellers. The length reaches the calves, offering excellent warmth. The beige color complements fair skin, and the style is gentle and elegant, perfect for you." She took the coat off the hanger and handed it over. It was soft and fluffy, with smooth fabric and an exquisite texture. Yakin took it, liking it but still looking to me, her eyes full of inquiry. Smiling, I ruffled her hair. "If you like it, go try it on. I'll wait here." "All right." She nodded lightly, heading toward the fitting room. Su Xinxing stayed beside me, explaining softly, "Your girlfriend has a great temperament. She'll look absolutely stunning in it. Our down jackets are filled with white duck down and can handle temperatures as low as -10 degrees. Perfect for visiting family during the new year." I responded half-heartedly, my eyes locked on her. As she bent slightly to arrange clothing displays, her slender waistline was exposed. Her ponytail swayed gently, her youthful purity irresistibly captivating. My mind churned. Finally, an eligible target. I needed to maintain a steady pace. First, leave a good impression. Then, find opportunities for deeper interaction. Once the purchase was over, I must secure further contact. The fitting room door opened. Yakin stepped out in the beige down jacket. The coat wrapped her snugly, emphasizing her petite and graceful charm. Her fair skin and gentle features paired with the coat's softness were mesmerizingly beautiful. Su Xinxing exclaimed with admiration, "Wow, this suits you perfectly. Gentle and sophisticated. You'll be breathtaking during the new year." I turned to Yakin and said, "It looks great. Absolutely stunning. Makes you look even fairer and more elegant." Blushing, Zhao Yakin touched the coat. "Isn't it a bit too long?" The shop assistant immediately replied, "Not at all. Long coats are the best for blocking wind in winter. I'll grab a shorter black one for you to try as well." Zhao Yakin returned in the shorter black coat. The slim black design made her look taller and highlighted her legs. It replaced the gentleness with a refined elegance. The shop assistant's eyes lit up. "This one also looks amazing. Both a long and a short coat would make the perfect combo." Without hesitation, I said, "No need to choose. Let's take both." Zhao Yakin froze. "Xiaoyang, 2 coats are too much. I can't wear them all." I held her hand. "It won't go to waste. The weather's cold. Having an extra coat puts me at ease. As long as you like them, they're worth every penny." She opened her mouth to say something. I interrupted. "Just listen to me." The store clerk secretly envied her. This woman really had good fortune. "Sir, 2 items, 3,200. 3,000 and more? It used to be half a month's salary for me. Now with 20 million in my account, it's nothing." I scanned the payment with WeChat and settled it. The clerk followed the standard procedure, saying, "Add me on WeChat. I'll notify you about new arrivals." My eyes lit up. "Sure." She froze. "Really?" Adding her. Her hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Her profile picture was a selfie, quite innocent looking. Her name was Heart Clear. After we added each other, I put my phone away. She sneaked a glance at me, her face a little flushed. I held Zhao Yakin's hand and continued shopping. "Let's check out sweaters and pants, too." She nodded. "Whatever you say." I picked out 2 merino wool undershirts, light camel and off-white. Then grabbed 2 pairs of thermal pants. "You're even choosing thermal pants for me," she muttered softly. I laughed. "If I don't, who will?" She came out after trying them on, looking stunning. "I'll take them all," I told the clerk. She tugged at me. "One set is enough." I squeezed her hand gently. "You'll rotate them. Be good." In a store for bottoms, I selected fleece-lined jeans and a wool pencil skirt. Zhao Yakin's eyes became red as she tried them on. She had been widowed for 15 years, never buying this many new clothes. Every Lunar New Year, she wore washed and reworn old clothes. Now, someone cherished her, carefully picking out items, afraid she might get cold. She held 7 or 8 shopping bags in her arms. I took a few, wrapped an arm around her waist, and kept moving forward. All the while, I discreetly activated my recognition vision. Scanning the girls in the mall. Appearance 75, body 72, not qualified. Appearance 83, disordered personal life, not qualified. Appearance 68, no reproductive value. The system stayed silent after that. But it didn't matter because I had already secured Sue Hart Clear's WeChat contact. She'd be mine sooner or later. No rush. We arrived at the men's apparel section. I glanced at my old jacket. I need to upgrade my clothes too. Can't look shabby. I need to match you. Inside the store, I picked out a black turtleneck sweater, dark gray fleece-lined pants, and a black down jacket. After changing into them, I walked out. Zhao Yakin froze, the shopping bags in her hands nearly dropping to the floor. The clothes fit me like they were tailored just for me. Gone was the awkward demeanor brought on by my old outfit. My entire aura had transformed. She approached me, studying me from head to toe. Her eyes sparkled. Xiaoyang, you look so handsome. I felt a bit shy and scratched my nose. Not bad, right? Not bad. Are you kidding me? Yakin clung to my arm, her face full of admiration. With these clothes, you look better than a celebrity. Her cheeks reddened. That man, he was hers. I looked at her rosy face, warmth filling my heart. I'll just take this outfit. Swipe, pay. Over 4,000, and I didn't bat an eye. Now that I had the system, I needed to spoil Yakin and live beautifully too. The winter sun was short-lived, and it was almost noon in no time. The smell of braised pork and grilled fish in the mall stirred the appetite. Yakin's stomach growled lightly, and she quickly covered it with her hand, her face blushing. I chuckled. Hungry, huh? Placing an arm around her waist, I said, let's go eat something nice. I'll listen to you. She leaned against me, full of trust and reliance. The black BMW X5M silently waited in the parking garage. I helped her into the passenger seat and carefully fastened her seatbelt. Our eyes met, and I leaned in for a gentle kiss on her lips. Her heartbeat seemed to freeze for a moment. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a well-reputed restaurant I'd seen on Douyin. It had high ratings. Gray tiles, white walls, a wooden door, and red lanterns. A cozy private dining room by the window, with warmth radiating from a furnace. Sister Yakin, what would you like to eat? Pick something. She gently pushed the menu back to me, saying, I'm not picky. Whatever you order, I'll eat. I ordered 4 dishes and a soup. Braised pork, steamed base, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, stir-fried yam and black fungus, and corn rib soup. While waiting for the food, I held her hand. I'll bring you here often in the future. Whatever you want to eat, we'll have it. Okay. Her gaze lingered on me. The sunlight fell on the side of my face. Her heart churned with both sweetness and uncertainty. What was Lu Qian thinking? Throwing away a good man like me to chase after a rich second generation. Had Lu Qian not broken up with me, I would still be her son-in-law. And Yakin could only watch from afar. It was Lu Qian who pushed me away, giving Yakin this treasure. Her face warmed, turning red. She lowered her head, too shy to let me see. The food was served. The braised pork was soft, flavorful, and not greasy. My first bite was for her. Try this, it's been cooked until tender. I served her fish, carefully removing the bones. Have more fish, it's good for your health. Yam is good for the stomach. Eat more. Drink the soup while it's hot. She looked at her bowl, filled to the brim, her eyes moistening. Xiaoyang, being with you makes me truly happy. I held her hand. Having you, I finally feel like I have a home. After we ate, the bill came to over 400. It's still early. Shall we go watch a movie? She shook her head, rubbing her temples. I feel a bit tired. Then let's go rest. My place or yours? Her face turned red, and she lowered her head, twisting the hem of her shirt. After a long pause, she murmured softly, let's go to mine. The car stopped at her building. We're here. Just as she reached for the door handle, I held her hand. Sister Yakin. I smiled and pointed to my cheek. Aren't you forgetting something? Her face flushed again, and she gave me a quick peck, light as a dragonfly skimming water. Just as she was about to open the door, I pulled her back into my arms. Trying to brush me off so quickly? Her earlobe was lightly nibbled, and she went weak. Xiaoyang. Her lips were sealed with a wild, urgent kiss. After what felt like an eternity, I finally let her go. Her eyes were teary, and her face was flushed as if she had a fever. Go rest upstairs. She glared at me in mock anger, quickly entering the building. 20 minutes later, I stood at the door of a worn-out old apartment block. The peeling walls and dim staircase darkened my mood. With 20 million in my account and driving a luxury car, why live in this kind of place? I had money now, no reason to settle for less. 30 minutes later, my car stopped at the Cloud Jade Terrace sales office. A saleswoman named Xiao Zhou showed me the apartments. Building 2, 28th floor. When the door opened, I was stunned. A spacious living room with floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire city spread out before my eyes. Mr. Wang, what do you think? How much? 8.2 million, including full renovations. Year-end discount. Pay in full, just 8 million. I did a quick calculation. With 20 million in my account, I could afford it. Let Yakin have one child. Then let Sue Hart Clear have another. With more openings activated, money would just roll in. 8 million, it was worth it. I turned to look at Xiao Zhou. She was watching me nervously, waiting for my decision. I'll take this one. Zhou Zhou froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mr. Wang, you're taking it? Yeah. She got so excited that she almost leapt up. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her voice. This is the best unit in the building, with the best view. I'll calculate the price immediately. She pulled out a tablet, her fingers moving swiftly across the screen. Mr. Wang, are you financing or paying in full? I curled the corner of my lips into a sly smile. What? Do I not look like someone with money? Her face turned red. No, I was just asking about the process. I pulled out my bank card and placed it on the table. Full payment. Swipe it. She stared at the card, completely stunned. 8 million, paid in full. Her mind was in turmoil. So young, dressed so simply. Who exactly is this guy? Please wait a moment, Mr. Wang. I'll go handle the paperwork. The sound of her high heels echoed in urgency as she hurried off. I gazed out the window. Sunlight bathed the city in a warm glow. I felt immensely satisfied. 20 minutes later, Zhou Zhou returned. She handed back the card with both hands, bowing low. Mr. Wang, the paperwork is done. The property deed will be mailed to you within 7 business days. I took the keys, feeling their weight in my hand. All right, you can leave now. I'll stay here for a while. Once the door closed, the room fell silent. I headed into the master bedroom and flopped onto the grand bed. My whole body sank into the mattress. So comfortable. 100 times better than the stiff wooden bed in my old rental. Staring at the ceiling, my eyes grew damp. 25 years. This was the first time I'd lived in such a house. First time lying on such a soft bed. This is what life should feel like. Lu Qian said I was poor, said I lacked ability. And now? This house alone could buy her several Mercedes-Benz S. I turned over, burying my face in the pillow. Damn, this feels good. I pulled out my phone and opened a game. Dusk slowly cloaked the city. The sea of lights outside sparkled like a galaxy. I played 3 matches, not caring about wins or losses. Before, losing would ruin my mood for half a day. But now, lying in this plush bed, my mindset was entirely different. At 7:30 in the evening, hunger struck. I couldn't be bothered to go out. I ordered the most expensive food delivery. A deluxe sashimi platter. Grilled eel, lobster porridge. 1,200 yuan, no hesitation. Waiting for the food, I scrolled through Douyin. I only watched short videos featuring beautiful women, swiping past everything else. Overfiltered? Swipe. Heavy makeup? Swipe. Scan for quality at a glance. Looks 78, messy personal life, not qualified. Looks 85, history of abortion, not qualified. Looks 80, health issues, not qualified. After 20 minutes of browsing, my hand was sore. Not a single one passed. These days, there are plenty of beautiful women, but clean ones? Rare. I thought of Su Xian Chung. That girl from the down jacket store. Looks 88. Body 85. And clean. Such a rare find. I've got to make that happen. The doorbell rang. Your delivery. I took the 3 large bags. The sashimi was plump, the eel glossy with oil, the lobster porridge fragrant and inviting. I sat down and started eating. The salmon melted in my mouth. Pure bliss. The grilled eel, tender and sweet. Goddamn, this is living. I snapped a photo and posted it on my WeChat moments. Caption, late night snack. A 280 square meter luxury apartment. 1,000 yuan takeout meal. A city illuminated by endless lights. Back when I was stuck in that shabby rental, I ate 10 yuan boxed meals. Now I have 20 million in savings, a luxury home, fancy cars, gourmet feasts. This life? Absolutely euphoric. At Zhao Yakin's home, she was stir-frying cured meat with garlic shoots. The door opened, and Lu Qian walked in. Mom, you're home. Lu Qian scrutinized her mother's face carefully. Mom, why do you look younger? Your skin looks so smooth. Zhao Yakin coldly replied. Come here. Why did you break up with Xiaoyang? Lu Qian flared up. He earns 6,500 yuan a month, has no house, no car. In 3 years, he hasn't given me anything nice. Why should I waste my youth on him? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. I found Zhang Xiao now. His family's in construction materials. He drives a Mercedes. This new year, we're meeting each other's parents and talking marriage. Enough. Zhao Yakin's voice thundered. You're shallow and heartless. Xiao Yang is honest, filial, and devoted to you. Abandoning him will be the biggest loss of your life. Lu Qian's tears flowed freely. Go ahead, keep defending that broke loser. She slammed the door shut on her way out. Zhao Yakin stood there, tears streaming down her face. Lu Qian stormed out into the biting cold, her tears freezing on her cheeks. She took a taxi to a budget hotel. Lying on the bed, she opened her WeChat moments. And then she saw Wang Yang's post. Late night snack. Salmon sashimi, tuna, grilled eel. The backdrop was a floor-to-ceiling window. A high-rise night view, dazzling and exquisite. She held her breath. Zoomed into the image. It had to be at least the 20th floor or higher. That meal alone must have cost over 1,000 yuan. Wang Yang had money now? That couldn't be right. Yesterday, he was still living in that shabby rental. But the BMW, the dealership manager's attitude, and paying in full for the car, her hands began to tremble. If he was truly rich. She texted her best friend, Chen Xuemiao. Can you probe Wang Yang for me? See if he's really made it big. Don't let him know it's me asking. Chen Xuemiao replied with an okay. Meanwhile, at Chen Xuemiao's rental, she was curled up on the sofa binge-watching dramas. Having just showered, she wore a nightgown. Seeing Lu Qian's message, she opened Wang Yang's moments. Sashimi, lobster porridge, luxury high-rise night view. A thought flickered in her mind. Wang Yang had always been quiet, but his looks weren't bad. Better than those greasy older men. Lu Qian dumped him and even called him a broke loser. And now she wants to probe him? Chen Xuemiao smirked. She sent Wang Yang a message. Wang Yang, are you there? I have something to ask you. She added a shy emoji. On the 28th floor of Yunqi Terrace. I was finishing my last sweet shrimp when my phone buzzed. Chen Xuemiao? Lu Qian's best friend. And she sent a shy emoji. How interesting. Back then, as Lu Qian's boyfriend, I wouldn't dare even glance at her. Now that Lu Qian dumped me, her best friend is reaching out? I smirked. This kind of woman? Obviously short on money. Here I am, in a 280 square meter luxury apartment. A sea of lights framed by the window. If opportunity knocks, why not open the door? I replied. Yunqi Terrace, Building 3, Unit 2801. Just come over. Chen Xuemiao froze. Yunqi Terrace? A top-tier luxury residence? The kind that starts at 7 or 8 million minimum. Her heart raced. She looked at the message and couldn't help but smile. So direct, huh? She quickly got up to do her makeup. Earth tone eyeshadow. Killer red lipstick. Her hair blown into loose waves. A black knitted short dress with a deep V neckline. Black stockings and sky-high heels. A white down jacket thrown over to cover it all. An hour later, she arrived. The security guard stopped her. Which unit? 2801. No record of visitors. Call for confirmation. She dialed me on voice. I told the guard to let her through. The door opened. Our eyes met. She wore a black dress, deep V cut with black stockings. Her makeup was exquisite, irresistibly seductive. I activated my recognition system. Looks, 92. Body, 86. Critical hit count, 0. Overall score, 93. Pregnancy suitability, pass. Passed. And 0 critical hits. My heartbeat accelerated. She was the kind of woman who could bring me tens of millions. Aren't you going to let me in? She blushed. Come in. I stepped aside. As she entered the room, she froze in awe. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked a sea of city lights. A crystal chandelier illuminated marble flooring. On the dining table sat an unfinished Japanese spread. Salmon sashimi, grilled eel, and lobster porridge. Have you eaten? I picked up a piece of salmon sashimi. I'll eat. She couldn't resist anymore. She ate, sneaking glances at me. 8 or 900 bucks for premium takeout. Ordered without a thought. Did you buy or rent this place? She finally asked. Of course it's mine. Her gaze shifted, now filled with greed. A glimmer of material desire shone in her eyes. What do you actually do for a living? You want to know? I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. Balance, 11,800,000. Her hands trembled. Her knees almost buckled. This is just a portion. I said casually. Wang Yang, how didn't I notice how amazing you are before? She bit her lip. Her eyes turned red. I lifted her chin. She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned closer. Just say it. What do you want? Give me 100,000 a month. Bold move. You'll have to bear my children, I said seriously. And I must be your only man. She was stunned. I don't. 120,000. 15. That's the upper limit. 15 a month. She wouldn't need to work for 30 years. She gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at me. Her expression brimmed with contentment and pride. Those peach blossom eyes smoldered with desire. Her deep V neckline revealed smooth, fair skin. Her inner heat was ignited. Chen Xuemiao's heart pounded wildly under my gaze. Her legs became weak. She'd never dated before, but she understood that look. Biting her lip, she gathered courage. She stood and straddled my lap directly. My breath caught. I cupped the back of her head and kissed her deeply. Smooth lips met uncharted fervor. In her first kiss, she fumbled nervously, but I kissed her hard and passionately. Her body trembled, claws gripping my shoulders tightly. When I let her go, she collapsed into my arms. Tears glistened in her slightly reddened eyes. Her cheeks burned crimson like fire. I scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom, laid her gently onto my $20K bed. Outside, the city lights stretched endlessly. The room was enveloped in soft warmth. Chun Shuimiao trembled between nerves and anticipation. Her long legs and black stockings curled. Her short dress was disheveled, omitted for 3,000 words. The night stretched long. Finally, everything quieted down. Chun Shuimiao lay sprawled on the bed, utterly drained. Her entire body felt numb. Even her fingers refused to move. She tilted her head to look at me. Totally worth it. I held her close. Get some sleep. In the morning, I woke up still holding her. Quietly, I asked the system, did last night achieve pregnancy success? Unsuccessful. Please continue your efforts. A bit disappointing, but it didn't matter. My hand slid from her waist upward. She stirred, groggy, blushing as she opened her eyes. Awake. MHM. Her soft voice begged me not to touch her. I kissed her forehead. You're mine. If I want to touch you, I will. 2 hours later, sunlight crept to the center of the bed. Holding her, still limp in my arms, I asked, hungry? MHM, it's nearly noon. From now on, live here. Don't go back to that rented place. Her surprise was apparent. Live here? What? You don't want to. I do. Smirking, I transferred 300,000 yuan. Here. What is this for? Her breath almost stopped as she stared at the numbers. 2 months' living expenses. Tears welled as she planted a kiss on me. Little enchantress, I'll deal with you again tonight. Her face reddened. Who's dealing with who is still up in the air? I raised a brow. Still got backbone, huh? She quickly shook her head. Deal with me. Deal with me. After a while, she mentioned she needed to go pack up her things. I nodded. Come straight back after. Once she left, I leaned against the headboard, scrolling through transaction logs. Chun Shuimiao now officially mine. A girl with over a 90 clean rating. I remembered her trembling legs earlier, barely able to walk straight. The system's robotic voice chimed. Relationship stabilized. Please continue efforts for pregnancy success. I chuckled. No rush. Even without pregnancy, a few million was enough to last me comfortably. Lying there, I thought, who's next? Su Xinqing. Picking up my phone, I sent her a text. Are you free today? Her reply, I have work today. How much do you earn in a day? Take the day off, I'll triple your pay. A moment of silence. I transferred her 500 yuan. Enough. Her response was swift. Plenty. So generous. Where are you? I'll pick you up. She sent her location. Getting up, I took a shower and changed. Black turtleneck, dark gray slacks. Overcoat, long black down jacket. In the mirror, I looked sharp and spirited. Driving my black X5M, I headed out. 20 minutes later, I parked near the bus stop. Sent her a message. I'm here. Where are you? Coming. I'm nearby. Waiting in the car, I pondered. Chun Shuimiao was secured. Shouldn't the tenfold pursuit quest now be 2 down? The system's robotic tone interrupted my thoughts. 2 achievements unlocked. Reward distribution underway. Reward. Physical enhancement. 1 used. Excitement welled up inside me. 5 or 6 rounds last night nearly drained me dry. With physical enhancement, wouldn't that be unstoppable bliss? System, I teased, you're late with the reward. Got any compensation? Compensation issued. Longevity pills times 3. Each pill extends lifespan by 10 years. Usable by self or others. I held my breath. 3 pills, 30 more years of life. Still reveling in euphoria, I caught sight of Su Xinqing. Sweater white as milk. Pale blue jeans. High ponytail swaying gently. Her pure face radiated innocence. About 22 or 23, fresh out of college. Unblemished, untouched by the world. I honked the horn. She turned, eyes landing on the matte black vehicle. Paused half a second, hesitating. Switching to Wang Yang's TikTok-style inner monologue. I honked again, letting the window slide halfway down. Recognizing me, her eyes lit up. She rushed over nervously, smiling. Mr. Wang. Get in. She reached for the back seat door. Sit up front. Her movements froze. Face instantly flushed. Sliding into the passenger seat, I reached over, fastening her seat belt. Getting close. Really close. She panicked, cheeks burning deeper red. The faint fragrance of my body wash reached her nose. I didn't pull back immediately, staring into her timid eyes. Frozen in place, she didn't avoid my gaze. What do you want to eat? I finally sat upright and started driving. Anything's fine. I'll take you somewhere nice. 20 minutes later, We arrived at the private dining restaurant. Gray brick walls and floor-to-ceiling windows. Just looking at it felt expensive. She hesitated at the entrance. Isn't this a bit too pricey? I'm treating. Just follow me and eat. The menu was handed to her. Appetizers started at 188 yuan. Steaks at 488 yuan. Her hands trembled as she quickly closed the menu. You order. I ordered directly. Seafood platter, wagyu beef, and lobster. The bill came to 3,800 yuan. How long have you been working here? Over half a year. How much do you make a month? Base pay is 3,500 yuan, with commissions about 4 to 5,000. Do you want to earn more? She froze. What kind of opportunity? I'll tell you later. The meal lasted 2 hours. She gradually relaxed. Her laughter revealed cute dimples. She was quite attractive. Innocent, clean, easygoing. Girls like her weren't hard to win over. Where are you going this afternoon? I need to go back to work. Why bother going if you've taken leave? Come. The car drove into an underground parking lot. She suddenly spoke. Do you have intentions toward me? I do. Be my woman. I liked you from the first glance. So pure. Her face turned red. But don't you already have a girlfriend? She's my woman, but she's not the only one. Tears welled up in her eyes. My family isn't well off. My parents struggle to support me. I also have a younger brother who needs school fees. How much would it take for you to be my woman? She murmured, 30,000. I laughed. I'll give you 100,000 a month. 100,000. Her eyes widened. But there's a condition. You'd need to have my child. And after the child is born, can I still see them? Of course. You're the mother. As long as you stay obedient and stay with me. She thought about the pressures at home. With her wage, she couldn't even save 20,000 a year. 100,000 a month. Over 1 million a year. All right, I agree. I took out my phone and transferred her 100,000 yuan. Her phone buzzed, and when she saw the notification, her hands shook. I put my phone away. Here's a month in advance. From now on, it'll be paid on time every month. As I spoke, my hand rested on her thigh. W. Wong. Wong, sir. Her voice trembled. I leaned closer to her. Xinxing, you're mine now. Kiss me. She froze. Seeing how nervous she was, she must have never kissed anyone before. She softly kissed the corner of my lips, then quickly tried to pull away. I grabbed the back of her head and kissed her deeply. Her entire body softened, clutching my shirt and trembling. It was a long moment before I let go. She slumped there, her lips swollen, her eyes shimmering with tears. That was your first kiss. I wiped the moisture from the corner of her lips. From now on, all of them are mine. Her face turned beet red. You're so bad. I pinched her cheek. Don't like it. She didn't respond, but the smile at the corner of her lips couldn't lie. Come on, let's buy some things. I pulled her out of the car. Buy what? It's the new year. Let's get you some new clothes. I took her hand, interlocking our fingers. From now on, call me Brother Yang, not Mr. Wong. Got it. She nodded, blushing. In a high-end store, I pointed to a wool coat. Try this one. It's so expensive. She whispered. Expensive or not, just try it. When she put it on, her entire demeanor changed. 3,500, the salesperson quoted. I took out my phone. Wrap it up. Let's look at some other things. I picked out another 7 or 8 pieces. Every time she tried something on, I approved. Passing by a lingerie store, I suddenly stopped. Let's take a look in here. Her face instantly turned red. See this. I pulled her in. Pointing to a black lace nightgown, I asked, do you have her size? I don't want to try it. She murmured, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I leaned close to her ear. Be good. Try it. I want to see. She came out wearing the black lace nightgown. A deep V-neck, the hem ending mid-thigh. She looked stunning. This one, I decided, and picked out 2 more. The 3 totaled over 4,000 yuan. All packed up. At a jewelry store, I selected a diamond necklace. The original price is 68,000, but now it's 59,008, the salesperson said. She gasped. That's too expensive. Wrap it up. I paid on the spot. I put it on her. The diamond rested perfectly at her neckline. Beautiful. Her eyes welled up as she stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. Back in the car, she sat there in a daze, hugging all her shopping bags. 7 or 8 outfits, 3 sets of lingerie, a 59,000 yuan necklace. Thank you, she whispered. I pulled her into my arms. Don't mention it. Having my child is the best return you can give. Her face flushed red as she buried it in my chest. I'm taking you somewhere. Where? You'll see when we get there. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the Cloud Sky International Hotel. Book a room, I told the front desk. What kind of room? A couple's suite. The best one. The receptionist hesitated, then smiled. The top floor Starry Sky couple's suite. Floor-to-ceiling windows with night views, a double bathtub. She sneaked a glance at Su Xinqing, her eyes filled with envy. I swiped my card and entered the room. An entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, with the city lights stretching endlessly outside. In the center stood a massive round waterbed with purple bedding. Even the ceiling was fitted with a mirror. The bathroom featured transparent glass walls, with a double bathtub visible inside. Su Xinqing stood frozen at the doorway, completely stunned. This was a couple's suite? She'd never been to a place like this before. I gently closed the door and hugged her from behind. Do you like it? Her face burned as she murmured a soft I leaned down and kissed her ear. She shivered from head to toe. I released her and smiled. Be good. Go take a shower. As I walked toward the bathroom door, I glanced back. Want to shower together? I could teach you a thing or two. She froze, her face burning like fire. Vigorously shaking her head, she stammered. No need. Really, she replied, her voice as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing her bashful demeanor, my grin widened. I walked back and lightly patted her bottom. Slap. She jolted. I whispered in her ear. Then wait for me. I turned and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind me. Standing under the shower, hot water cascaded down my body. I looked down at myself. No more belly fat. My abs were defined, my shoulders broader, my chest firm. My whole physique had become strong and commanding. 10 minutes later, I stepped out wearing just a towel. Su Xinqing looked up and froze. I stood at the doorway, droplets of water trailing down my shoulders. Broad shoulders and a slim waist. My Apollo's belt disappearing beneath the edge of the towel. She couldn't look away. What are you staring at? She flinched and quickly turned her gaze. Nothing. I sat on the edge of the bed, the waterbed rippling under me. Turning slightly, I fixed my gaze on her. Afraid to look at me? No. Then look at me. She slowly lifted her head and quickly averted her gaze. I grabbed her chin. Look at me. She was forced to meet my gaze, her heart pounding wildly. Do I look good? Her face turned even redder, and she nodded lightly. You look good. Leaning against the bed, I picked up my phone. Go take a shower. Now. Yes, we'll talk more after you're done. She grabbed her bag and walked into the bathroom. I scrolled through my phone, and a message popped up in the group chat. The class monitor was organizing a high school reunion. I noticed Su Qing's name. She had sat in front of me in high school, always sporting a ponytail and a white shirt. I had secretly liked her for 2 years. Staring absent-mindedly at her profile picture, someone tagged me. At Wangyang are you going? I replied with 2 words, I'll go. Just as I was lost in thought, the bathroom door opened. I looked up, frozen in place. Su Xinqing emerged wearing a black lace nightdress. The deep V neckline barely concealed her, and the hem was scandalously short, revealing her thighs. Her long legs were wrapped in sheer black stockings. Her damp hair fell over her shoulders, and water droplets glided down her collarbone. Clutching the hem of her dress nervously, she avoided my gaze. My breathing grew heavier as my eyes scanned her from head to toe. I'm done showering, she said softly, like a mosquito's buzz. Come here, I said. She took a hesitant step forward. Closer, I urged. I grabbed her wrist, pulling her into my arms. She sat on my lap, her face flushed crimson. Wrapping my arms around her waist, I murmured, Do you know? I almost couldn't control myself earlier. Her heartbeat quickened even more. I brushed her damp hair aside, whispering, You're too beautiful. My lips landed on her neck, causing her entire body to tremble. Yangji, she stammered, her voice quivering. So, this is your sensitive spot, I chuckled. I kissed her neck, her earlobes, her cheeks, and finally her lips. She wrapped her arms around my neck, giving in completely. After a while, we pulled apart, lips parted and breathing heavy, our foreheads pressed together. Yangji, I'm scared it'll hurt. She whispered. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, I reassured her. I laid her down, the waterbed swaying lightly beneath us. Lifting her nightdress revealed her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Outside, the city lights danced in the night. She bit her lip, trying to stifle her voice. If it hurts, just hold on to me, I said. She nodded teary-eyed. The night was long, and the sounds lingered for what seemed like forever. Then, silence. She lay limp on the bed, turning her head to look at me. My chest rose and fell heavily, sweat dripping from my forehead. She laughed, a silly, blissful laugh. What's so funny? I asked. Burying her face into my chest, she didn't answer. I held her tightly in silence. Yangji, I'm yours now, she whispered. I kissed her forehead. You've always been mine. She smiled, burying her face deeper into my chest. Sunlight poured into the room. I woke up first, finding her still asleep in my arms. Her body bore marks from the night. Hickeys on her neck, red imprints on her collarbone. Her night dress was crumpled, and her stockings had runs in them. In my mind, I silently asked, System, has the pregnancy been successful? Unsuccessful. Further attempts are necessary. I felt a little disappointed, but quickly adjusted. Congratulations on completing the 3 consecutive task challenge. Reward: 30% shares in Yunhe Restaurant Group. Personal charisma plus 5%. I froze. Yunhe Restaurant Group? The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. 30% ownership. How much could that be worth? A smirk crept onto my lips. Even without knowing the exact amount, it felt good. A deal well worth it. Half an hour later, Su Xinqing woke up. Seeing me, she froze for a moment. Memories of last night rushed into her mind, and her face turned bright red. Where are you running off to? I teased, pulling her into my arms. I wasn't running. Does it hurt? I asked. She nodded slightly, a little. I kissed her forehead. You worked hard last night. My hands wandered restlessly, sliding from her waist upward. Yangji. She trembled softly. Leaning close to her ear, I whispered, Don't worry, I'll be gentle. She tried to push me away, but her strength was gone. By 11:40, almost noon, Su Xinqing lay limp on the bed again. Are you hungry? I can't move, it hurts. She said pitifully. Guilt pricked at my heart. Last night, I had indeed pushed too far. I ordered takeout and bought some ointment. What's this for? To help with the soreness, I told her. Her face flushed. I could do it myself. How are you going to apply it if you can't even see? Lie down. After eating, I asked her, Why don't you move in here for good? Move in? She asked, surprised. Yes, don't bother packing. Just leave it to me. Her face warmed, and she nodded obediently. Okay. I got up, ready to leave. You're leaving? She asked, reluctant. I'll come back tomorrow. Get some rest. Driving away in my X5M, I felt great. The 3 consecutive tasks challenge was complete. I now owned 30% of Yunhe Restaurant Group, and my charisma had increased by 5%. This was absolutely a win. 20 minutes later, I arrived at Yunxi residence. Chen Xuemiao was sprawled on the bed watching dramas. I patted her shoulder. Yangji, she exclaimed, leaping into my arms. Why so enthusiastic? I missed you. Her voice was soft and sweet. Give me a kiss, I said. Her face turned pink as she gently pecked my cheek. Good girl. Yangji, I've tidied up the house for you. I even bought all your favorite foods. Warmth flooded my heart. You've worked hard. Suimia, I want to have a child with you. Her face instantly turned crimson. I want that too. Silently, I asked the system, will it work this time? Target has not yet become pregnant. Keep trying. Failed again. That one time with Zhao Yakin must have been sheer luck. My phone rang. A call from Lu Qian. Chen Xuemiao panicked. Answer it, I said with a smile. Suimia, does Wang Yang even have money? Lu Qian mocked on the other end. I gestured for her to play along. No, he doesn't have any money, she replied. Lu Qian laughed mockingly. I told you, pretending to be some big shot. She hung up. Tears brimmed in Chen Xuemiao's eyes. Yangji, you're so bad. I laughed. What? Isn't it a little exciting? She bit her lips silently. Seeing her like that, I rolled over and pinned her down. I didn't do well just now. Let's go again. She gasped, but her protest was swallowed by my kiss. Meanwhile, Lu Qian tossed her phone aside, laughing smugly. That faker, renting cars, borrowing houses, posting on his moments to show off. She recalled seeing me at the dealership with the black X5M and had momentarily believed I'd struck it rich. Good thing I stuck with young Master Zhang. He's so much better. The door opened, and Zhang Xiao entered carrying a black bag. Lu Qian immediately put on her sweet voice. Young Master Zhang, what about that bag you promised? Zhang Xiao smirked, grabbing her waist. Serve me well, and you'll get it. He opened the bag. It was filled with whips and candles. Lu Qian's face went pale. What is this? Something to make you feel real good, Zhang Xiao sneered. I don't want this. She edged back nervously. You don't want it? Zhang Xiao bellowed. She remembered what her friends had warned her. Rich second-gents have bad tempers. Don't piss them off. Gritting her teeth, she relented. Kneel, Zhang Xiao ordered, pointing to the ground. Trembling all over, Lu Qian slowly knelt. That's a good girl. Zhang Xiao pinched her chin. If you want to stay with me, you'd better behave. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. She thought about what Chen Xuemiao had said. Does he even have money? Good thing Wang Yang was still just a broke loser. Otherwise, she'd be kicking herself to death. The next morning, I woke up feeling sore all over. Last night, I had spent the entire evening helping Chen Xuemiao. System, do we have a child yet? Not pregnant. Keep trying to. Still no success. This probability is ridiculously low. Conception is not guaranteed. Don't rush to. Consolation prize. 1 million credited to your account. Thanks. Chen Shuimiao woke beside me. Yangji, why are you staring at me like that? Nothing, just thinking. I reached out and patted her head. My phone buzzed with a message from Zhao Yakin. Xiaoyang, the water pipe burst. Can you come take a look? On my way. I'm heading over to Yakinjia's to check on her broken pipe, I told Shuimiao. She looked reluctant. You're leaving already? Be good. I'll take you out for Japanese tonight. Her eyes lit up. Really? That's awesome. An hour later, I arrived at Zhao Yakin's house. She opened the door, bare-faced but looking much better than before. The kitchen pipe's leaking and the building management isn't responding, she explained. I asked the system, she's pregnant. It's fine if we get a little physical, right? The fetus is stable. Moderate intimacy is fine. Relieved, I got to work. A few minutes later, I had the pipe fixed. Xiaoyang, you're amazing. She looked at me with admiration. You must be hungry. Let me cook breakfast. She went to the balcony to hang clothes, bending over to pick them up. I walked over and hugged her from behind. Don't bend too long. You'll tire yourself out. Xiaoyang, her voice trembled. Yakinjia, I've missed you. But we just met yesterday. One day apart feels like forever. I rested a hand on her waist. You're so beautiful. I'm not young anymore. Even more stunning than younger girls. I leaned down to kiss her. Her eyes closed as she kissed me back. What if Qianqian comes back? She murmured nervously. She's with young Master Zhang right now. You're my woman, out in the open. I supported her as we moved to the bedroom. Sunlight spilled over her face, making her skin glow with a radiant blush. Hours later, the two of us lay entwined on the bed. We talked about many things. Our future, children, going home for the new year. She pointed to her lips. They're bruised, swollen. I chuckled. It's your fault. She said coyly, her cheeks tinted with shyness. I'll be gentler next time. She playfully poked my chest. You're my little troublemaker. Her voice softened, dripping with affection. I slid my hand to her stomach. What are you doing? She shuddered slightly. Without speaking, I gently caressed it. That feels weird, she mumbled, blushing. Just exploring. Fun to touch. What's so fun about it? I continued, filled with emotion. Within her was a child that we had created. I was going to be a father soon, and even sooner, I'd get my hands on 50 million. Seeing her flushed face, I spoke. Yakinjia, come home with me for the new year. You're home. Yeah, to meet my parents. Her face instantly paled before reddening, shaking her head. Xiaoyang, I can't. I need to visit my mother. Her health's been getting worse. I stayed silent for a moment, then pulled her closer. All right, go ahead. You're not mad, are you? What's there to be mad about? She's your mother. It's the right thing to do. Then we'll have to wait until after the new year to meet. After the new year, it is. You won't escape. I pulled out my phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. She stared at me, shocked. Xiaoyang, this. Take good care of yourself. Buy delicious food and new clothes. Her eyes grew red as she buried her face in my chest. Dusk fell as I left her home. The streets were decorated with red lanterns, festive warmth in the air. Driving along the riverside road, the nightscape outside the window was beautiful. But suddenly, I spotted a woman by the river. She wore a dark coat and stood by the guardrail, unmoving. As I drove, something felt off. Her foot was on the rail. Her body leaned precariously forward. I slammed on the brakes and bolted out of the car. She had already climbed atop the railing. Hey! I grabbed her arm and yanked her down. We both tumbled onto the ground. Let me go? Let me die. She struggled desperately. Pressing her shoulders, I finally saw her face clearly. It was so familiar. It was Wen Yulan, the woman who had helped me 3 years ago. Wenjia. She looked at me, dumbstruck. Wenjia, it's me, Wang Yang. Wang Yang. Yes, it's me. What happened to you? What's going on? She collapsed into my arms and began sobbing uncontrollably. I froze, letting her cry. Her trembling body soaked my shoulder with tears. As her sobs quieted, she suddenly let go, blushing with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Wenjia, there's no need for apologies. The wind's cold. Let's go somewhere warm. 20 minutes later, we were seated in a bar, tucked into a dimly lit corner. I ordered 2 drinks, and she fixed her hair, wiping away the remnants of her tears. Her makeup had smudged, but her natural beauty still shone through. The black form-fitting dress outlined her figure elegantly. Wenjia, what happened? My husband cheated on me, she rasped out. 5 years of marriage, and he's been sleeping with his intern for half a year. She took another sip of her drink. The house and car are under his name, and he's drained the savings. My younger sister's university tuition is still short by over 20,000. She covered her face and cried again. Wenjia, don't cry. I'm here for you. I'll help with the money, and I'll help you find work. She stared at me blankly. You'd help me? I nodded firmly. She stood up, walked around the table, and hugged me. Just then, the system's voice rang in my head. Target detected. Wen Yulan, 31 years old, composite score 91, suitable for conception. My heart skipped a beat. Another qualified target. Name, Wen Yulan. Age, 31. Appearance, 88. Figure, 91. Composite score, 89. Pregnancy potential, suitable. I looked at the woman in my arms, a smile curling at my lips. Once a gracious elder sister in my life, now discarded by a worthless man. A married woman, a whole new kind of experience. It's all right now. I'm here, I reassured her. She nodded tearfully, unaware of the calculations forming in my mind. How to make her mine. Wen Yulan down drink after drink. Yeah, that's enough. Let me drink. It numbs the pain. I gave him everything, and for what? I woke up early every day to make breakfast, waited up for him every night. And now, he's been screwing around with some shameless girl for 6 months. 2 glasses deep, her movements grew unsteady. Wang Yang, you're a good man, she slurred. You're so much better than that bastard. Wenjie, you're drunk. I'm not. I'm perfectly sober. The moment she finished her sentence, she collapsed into my arms. Good man. You're so good. Her face pressed against my chest as her eyes shut. The black knit dress clung to her, her curves vividly outlined. Under the dim light, her black stockings gleamed faintly. My breath quickened with a surge of restlessness. I smirked. It was the perfect opportunity. Gesturing for the waiter to bring the check, I helped Wen Yulan stand. Her body was as soft as a noodle, relying entirely on me for support. Half carrying her out of the bar, the cold December night wind cut through like a blade. She nestled into my arms, mumbling something incoherent. I carried her into the car and fastened the seatbelt. The black X5M sped into the night. 30 minutes later, we arrived at the Yuntian International Hotel. Helping her out of the car, she was so drowsy she could barely open her eyes. The receptionist gave Wen Yulan a knowing look, his gaze ambiguous. Sir, what type of room would you like? The presidential suite, I replied. The receptionist froze, his eyes lighting up. Penthouse, room 8888. Enjoy your stay, sir. His envy was written all over his face. The suite was opulent, the floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the city's sparkling lights. I laid her down on the bed. Her long, black-stockinged legs curled up, her dress crumpled. Just as I was about to take a shower, she grabbed my wrist. Don't go. Her voice was soft, laced with drunkenness. I'm not going. Just taking a shower. I'll be right back. 10 minutes later, I came out, a towel wrapped around my waist, and stopped in my tracks. She was lying on her side, her dress riding up. Her black stockings were wrinkled, a high heel dangling off her toe. Her neckline was loose, revealing a hint of purple lingerie. I felt my breath catch. I climbed onto the bed, drawing close to her, my hand resting on her stomach. I kissed her lips, warm, with the taste of alcohol. She opened her hazy eyes and murmured, Wang Yang. It's me, I whispered. You, why don't? I kissed her again. After pulling back, I looked at her. Wenjie, I've liked you for a long time. She looked stunned. Back when you helped me, I knew you were amazing. But you were someone else's wife then, so I kept my feelings hidden. My hand gently caressed her face. Now it's different. That bastard doesn't want you. I want you. Her eyes reddened. Wang Yang, we can't. Why not? I asked. I'm older than you. I've been married. I chuckled. So what? I like maturity. Leaning close to her ear, I whispered. Wenjie, don't think too much tonight. She trembled. Wang Yang, don't. Her voice was as soft as water. Wenjie, don't you like it? She gazed at me, closing her eyes slowly. This time, she didn't push me away. The next morning, sunlight streamed in, warm and gentle. Wen Yulan woke up to find herself resting against my chest. Her head throbbed, and her body ached. Lifting her head, she saw it was me. At first, she panicked, but then she relaxed. Ding. Target Wen Yulan successfully impregnated. Reward of 20 million has been deposited into your account. I was elated inside. Success. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head, flustered. Xiaoyang, let's just treat last night as a one-night stand. Forget about it. She tried to get up, but her legs gave out. I pulled her back into my arms and kissed her. When I let go, she was weakly leaning against me. Wenjie, you were amazing last night. Her face turned even redder. 5 years of a cold marriage, swept away in a single night. Wenjie, don't think about running. Stick with me, and you won't regret it. She nodded lightly. 2 hours later, Wen Yulan leaned into my arms, as soft as water. Her face was full of happiness. Xiaoyang, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for showing me that I can still feel so happy. I held her tightly. Wenjie, Divorce that useless husband as soon as possible. She froze for a moment. I won't allow my woman to be tied to another man, even in name. She nodded. All right, I'll do it now. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her husband. I agree to the divorce. I don't want anything. Let's finalize it tomorrow. Sent. That decisive? I asked. There's nothing to hold on to. Need my help? No need. He's probably eager for it. Once it's done, come find me. Why? She asked. I grinned and kissed her. To be my woman, and to be one every day. Her face reddened. You're so bad. What's wrong? Don't want to. I do. I got up. I have to go. So soon. Leaning down, I gave her a deep kiss. Call me once it's done. She nodded. I got dressed and headed for the door. Turning back, I looked at her one last time. When Yulon sat wrapped in the blanket, watching me leave. The door clicked shut, and the room fell silent. She leaned against the headboard, staring at the door for a long time. Slowly, she lay down, burying her face into the blanket. The blanket still carried my scent. 10 minutes passed, and there was no reply to her message. She smiled faintly, tossing her phone aside. No reply, huh? Fine. It'll be over tomorrow anyway. Finghua Town. A small restaurant. 4 dishes and a soup on the table, steam wafting upward. But the atmosphere was as cold as a winter wind. Wang Xiaohu sat with his head lowered, holding his chopsticks but not eating. Across from him was his girlfriend of 3 years, Qinyali. She wore a cream-colored down jacket and a black tight skirt, her makeup impeccable. Xiaohu, have you decided about the 388,000 yuan betrothal gift? Qinyali set her chopsticks down. Wang Xiaohu's hands trembled slightly. Yali, it's too much. I only earn 6 or 7,000 a month. Too much. Her voice rose. My best friend demanded 480,000. I'm only asking for 388,000. This money is for my mother's security. When you pursued me, you promised me a good life. What now? Wang Xiaohu's eyes turned red. I love you. Then why are you hesitating? She stared at him coldly. Wang Xiaohu took a deep breath. All right, 388,000. I'll figure it out. Qinyali's expression softened. And the gold jewelry, around 30,000. She picked up the leftover food she had packed and left without looking back. Wang Xiaohu sat at the empty table, staring into space for a long time. The next day, I drove to Zhao Yakin's apartment complex. Knocking on her door, she opened it in a cream-colored loungewear outfit. Xiaoyang, you're here again. She smiled gently. I stepped in and held her close. I missed you, but we just saw each other yesterday. She gently pushed me. I can't kiss my woman whenever I want. I kissed her. 10 minutes later, she changed into her clothes. A camel-colored cashmere coat and a black turtleneck dress. She looked stunning. You look amazing. I couldn't help but kiss her again. My lipstick's ruined. She glared at me playfully. Taking her hand, I led her out the door. Let's go. Time to buy New Year's goods. The mall was bustling, filled with the festive spirit of the approaching New Year. Zhao Yakin held onto my arm. Several men passing by couldn't help but steal glances at her. I wrapped my arm around her waist possessively. Stopping at the entrance of a gold store, I said, let's get some gold, something for my mom, and for you. For me. Her face reddened. You're my woman. I pinched her cheek. Inside the store, a saleswoman enthusiastically approached us. She brought out several bracelets for her to try on. I'll take them all, I said. Zhao Yakin was stunned. All of them? Yeah, they look great on you. Nearby, a couple watched us. The woman looked envious. The man hesitated over a 2,000 yuan ring and didn't buy it in the end. I swiped my card and took her hand as we walked out the door. Our fingers interlocked tightly. Suddenly, coming towards us were Lu Qian and Zhang Xiao. Lu Qian stopped in her tracks and stared at us intensely. She saw me holding her mother's hand. Her face changed drastically, and she rushed over. Zhao Yakin, what the hell are you doing? That's the man I dumped. Where's your shame? She raised her hand, ready to slap Zhao Yakin. Zhao Yakin froze on the spot. My eyes became sharp as I fixed them on Lu Qian's hand. I lifted my leg and kicked. Bang! The kick landed squarely on her stomach. Lu Qian flew backward, fell to the ground, and slid over a meter away. Clutching her stomach, she curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. The surrounding crowd was stunned. Zhang Xiao stood nearby, motionless. Through her tears, Lu Qian glared at me. How dare you hit me? I looked at her coldly. So what if I did? Want to try laying a hand on her again? She wanted to curse me out, but the pain muted her voice. She turned her pleading eyes toward Zhang Xiao for help. Zhang Xiao stood there with his hands in his pockets, a smirk on his face. Lu Qian's heart sank entirely. Zhao Yakin finally spoke, her voice icy. Lu Qian, that's enough. I raised you for over 20 years, and you want to hit me? Lu Qian sneered. You think you deserve to call yourself my mother? Being with Wang Yang. Do you even have any shame? Zhao Yakin was trembling all over. He treats me well, cherishes me. And you? You dumped him for being poor. She pointed at Zhang Xiao. Does he treat you well? Does he see you as a person? Zhang Xiao's expression shifted. Zhao Yakin continued. I've seen the marks on your neck. You kneel and grovel before him. Then come home and boss me around. Lu Qian started sobbing. And what does he see you as? A plaything. I taught you to have self-respect and dignity. Look at what you've become. Lu Qian squatted on the ground, covering her face and crying. She snuck a glance at me. I held several heavy bags in my hand, all marked with the logo of a jewelry shop. Lu Qian froze. She suddenly thought of that BMW X5M on her social media feed. She thought of that upscale takeout spread, that luxury apartment complex. She had assumed it was all fake. But now, watching me walk out of the jewelry store, the bags weighing heavily, the gold couldn't possibly be fake. She panicked. Could it all be real? The car? The house? By Zhao Yakin's side, her hand adorned with a new gold bracelet. And Lu Qian? Kneeling on the ground. I couldn't feel more satisfied. Zhao Yakin protecting me publicly made my heart even warmer. I gripped her hand tightly. Lu Qian, trembling with anger, stood up and pointed at Zhao Yakin. You're not my mother. Zhao Yakin hesitated, letting the words settle. You're right. You're not my daughter. Lu Qian was stunned. What? You were adopted. Zhao Yakin's tone was calm. I found you at the hospital door, in a cardboard box, wrapped in a rag. I raised you for over 20 years, and this is how you repay me. Lu Qian's face turned as white as paper. Her world crumbled. I took a step forward, looking down at her. Lu Qian, you looked down on me when I was poor. And now, following him, what has he given you? Was it a 5,800 yuan meal? Or making you kneel like a dog? Zhang Xiao's face turned dark. I shook the gold bracelet in my hand. Your mother's with me. Gold, clothes, whatever she wants. And you? Have nothing. I wrapped an arm around Zhao Yakin. Let's go. Zhang Xiao said coldly. Stop. I turned around. Think you can just leave after hitting my woman? I laughed. Your woman? Even hitting a dog requires looking at its owner. My dad's the police chief's friend. Getting you locked up would take minutes. Suddenly, I heard a system notification in my mind. Ding. Reward. Plus 100 favorability with City Government Secretary General Chao Yun. Secretary General of the City Government? That's several ranks above a police chief. Mocking, I sneered. A police chief? That's nothing impressive. Go ahead. Call him. Let's see who takes action first, him or you. Zhang Xiao's face turned a deep shade of anger, but didn't take a step forward. I turned and walked off decisively. Lu Qian rushed after me. Wang Yang. She fell to her knees. The crowd gasped. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. She reached for the hem of my pants, but I avoided her grasp. 3 years of love, and you're this heartless? I chuckled. 3 years of love. You said poor men don't deserve relationships. They'll always be crushed beneath others. And now you want to talk about love with me? Her sobs grew louder. I'll do anything you want. Let's start over. I pulled Zhao Yakin closer. And what about her? Lu Qian glanced at Zhao Yakin and clenched her teeth. She can be with us too. I raised an eyebrow at her. What do you mean? Lu Qian's voice trembled. You can make my mom your woman too. I'll be the lesser one. Both of us, serving you together. The crowd exploded. Holy crap, has she lost her mind? With her mom? Together? Lu Qian knelt. Her face flushed red. She's not my real mom anyway. She said I was adopted. No blood relation. She raised her teary eyes to me. Wang Yang, is that okay? I'll be the lesser one. I'll obey you no matter what. I looked down at her. The woman who had dumped me for being poor. Now kneeling, begging me. Even wanting to serve me together with her mother. The satisfaction was indescribable. I couldn't help but laugh. Lu Qian, do you know what you look like right now? She looked at me, confused. Like a dog. Lu Qian's face turned ghostly pale. No, even a dog is better than you. At least a dog has some dignity. Tears streamed down her face like rain. I wrapped an arm around Zhao Yakin and turned to leave. Lu Qian scrambled to her feet and chased after me. Wang Yang, don't leave. I was wrong. You can hit me, curse me, anything. I turned back, expression cold. Let go. She clung to me tightly. I raised my leg as if to kick her. Startled, she let go immediately. I walked away with Zhao Yakin in my arms, taking large strides. The onlookers exchanged whispered comments. Serves her right for chasing wealth. Regret won't change anything now. Zhang Xiao gave her a hard kick on her backside. Shameless piece of trash. She was knocked into a pillar. Staggering up, she hung her head and followed after Zhang Xiao. After a few steps, she looked back. But Zhao Yakin and I were long gone. The sun shone brightly. I drove with one hand on the wheel, a smile on my lips. Zhao Yakin sat in the passenger seat, holding the bag filled with gold. Her face was beaming with happiness. What are you smiling about? She shook her head, gazing out the window. The image of Lu Qian kneeling replayed in her mind. More than 20 years of raising her. And she turned out to be nothing but an ungrateful wolf. She turned her head to look at me. The sunlight fell on my face. What are you thinking about? I figured it out. Some people aren't worth it. I held her hand tightly. Then don't think about them. The car stopped at the entrance of a couple's restaurant. The doorway was covered with heart-shaped stickers. Zhao Yakin froze. I wrapped my arm around her waist. A couple's restaurant. Never been, have you? Her face flushed. When she was young, lack of money kept her away. After becoming a widow, no one brought her here. Xiaoyang, at my age? What age? In my eyes, you're more beautiful than any young girl. Her face reddened even more. Once inside and seated, the server complimented her, calling her beautiful, and said we were a great match. She couldn't help but feel a secret joy. At the next table, some young women stole glances at her. Even passing men turned to look. I held her tighter. Let them look. After all, you're mine. She replied sweetly. So overbearing. I planted a light kiss on her lips. But there are so many people. So what? You're my woman. She buried her flushed face against my shoulder. But the smile at her lips couldn't be hidden. After the meal, stepping outside, the sunlight was warm and mellow. Anywhere else you'd like to go? Just home. I'm tired. I took her back to her building. We kissed in the car for a while before she stepped out, her face red. She turned back to wave at me before quickly going inside. I waited until her figure disappeared before I started the car. Instead of looking for Su Xinqing, I went directly to a liquor store. Boss, do you have He Tianxia cigarettes? Yes. How many packs? 10 cartons. The shopkeeper was startled. 10 cartons. And 10 cartons of 95s as well. The shopkeeper looked at my luxury car and understood. Also, give me 2 cases of Maotai Feitian. That'll be 58,600. I scanned the QR code and paid, filling the trunk with my purchases. Meanwhile, in an old residential area, Wang Xiaohu stood downstairs staring at the 4th floor's east apartment, Qinyali's home. He carried the cigarettes and liquor and climbed the stairs, knocking on the door. Chen's mother opened it, letting him in only after seeing the gifts he had brought. The living room was shabby. Chen's father was smoking, and Qinyali was playing on her phone. Everything she wore and used came from him. Have you prepared the bride price? Chen's mother asked. I've scraped together all 388,000 yuan, he said, presenting a bank card. Chen's father spoke. Living costs have risen. It's now 488,000. Wang Xiaohu froze, staring at Qinyali. She cracked sunflower seeds, not even looking up. What happened to 388,000? Raising a daughter all these years. What's another 100,000? Chen's mother said angrily. If you can't meet the price, then leave. Chen's father slammed the table. He looked at Qinyali. What do you say? Just find a way to gather more, she said indifferently. His heart turned cold. 488,000. I don't have it. Then why are you still here? Get lost. He stood in the doorway. Everything valuable on you, I bought. When I was sick, where were you? When my parents were ill, did you care? Qinyali's face turned red. I'm just listening to my mother. Fine. Wait for the fool who'll pay you 488,000. He slammed the door and left. Leaning against the wall in the hallway, his eyes were red. He got into his car and lit a cigarette. Memories of 3 years of frugality and his parents' sacrifices flooded back. All for what? He laughed, eyes glistening, not from sorrow, but relief. No marriage, then. Starting the car, he felt an unprecedented lightness. On the top floor of the Yuntian International Hotel, I pushed open the door. Su Xinqing was curled up on the sofa, watching a show. Yang Ji, she exclaimed, throwing herself into my embrace. Staggering back a step from her impact, I smiled, holding her waist. Missed me that much? Her face pressed against my chest as she softly whined. Missed you terribly. I pinched her cheek. Lost weight. No, just missing you. We sat together on the sofa. Her arms around my neck. Her eyes sparkled. I kissed her lightly. She didn't pull away but leaned in closer on her own. So forward today? I missed you, she murmured softly. After the kiss, we were both catching our breath. She nestled into my arms, her face still crimson. Had dinner yet? No, I was waiting for you. What if I hadn't come? But you would come. I ordered seafood, lamb chops, pasta, and pizza. The food arrived in 40 minutes. She fed me while watching the movie. Yang Ji, try this. Casually, I pinched her waist, making her shiver. Yesterday was the gentle Zhao Yakin. The day before, the passionate Qin Suimia. Today, the pure Su Xinqing. Each one with their own unique charm. This is what life is like for someone with money. After the movie, she rubbed her full stomach. So full. I whispered by her ear. Time for me to eat, don't you think? Her face instantly flushed. Go shower first. Will it be okay after I shower? She nodded. There's a little surprise. I headed into the bathroom as her heartbeat quickened. She opened a box, taking out an outfit she'd discreetly purchased. Am I really going to wear this? It's so embarrassing. With only a towel around me, I came out to find the room empty. Xinxing. The door opened, and she stepped in. A white blouse, black pencil skirt, black stockings, and heels. She wore glasses and couldn't meet my gaze out of nervousness. Yangji, what do you think? I tilted her chin up. I like it. Pulling her into my embrace, I laid her down on the bed. Her long, stocking-clad legs curled up, the skirt riding higher. 2 buttons of her blouse were undone. This outfit is irresistible. Her face turned crimson. As long as you like it. I kissed her neck. She trembled, clutching the bedsheets tightly. Let it out. She shook her head. I patted her thigh. Will you call out? Yangji. Call me husband. Who husband? She whispered faintly. Husband. Can't hear you. Husband. This time, it was clear. The night was an endless entanglement. The next morning, she was still in my arms, hair disheveled, and her body marked by the passion of the night. System, was it successful this time? Not yet successful. Please keep trying. Still no success. Zhao Yakin, Chen Suimia, Su Xinqing. Only 2 had conceived. The reward money of 40 million was almost half spent. Buying properties, transferring money, buying gifts, the funds dwindled fast. I needed to ensure my parents lived comfortably, build a villa for the family in the village. Everything depended on getting more women pregnant. I sighed, looking at the sleeping Su Xinqing. Her face still carried a faint blush. I gently pinched her cheek. Yangji. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, speaking softly and lazily. I smiled. Awake. She nodded, nestling into my arms. Xinqing. Why are you so disappointing? When will you finally give me a child? She froze, staring up at me. Yangji, that's not entirely up to me. I sighed again. Maybe it's because you're the one not doing enough. She muttered quietly. My gaze darkened as I pulled her back into my arms when she tried to escape. Trying to run? And no, she stammered. I bit her earlobe, and her resistance melted away. Yang, please. I just woke up. Seems like you need some discipline. I'm sorry. Too late. I flipped her onto the bed, pinning her beneath me. 3 hours later, Su Xinqing lay on the bed, completely spent, her entire body aching with exhaustion. Yang, you're too much. Her voice was hoarse and frail. Leaning against the headboard, I smiled smugly. Still think it's not my fault. I won't say it again, never again, she quickly relented. Good girl. I stroked her hair gently. Suddenly, the system notification sound rang. Congratulations to the host. Su Xinqing has successfully conceived. A reward of 20 million has been credited to your account. My eyes lit up. Finally succeeded. I hugged Su Xinqing tightly in my arms. Yang, what's going on? She asked, looking up at me. Xinqing, you're incredible, I said, grinning. She froze, confused. Leaning down, I kissed her hard. Stay here for the next few days. No wandering around. Okay. She nodded but hesitated for a moment. Yang, I want to go home for the new year. Home? Yes. I haven't seen my parents for a year. After some thought, I realized it was only human to feel that way. All right, when will you leave? In a couple of days. I'll stay with you until then. Fine. I'll take you when it's time. She kissed me lightly, smiling. Thank you, Yang. I patted her on the backside. I'm heading out. She burrowed into the quilt, leaving only her face showing as she gazed at me with watery eyes. I got dressed and turned back to look at her once more before leaving. Her smile was so sweet. An hour later, a black X5M cruised along the main road. With another 20 million added to my account, I now had over 30 million. But it still wasn't enough, not nearly enough. With Zhao Yakin, Wen Yulan, and Su Xinqing all pregnant now, only Chen Shuimiao was left. Time to step up my game. System. At your service, host. Did I achieve the 4-hit combo? Where's my reward? The system went silent for a few seconds. Scanning, confirmed. Apologies for the delay, as I was busy monitoring nighttime activities. My lips twitched. And the reward? Congratulations. You've acquired 100% ownership of Shunda Car Rental Company. It is the largest car rental firm in Fenghua County, with over 80 vehicles and an annual revenue of 20 million Da. The ownership transfer is complete, and the documents are stored in the system space. I was momentarily stunned. Fenghua County, my hometown. Shunda Car Rental, the biggest in the county, handling weddings, business trips, and self-driving rentals. Its business was thriving. And now, 100% ownership was mine. I laughed. Perfect timing for the new year at home. With a company in hand, everything would be more convenient. Pressing on the accelerator, the car roared ahead. My phone buzzed when Yulan had sent a message. Xiaoyang, the divorce is finalized. Can you come pick me up? Attached was her location. A smirk crept onto my face. Wenjie is handled as well. I replied, on my way. Turning the steering wheel, the X5M veered onto another road. In an old housing complex in the eastern part of the city. When Yulan stood in the middle of the living room, taking one last look at the place she had lived for the past 5 years. The decor was outdated, an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. The wedding photo had been removed, leaving only a pale outline on the wall. She was there to pack her belongings. The divorce papers had been signed, the end of it all. She was dressed in a black knit dress and a camel-colored coat left unbuttoned, paired with black stockings and short boots. Bending down, she folded clothes neatly into a suitcase. Behind her, footsteps approached. Lisan stood by the doorframe. Packing quickly, huh? When Yulan ignored him, continuing with her task, Lisan stared at her back. It had been 5 years. 5 years of her taking care of him without complaint, cooking, doing the laundry, waiting for him to come home. But he had grown tired of her. The women outside were younger. They knew how to act coy and flattering. Yet now, as he watched her bent over, her curves outlined against her outfit, something sparked in him. Yulan, he called. She raised her head, her expression cold. Annoyed, Lisan spoke. Do you know why I don't like you anymore? She didn't reply. You can't lay eggs. 5 years and no pregnancy. My mom's been nagging her head off. The one outside? She's 3 months along already. The problem's you. When Yulan's face paled, her grip on the clothes tightening until her knuckles turned white. Lisan, do you know why I can't get pregnant? He froze. Because you're the one who's incapable. Lisan's face turned beet red. That woman out there? She's lying to you. She's taking your money while fooling around with someone else. I have proof. Rubbish. Don't believe me? Go check her prenatal records. Were they done at the People's Hospital? Lisan raised his hand to strike her. She didn't flinch, staring at him coldly. His hand froze midair, and he didn't dare to lay it down. Gritting his teeth, he stormed out. When Yulan watched his retreating figure, her heart calm. Her thoughts wandered to Wang Yang, the man whose eyes held nothing but her. From now on, follow me. I'll make sure you're never wronged. His words echoed in her ears, and a faint smile touched her lips. She continued packing, bending down to retrieve clothes from the drawer. The black dress hugged her frame tightly. Her slender waist and round hips were perfectly shaped, while her legs, wrapped in black stockings, appeared straight and enticing. Lisan reappeared. This time, he stood in the doorway, his eyes glued to her. 5 years of marriage, and he had never truly noticed her beauty. Today, it struck him like a thunderbolt. His gaze burned with intensity as he stepped into the room, closing the door softly behind him. When Yulan turned to look at him, her brows furrowing. Ignoring him, she resumed her packing. Lisan moved closer, step by step, until he wrapped his arms around her from behind. When Yulan stiffened instantly and began to struggle. Lisan, let go. He leaned close to her ear, breathing heavily. Yulan, I regret it. Are you insane? Let me go? You're disgusting. His hands became unruly, sliding around her waist as he licked her neck. Her eyes reddened with anger. If you don't let go, I'll scream for help. Who'll hear you? This is my house. He turned her around, pressing her against the cupboard and pinning her hands down. Let's remarry, Yulan. You're so much prettier than that other woman. In your dreams. Her phone rang. The screen lit up. Xiaoyang. Lisan's face darkened. He grabbed the phone and smashed it to the ground with all his strength. The screen shattered. You're having an affair. Who the hell is Xiaoyang? We're divorced. I'm free. Divorced or not, you're still mine. He tossed her onto the bed and pounced on her. Downstairs. I parked the car and called her, but no one answered. My face darkened as I sprinted up to the 4th floor. The door was ajar, and from inside came cries. Let me go, you beast. Followed by heavy breathing. My mind buzzed, and I kicked the door wide open with one savage blow. The living room was empty. The sounds were coming from the bedroom. I charged over and kicked the door open with all my might. The scene before me made my vision blaze red. When Yulan was lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray. Her black stockings were torn, exposing her thighs. She was struggling desperately, pushing against the man on top of her. Lisan was pressing her down, pinning her wrists. With the other hand, he was tearing at her clothes. I rushed over, grabbed Lisan, and yanked him off. A punch landed squarely on his face. He crashed into the wall and slid to the floor, clutching his nose and screaming in pain. I kicked him hard in the stomach. He curled up on the floor, groaning in agony. I grabbed him by the hair and threw another punch. You want to die? Lee San's face was covered in blood. When he saw me, he froze. You, who are you? I punched him again. I'm her man. Lee San was stunned. Her man? When Yulan's man? I stepped on his face with my foot. Did you touch her just now? No. I didn't do anything. I pressed down harder. When Yulan is mine. If you dare touch her again, I'll kill you. Lee San trembled with fear. I won't dare anymore. I turned towards the bed. Yulan was sitting there, her eyes red. Xiaoyang. I pulled her into my arms. She leaned against me, trembling as she cried. I patted her back. It's okay now, I'm here. She cried even harder. When she finally stopped crying, I wiped her tears. Can you walk? She nodded. I draped my jacket over her shoulders. Glancing back at Lee San, I saw him cowering in the corner, his face bloody and shaking all over. I'll spare you today. Next time, I'll finish you. I supported Yulan as we left. Downstairs, my X5M was parked there. Helping her into the passenger seat, I buckled her seatbelt. She leaned against the seat, her eyes still red. Her hair was disheveled, her black stockings torn. It was heartbreaking to look at her. I started the car and drove out of the neighborhood. She gazed out the window, silent. After a while, she turned to look at me. Xiaoyang. I glanced at her. Her eyes were full of gratitude and affection. She unfastened her seatbelt and leaned over. The next moment, she kissed me. Not a light kiss, but a trembling, passionate one with warmth. My grip on the steering wheel tightened. The car swayed slightly, but I steadied it. She didn't stop, cradling my face as she continued to kiss me. I felt my heart stir. Finding a safe spot, I pulled over. As soon as the vehicle stopped, she climbed onto my lap. The driver's seat was cramped, making it all the more intimate. I wrapped my arms around her waist as she held my face. Our kiss deepened, her tears even slipping into my mouth, salty. My hand slid down, brushing against her thigh. She shivered slightly, but didn't pull away. Instead, she pressed closer. I kissed her cheeks, then her neck. She tilted her head back, letting out soft sounds. I don't know how much time passed before it ended. She rested against me, panting. Her face was flushed, her eyes tearful, her lips slightly swollen. I looked down at her. You're pregnant. Leaning too long might be tiring. I held her up gently. Her face turned red. Chun Shuimiao kissed my cheek with a loud moi. Brother Yang, you're playing favorites. I chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right, I'll hold you too. Pulling her close, she traced circles on my chest in a playful manner. The room was warm and cozy. I noticed Yulan's torn black stockings. Sister Yulan, I'll buy you some that won't rip. Her face turned even redder. I'll buy them myself. Chun Shuimiao suddenly piped up. Brother Yang, go take a shower. Just got back, all sticky. I blinked. Shower. She grabbed Yulan's hand. I brought a new shower gel. It smells great. The two of them walked to the bathroom door. Chun Shuimiao turned back, grinning. Brother Yang, just wait. The door closed. I laughed. All right, I'll wait. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. I scrolled through my phone. Zhao Yakin asked if I had gotten home. I replied, yes, I'll be back once I'm done. Su Xinqing said she missed me. I replied, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Putting my phone down, I listened to the noises from the bathroom. They seemed to be chatting happily. The sound of water stopped. Chun Shuimiao shouted, Brother Yang, close your eyes. What's with the surprise? Quick, don't peek. I closed my eyes. I heard footsteps and the sound of towels. Sister Wen's hair isn't dry. I'll blow dry it myself. He's happy to help. All right, you can open your eyes now. I opened my eyes and was stunned. When Yulan was wearing an off-white loungewear set. Her black hair hung loose, still damp. Her face was flushed as she nervously clutched the hem of her dress. Chun Shuimiao was in pink bunny pajamas. With her twin ponytails, she looked as sly as a little fox. One was gentle, the other playful. My heart melted. When Yulan lowered her head. Don't look at me like that. I'm worried about getting the bed wet. Chun Shuimiao spun around. Do I look good? You bought me this new sleepwear, hee. I said, you look great. When Yulan asked softly, what about this set? Do you like it? I pulled her waist gently. I like all of it. Chun Shuimiao leaned closer. Brother Yang, pillow fight. I laughed. I moved Yulan aside, worried she might get hit. Grabbing a pillow, I joined in. Chun Shuimiao hit Yulan lightly first. I tossed the pillow at Chun Shuimiao. She dodged with a giggle. The room was filled with laughter. We were a chaotic mess. 2.5 hours later. The bed was a disaster. The blanket was on the floor, and pillows were scattered everywhere. I lay in the middle. On one side was Yulan. Her loungewear was wrinkled, her hair a mess, and her face buried in a pillow. On the other side was Chun Shuimiao. Her bunny hood was askew, her forehead soaked with sweat, completely exhausted. When Yulan uttered weakly, Xiaoyang, You're too intense. Chun Shuamiao grumbled. I shouldn't have provoked you. I leaned against the headboard. Do you admit defeat? When Yulan nodded. Chun Shuamiao gave me a thumbs up. I admit it. Brother Yang is too strong. I laughed. Not even close. My waist ached slightly. I internally cursed the system. This so-called enhancement is useless. Ding. Hidden achievement. Warm-hearted patriarch. Reward, golden physique. Stamina increased by 300%. Eternal endurance. My eyes lit up. Eternal endurance? Triple stamina? System, does this mean I'll never get tired again? Correct. Peak stamina, forever. I broke into a grin. Now there's nobody I'd fear. When Yulan's hand started tracing circles on my chest, Chun Shuamiao's little foot brushed against my leg. I smirked. Aren't you both tired? When Yulan kept her eyes closed, her fingers continuing to draw circles. Tired, but lying in your arms is comfy. Chun Shuamiao mumbled, her foot still moving mischievously. Let me rest here. Brother Yang, it's harder for you, facing us both. I pulled the two of them closer with a chuckle. Then rest a bit longer. When Yulan shifted in my arms, finding a comfortable position, Chun Shuamiao's foot grew even bolder. A few seconds passed. When Yulan's hand slid to my waist, giving a gentle pinch. Chun Shuamiao's foot moved from my calf up to my thigh. I thought you were tired. When Yulan blushed and tried to pull her hand away, I caught her hand, refusing to let go. Chun Shuamiao tried to pull her foot back, but I grabbed her ankle. If you still have energy, shall we go another round? When Yulan's eyes widened. Again, Chun Shuamiao panicked. Brother Yang, I can't take it anymore. I was wrong. Too late. I scratched Wen Yulan's waist, and she laughed as she nestled into my arms. Xiaoyang, I really can't take it anymore. Chun Shuamiao tried to run away, but I pulled her back. Why are you running? Give me a shoulder massage. She tried to say something, but a quick tickle made her collapse onto the bed, laughing uncontrollably. The laughter went on for a long while. As darkness fell, the three of us lay sprawled on the bed. When Yulan was so tired she couldn't lift her arms. Chun Shuamiao fell asleep instantly. With one in each arm, I closed my eyes with a deep sense of satisfaction. The next morning, sunlight poured in, warm and golden. When Yulan was sleeping soundly, her hair a mess, Chun Shuamiao was curled up in a ball, the hood of her bunny pajamas tilted sideways. I gently patted Wen Yulan on the shoulder. She opened her eyes groggily. Then, I tapped Chun Shuamiao. Yangji, what are you doing? The sun's shining on your back already. When Yulan blushed and buried her face in the pillow, Chun Shuamiao snuggled into my arms. Morning, Yangji. I ruffled Wen Yulan's hair. Xiaoyang, stop. Why? You won't even let me touch you first thing in the morning. My legs are sore from running too much last night. Chun Shuamiao nodded in agreement. I can't even straighten my back. I kissed Wen Yulan on the cheek, then pecked Chun Shuamiao on the lips. I'll be nice to you today. Let's go shopping. Shopping? For clothes and stockings. When Yulan hesitated. I think I'll pass. Chun Shuamiao held her hand and pouted. Sister Wen, come on. Yang Ji's paying. Unable to resist, when Yulan nodded. An hour later, at the mall entrance, when Yulan wore a cream-colored coat and a black turtleneck sweater, Chun Shuamiao sported a pink down jacket over a white sweatshirt. I had one of them on each arm. As soon as we walked in, every head turned toward us. A group of guys chatting suddenly fell silent. A couple, where the man stared, dumbstruck, left the girlfriend pinching him angrily. On the escalator, a middle-aged man was caught staring until his wife snapped him out of it with a slap. Wow, those two women are stunning. The one on the left has this incredible presence, and the one on the right is so pure and adorable. And they're both with the same guy? How does that happen? I felt a thrill of pride. Chun Shuamiao tilted her head confidently, even winking at a few young men nearby. Meanwhile, when Yulan kept her head down, her face flushed. Sister Wen, don't be nervous. I'm not used to this. You'll get used to it eventually. When Yulan glanced up at me, I gave her a gentle pat on the backside. Relax a little. She shivered all over, her face turning an even darker shade of red. Xiaoyang, cut it out. Chun Shuamiao laughed so hard, she almost bent over. Sister Wen, you're just too cute. We drew attention everywhere we went. The envious and jealous stares of men filled the air. Money truly is a wonderful thing. We walked into a women's clothing store. The sales assistant greeted us warmly. What would you like to look at, sir and madams? I pointed to a cream-colored knitted dress on display. That one, let her try it on. The saleswoman's eyes lit up as she nodded enthusiastically. Chun Shuamiao pulled Wen Yulan toward the racks. Sister Wen, this would look amazing on you. Your figure is so good. You'd look beautiful in anything. Wen Yulan was pushed into the fitting room, while Chun Shuamiao chose a few outfits for herself and followed suit. I sat on the sofa, waiting. A few minutes later, when Yulan stepped out, the cream knitted dress hugged her figure perfectly. A slim waist, curvy hips, a proud chest. The hem reached her calves, with a slit revealing her fair, slender legs. Every man in the store was dumbstruck. Boyfriends accompanying their girlfriends couldn't help but stare until they were snapped back to reality by a pinch. Even the saleswoman was amazed. It's absolutely stunning. Like it was tailor-made for you. When Yulan looked shyly at me, I stood up, overwhelmed by her beauty. You look amazing. Her face turned even redder. Really? I wrapped my arm around her waist. Really? Stunning. Then, I gave her a soft kiss. The men nearby turned green with envy. At this moment, Chen Shuimiao also walked out. A black miniskirt showcased her long legs, and her double ponytails gave off a mix of purity and allure. The men's jaws nearly dropped. She spun around in front of me. Yangji, how do I look? I patted her on the backside. Beautiful. Her cheeks turned red, but her smile was radiant. These 2 pieces, take them. Let's keep looking for more. We picked out a few more outfits. In the end, we bought 7 or 8 pieces. I swiped my card, 23,000 yuan without blinking an eye. We stepped into a jewelry store. Bracelets, bring out some of the nicest ones. The saleswoman brought out 3 gold bracelets. Chen Shuimiao picked up a thin one and compared it against her wrist. Does this look good? Yes, it does. What about this one? They're all good. Then I'll take them all. All right, all of them it is. I personally put one on when Yulan's wrist. She froze, her eyes watering slightly. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke the moment. Oh, isn't this when Yulan? When Yulan's face turned pale. It was Li San's mother. Beside her stood a young pregnant woman. Li's mother approached, her tone dripping with scorn. Just divorced my son, and you're already latching on to someone else? Her voice was intentionally loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the store. When Yulan clenched her fists, we're divorced. Whoever I'm with now is none of your business. None of my business? 5 years of not getting pregnant, and now you're off fooling around. The young woman caressed her belly smugly. Mom, don't bother with her. I wonder if this man knows she's barren. When Yulan's face went ghostly pale, her whole body trembling. Chen Shuimiao grabbed my hand. Yangji, let me handle this. She stepped forward, her smile delightfully sweet. 5 years without conceiving. But did you know that your son, Li San, is impotent and suffers from premature ejaculation? Li's mother's expression changed. What did you say? 5 years, and sister Wen didn't get pregnant. Did you really think it was her fault? Your son's been messing around with countless women outside. Did any of them get pregnant? Chen Shuimiao glanced at the young woman's belly. Oh, you're pregnant, are you? Are you sure the baby belongs to Li San? The young woman's face turned deathly pale. You're lying. Chen Shuimiao blinked innocently. Lying? Well, why don't you do a paternity test? Li's mother's expression darkened completely. At that moment, Li San walked in. When he saw me, he froze in place, instinctively taking a step back. Li's mother felt emboldened and yelled, Son, this wretch is insulting you. Li San didn't dare confront me. He could only direct his anger toward Wen Yulan, already with another man right after the divorce. Shameless. Chen Shuimiao sneered. Li San, wasn't it? You look like a clay pot, and you're impotent. Sister Wen stayed with you for 5 years. What a mistake. Li San's face turned crimson. He raised his hand to hit Chen Shuimiao. I grabbed his wrist midair. And what exactly do you think you're doing? I tightened my grip. Li San cried out in pain. Let go, let go. I didn't release him. Instead, I squeezed even harder. He bent over, wailing in agony. Li's mother panicked. Let go of my son. I shot her a cold glance. She immediately backed away. Finally, I released Li San. He clutched his wrist, beads of sweat covering his forehead. He didn't even dare to look me in the eye. I stared at Li San. Did you forget what I told you last time? Li San trembled. I didn't forget. Take your mom and that woman with you, and get lost. He dragged the 2 of them away in disgrace. When Yulan finally broke down, tears streaming, Chen Shuimiao hugged her. Big sister Wen, men like that aren't worth it. I pulled both of them into my arms. When Yulan looked up, Xiaoyang, thank you. I wiped away her tears. No need to be polite. Chen Shuimiao smiled brightly. Big sister Wen, from now on, we're sisters. As we continued shopping, I bought 3 gold bracelets. One for each of us, shining brilliantly. 60,000 yuan, and I didn't even blink. Outside a private room in a high-end restaurant, Lu Qian stumbled out disheveled. Our eyes met, and both of us froze. When she noticed the gold bracelet on Chen Shuimiao's wrist, her face twisted. Chen Shuimiao, you slut. Chen Shuimiao blinked innocently. Oh, long time no see. I asked you to test Wang Yang, and you dared to seduce him? Chen Shuimiao chuckled. Brother Yang is so good. Why wouldn't I? Look at the state you're in now. Zhang Xiao stormed out and grabbed Lu Qian by the hair, dragging her back inside. Lu Qian shrieked. Wang Yang, help me. I watched coldly on. Zhang Mingde cast a vicious glance at me. Mind your own business. The door slammed shut heavily, and faint, heart-wrenching cries sounded within. I turned away. Let's go eat. Inside the private room, I ordered a table full of good food. Chen Xuemiao picked up a piece of meat and held it to my lips. Brother Yang, try this. When Yulan hesitantly followed her, offering me a piece of fish. Her voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. When I placed my hand on her leg, she shuddered. Chen Xuemiao teased mischievously. Brother Yang, should we eat first or eat us first? Let's eat first. We'll talk after I'm full. Two women, one bold, one shy, each charming in her own way. As we continued shopping, I accompanied them to try on new pants. Chen Xuemiao slipped into a pair of tight jeans, leaning close to me and whispering, Brother Yang, whose do you like better? I like them both. Such a perfunctory answer. I fixed my gaze on her. Then what do you want to hear? Compliment me. You look fantastic in jeans. Your legs are so slender and long. Appeased, she kissed me on the cheek. When Yulan, wearing soft wide-leg trousers, looked just as stunning, gentle, and elegant. On the way home, both of them were worn out. Chen Xuemiao flopped onto the bed. So tired, when Yulan rubbed her stomach. I'm stuffed. I offered to massage their legs, but they refused. Brother Yang, you must be tired too. We'll do it ourselves. All right then, I decided to go out for some fresh air. The doorbell rang. When I opened the door, there stood a stranger, a woman around 25 or 26, dressed in yoga attire and slightly damp with post-workout sweat. I'm Lin Wan, your new neighbor from downstairs. My faucet's broken. Could you help me fix it? I nodded. Sure, let me take a look. Following her into her apartment, I noticed a few pieces of lingerie strewn on the sofa. Embarrassed, she quickly hid them behind her. I forgot to put them away. The faucet in the bathroom was dripping incessantly. I adjusted a few screws with a wrench. All set. As I was leaving, I accidentally stepped on some water and slipped. She instinctively tried to catch me, and we ended up colliding, me pressing her down, my face buried in her neck. Incredible softness. System recognition activated. Name, Luo Shiyun. Looks, 93. Figure, 96. Overall score, 95. My heart skipped a beat. Another promising target. She quickly pulled back, her cheeks scarlet. I'm so sorry. I smiled. I should be the one apologizing. I slipped. Luo Shiyun shook her head. It's fine. We stood at the bathroom door, a subtle tension between us. I looked at her. Let's exchange WeChat. That way, you can reach out directly if something happens again. She paused, then nodded. Okay. After scanning to add her, I noticed her profile picture was a cat, with the display name, Shiyun. All right then, I'll head back. I slipped my phone into my pocket. Thank you. She escorted me to the door. As the elevator doors closed, I leaned against the wall, gazing at the newly added contact. Luo Shiyun, 26 years old. Looks, 93. Body, a sensational 96. The memory of her softness and faint fragrance lingered. This woman, I had to have her. 20 minutes later, I was driving to the Cloud Sky International Hotel. Pushing open the door to the presidential suite, I found Su Xinqing curled up on the bed. As I walked closer, I noticed her staring blankly at the bedside table, wide awake. Brother Yang, you're here. She forced a smile. I sat on the edge of the bed and pulled her into my arms. What's wrong? It's nothing, she muttered softly. Hungry? Let's go eat. At the couple's restaurant, I sliced her steak and handed it over. Xinqing, tell me, what happened? She bit her lip. My family wants me to give them money, 400,000 yuan to buy a house for my brother. They even suggested I go on a blind date because some rich guy had his eye on me. My brows furrowed. Brother Yang, I didn't agree to it. Her eyes turned red as she clung tightly to my hand. I pulled out my phone and transferred 1 million yuan to her. Brother Yang, what's this? She looked at me in shock. It's for your brother's house. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I don't need your money. I never intended for you to pay. I held her close. I know. It just hurts inside. She rested against my chest. I know. I gently patted her back. After crying, she looked up, her tears still glistening and her eyes red but filled with a gentle smile. Thank you, Brother Yang. I kissed her forehead. No need to thank me. She leaned into my arms. In that moment, I knew. This woman would only ever belong to me. Then, unexpectedly, the system's voice echoed in my head. Su Xinqing's affection, 95, extreme devotion. Hidden reward triggered. Reward, master-level combat skills. Charm +5. A glowing screen appeared before me. Host, Wang Yang. Charm, 80, irresistible. Skills. Identification I. Master combat skills. My lips curled up in satisfaction. 80 charm points, plus master level combat skills now. If anyone dared to mess with me, I'd take them down without hesitation. Brother Yang, why are you smiling? Nothing. She blinked. You suddenly look even more handsome. I chuckled. I've always been handsome, haven't I? Her face turned red as she nestled into my chest. After dinner, we stepped outside into the neon-lit streets. I held her hand. Let's go for a walk. Under the soft, yellow glow of park lanterns, we sat on a bench. She rested against me, gazing at the stars. Brother Yang, the stars are beautiful. I looked at her instead. Her eyes were brighter than any star. I couldn't help but lower my head and kiss her. Brother Yang, there are people around. So what? Can't I kiss my woman? She closed her eyes and responded to my kiss. Then, footsteps echoed behind us. 6 or 7 thugs surrounded us. The bald-headed one leading them had a green dragon tattoo on his neck. Well, aren't you two lovebirds cozy, he sneered. Su Xinqing, terrified, hid behind me. The bald man stared at her with a disgusting grin. You're quite the catch, little lady. Not afraid to run into trouble. Coming out here at night? I spoke coldly. Get lost. His tone hardened. Still acting tough? This street belongs to us. Leave the girl. Let her come and play with us. The group of thugs laughed obscenely. Su Xinqing shook with fear, tears ready to fall. I turned back and reassured her softly. Don't be afraid. Then, I faced the bald-headed thug. This is your last chance. Leave. He scoffed. Oh, you don't know when to appreciate kindness, huh? Get him. A blonde thug launched a punch. I sidestepped, countering with a reverse punch. BM. He hit the ground. The second one, the third one. In less than a minute, they were all down on the ground. The bald thug's face turned pale as paper. I grabbed him by his collar. Who sent you? No one. A single punch slammed into his stomach. Talk. It was Zhang Mingde. Zhang Xiao sent us. Zhang Mingde? Him again. Tell him that if he messes with me again, he'll regret it. I turned back to Su Xinqing. She cried, trembling. Brother Yang, I was so scared. What's there to be scared of? I'm here for you. I held her close and took her back to the hotel. On the bed, she looked like a wounded kitten. Brother Yang, those people. Who did you cross this time? Don't think about it. I'll take care of it. But there were so many of them. I chuckled. Didn't you see how I handled them? I kissed her on the forehead. Be good, get some rest. She leaned into me and gradually drifted off to sleep. I stared at the ceiling. Zhang Mingde, this isn't over. Elsewhere, in an apartment, Zhang Mingde had just finished with Lu Qian. He lay sprawled on the bed, panting. Lu Qian's body was marked with bruises, handprints on her neck, bite marks on her shoulders. Zhang Mingde pinched her chin. Feeling wronged? Who'd want you besides me? Smile for me. She forced a grin, but it looked more like a grimace. He flung 2 stacks of cash at her. Here for you. Your performance with my friend last time wasn't half bad. Her face went ashen as she bent down to pick up the money. Suddenly, his phone rang. What? They were all taken down. Useless. All of you are useless idiots. He slammed the phone to the floor, face darkening as he sat at the edge of the bed. His gaze shifted to Lu Qian, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Lu Qian, do something for me. He handed her a bag of white pills. Go home and get your mom to drink this. She froze. My mom. Yes, Zhao Yakin. He thought of the woman he'd seen in a shopping mall. A beige coat, curves tempting. I won't agree. She's still my mom. Mom? Didn't she already say she doesn't treat you like a daughter? Wasn't she the one who told you that you were adopted? Lu Qian recalled those stinging words. Her face flushed red, then turned pale. If you do this, I'll buy you a car. 20,000 or under, your choice. Her eyes lit up. She thought about how her mom stole the man she'd set her sights on. Now her mom lived comfortably, while she groveled like a dog. All right, I'll do it. Zhang Mingde smirked, patting her cheek. That's my good girl. The next morning, when I opened my eyes, Xinqing's little face was right in front of me. She was lying on her side, propping her head up, watching me. How long have you been awake? Just now. I smiled. What are you staring at? Her cheeks flushed pink. At you. What's there to see about me? Brother Yang is the best to look at. I pulled her into my embrace, my hands softly stroking her back. Her body trembled slightly, but didn't pull away. Why are you so obedient today? She lifted her head and kissed me of her own accord. I was startled for a moment. So bold today? After breaking apart, I leaned toward her ear. Xinqing, are you wanting it? Her face turned completely red. No. No? Then why did you just kiss me? My hand continued to explore. If you want it, just say it. I don't mind at all. She buried her face in my chest, avoiding eye contact. I lowered my head and kissed her again, this time more passionately. 2.5 hours later, sunlight filled the room, making it bright. Xinqing lay motionless on the bed, too weak even to lift a finger. But her face glowed with happiness. I leaned back against the headboard, watching her. Still saying you didn't want it? Brother Yang, you're the worst. I pulled her back into my arms, and she nestled against me, soaking in the afterglow. Brother Yang, I want to go home today. Today? So soon. My parents are urging me to come back for the new year. All right, I'll take you. She kissed me lightly on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Yang. I gently patted her belly. Don't forget to go to the hospital for a checkup when you're back. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. At the train station, the crowd surged. I held her hand and walked her to the security checkpoint. Her eyes turned red. Brother Yang, I'm going to miss you. I wiped her tears. Come back soon after the new year. She stood on tiptoes to kiss me before turning and walking into the security area. Watching her vanish into the crowd, I smirked. This woman, she's becoming more charming by the day. In the afternoon, I drove my X5M back to my neighborhood. From a distance, I spotted a familiar figure. It was Luo Shiyun, wearing an off-white down jacket and a tight black skirt. Her curvaceous figure was on full display, though her face looked weary. Miss Luo, what a coincidence. She forced a faint smile. Hello, not feeling well. It's nothing. She was about to head inside, but I caught up. About yesterday when I helped fix your bathroom. Fancy treating me to a meal? After hesitating, she nodded. Sure now. Going out to eat feels insincere. How about cooking at home? I'll go with you to buy groceries. She glanced at my X5M, hesitated briefly, then said, okay. The confined car space was filled with her faint, captivating fragrance. I took a deep breath, feeling a surge of joy. How long have you lived here? More than half a year. By yourself? Yeah. I just moved in too. Since we're neighbors, we should look out for each other. She relaxed slowly, sneaking glances at me. At the supermarket, I picked out various spices, vegetables, and meats. The shopping cart quickly filled up. So much. I smiled. The kitchen's empty. It's good to stock up. Her cheeks turned red. Indeed, I had noticed her barren kitchen last time. Suddenly, a little boy charged over with a toy gun. I reacted quickly, pulling her into my arms. The boy crashed into a shelf and began wailing. She only then realized she was in my embrace. Her face pressed against my chest, and she could hear my heartbeat. She froze. It had been so long since she had been this close to a man. Are you all right? Her face immediately turned red as she quickly pulled away. I'm fine. I smiled at the boy's mother. No problem, as long as he's not hurt. Her heartbeat yet unsteady, she stole a glance at me. I adjusted my clothes, faintly smiling. That moment of holding her. My arms sturdy and my chest warm. Her face reddened again. Let's keep shopping. She nodded and followed, her thoughts preoccupied with the split second I had wrapped my arm around her waist. I pushed the cart ahead, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. Saving her was genuine, but the feel of it really was nice. A slender waist, a supple body. Perfect curves honed by yoga. Looking back at her, head lowered and cheeks flushed, her lashes trembling faintly. I smiled. Maybe tonight there'd be a chance. Passing the liquor section, she picked up a case of beer. You drink too? Not in a good mood today. I didn't ask further, and she scanned and paid. When we reached her door, she took out her keys. My place doesn't have men's slippers, so we're mine for now. She took out 2 pairs, one pink and one white. Why 2 pairs? I like to alternate them. The room was warm, filled with her scent. Neat and tidy, with no traces of anyone else living there. You sit first. I'll go make dinner. I sat on the sofa and scrolled on my phone. My gaze kept drifting toward the kitchen. It was an open-plan design, so I could see her back. A slim waist and round hips. The knit dress pulling out perfect curves. I swallowed and forced myself to look at my phone. She bent down to pick up a plate, and her peach-shaped backside was fully on display. My breathing grew heavier, and I quickly averted my eyes. Just then, Zhao Yakin sent a message. Xiaoyang, have you eaten? Not yet. I'm at a friend's place. What about you? Just finished making dinner. Are you busy? No. Miss me? She sent a shy emoji. Emma. I'll come see you in a couple of days. Okay, I'll wait for you. After chatting a few more lines with Xinqing, she had already arrived home. My dad and mom were very happy and asked how she was. She said it was pretty good and didn't say much else. I reminded her to rest well and not forget to go to the hospital. She replied, got it. Putting down my phone, my gaze drifted back toward the kitchen. Luo Shiyun was still busy, with a sizzle coming from the pan. The aroma drifted over. She turned back, and our eyes met. We both froze. Her face reddened, and she quickly looked away. I awkwardly coughed and lowered my head to look at my phone. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise. Yunshi Terrace, 28th floor. The sun was setting, and the last glow spilled into the living room. When Yulan was curled up on the sofa reading, Chen Shuimiao came out in a pink dress and sat beside her. Yulan, look at this video. She handed over her phone. It was a cat dancing. When Yulan smiled. So cute. Chen Shuimiao leaned against her and scrolled through videos. When Yulan helped tidy her hair. Yulan, I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead. Chen Shuimiao turned back. Want to shower together? When Yulan blushed. Tea together? The bathroom water was rushing loudly. When Yulan went in to get clothes, Chen Shuimiao was left in just her underwear and turned back with a smile. Are you showering too? We're both women. What's there to be afraid of? She took When Yulan's hand. Yulan, your figure is amazing. When Yulan shyly covered herself. Don't look around. Teach me, okay? How did you grow up so well? It's natural. Then I'm out of luck. Chen Shuimiao pulled her into the bathroom. We can shower together and scrub each other's backs. When Yulan blushed. I'm not used to it. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Hot water poured down. Chen Shuimiao helped scrub her back. Yulan, your skin is so smooth. When Yulan blushed. Don't touch randomly. Chen Shuimiao washed her hair too, her fingers massaging gently. Your hair is so black and shiny. What shampoo do you use? Just some random one from the supermarket. You really are naturally beautiful. When Yulan closed her eyes and enjoyed it. It had been a long time since she'd felt this warm. After showering, the two lay on the bed. Yulan, why are you so big? Chen Shuimiao leaned in and asked softly. When Yulan tapped her on the forehead. No more asking. Where are you planning to go in a few days? Back to my hometown to have a look. Back to your hometown. I haven't gone back since getting married. I want to see my parents. Chen Shuimiao took her hand. Take me with you. Won't you go back to your own home? My family keeps urging me to get married all the time. It's so annoying. Seeing her spoiled, coquettish look, when Yulan softened. All right, we'll go together. Chen Shuimiao threw herself into her arms. Yulan, you're the best. 25th floor, Unit 2503. The dining table was covered with dishes. Braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, garlic broccoli. The aroma was overwhelming. Luo Shiyun took off her apron and looked at me shyly. I just made some simple dishes. Try them. My eyes lit up. Simple? This is a feast. Way better than what I usually eat. Sister Shiyun blushed. Don't say that. I picked up a rib. It was tender and richly sauced, fatty but not greasy. Delicious. Sister Shiyun, your cooking is amazing. The corners of her mouth lifted. You're not just saying that to make me happy, right? I picked up a piece of fish. It was fresh and tender, with no fishy taste. Sister Shiyun, this is even better than my mom's cooking. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Stop praising me. I'm not praising you. I'm telling the truth. She lowered her head, feeling sweet inside. If it tastes good, then eat more. I smiled. Then I won't be polite. As I ate heartily, she sat across from me, occasionally looking up at me. This man really looked good even when eating, and he was handsome too. She shook her head, forcing down the wild thoughts in her mind. I set down my chopsticks. Sister Shiyun. She looked up at me. Whoever marries you is truly blessed. She froze. You're beautiful, have a great figure, and can cook. Perfect. She blushed. Don't talk nonsense. I'm serious. Whoever marries you will have their ancestral grave smoking. She lowered her head, not daring to look at me, a strange feeling rising in her heart. Seeing her shy like that, I secretly laughed. Xiaoyang wants some wine. I was startled. What did you call me? You're a few years younger than me, so I'll call you Xiaoyang. I like that. Then can I call you Sister Shiyun? She nodded. She took beer from the fridge and poured us 2 full glasses. I raised mine and clinked it against hers. Come on, drink. She tipped her head back and downed a big mouthful. Sister Shiyun, what's wrong today? She was silent for a few seconds. It's almost the new year. I want to go home, but I don't dare. My family still doesn't know about the divorce. I'm almost 30. In their eyes, I'm just an old maid. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. My heart ached, and I patted her shoulder. Don't think so much. Your parents must miss you. They'd be thrilled to have you back. Her eyes were red. Really? Really? If they keep nagging you, call me. I'll keep you company and talk with you. She burst out laughing. What good would that do? I'm good with words. I can cheer you up. See, you're smiling now, aren't you? She laughed again. All right. All right. I know you're good with words. She took another sip of wine. Watching her smile, a thought flashed through my mind. This is an opportunity. She's in a bad mood and needs someone with her. The two of us kept drinking, and she gradually became more talkative. My ex-husband was a jerk. He said all the right things when we got married, but he changed after less than 2 years. Tears fell. I handed her a tissue. That kind of person isn't worth it. You're doing pretty well now, aren't you? She wiped her tears and nodded. Getting divorced actually made life easier. What about you? Why are you alone? I'm not alone. I have a girlfriend. She froze for a moment, lowered her head, and felt disappointed. I laughed inwardly, not saying how many I had. One bottle after another. Her face grew flushed, and her eyes became hazy. Xiaoyong, I'm envious of women who have husbands who love them. I want someone to hold me while I sleep. The fire in my heart slowly began to burn. She suddenly stood up, her body swaying. I quickly caught her, and her whole body fell into my arms. A faint fragrance drifted into my nose, and she was soft like she had no bones. She pressed against me, her curves full and rounded. I looked down at her. Her face was red, and her lips were slightly parted. I wanted to help her sit on the sofa, but she clung to my neck and looked up at me. Her eyes were blurred and misty, bright with tears. Her face was so close I could feel each other's breath. Her lips brushed the corner of my mouth, soft and quick, as if by accident. My head buzzed, and I kissed her hard. She didn't push me away. Instead, she responded. Clumsy and unpolished, but real. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist and thought of how she had smelled when I carried her in the supermarket. I deepened the kiss. When we finally broke apart, she fell asleep in my arms. I looked at her and wanted to carry her to bed. My phone rang. The screen showed, Zhao Yakin. Yakinja missed me. Xiaoyong saved me. Her voice was full of fear. Yakinja, what's wrong? Lu Qian's voice came through the phone. Mom, stop struggling. Yakinja. The call was cut off. I kept dialing, but no one answered. I put Luo Shiyun on the sofa and rushed out the door. Zhao Yakin was lying on the sofa, her whole body burning hot. Her face was flushed red, and her breathing was rapid. Sweat had soaked through her loungewear. Lu Qian sneered. Mom, you're so tender right now. When young Master Zhang comes, do you think he'll like it? Zhao Yakin cried. I'm your mother. Mother? Did you think of that when you snatched Wang Yang from me? Lu Qian shouted angrily. Did you think of that when you took him to buy that gold bracelet, smiling so happily? The doorbell rang. Zhang Mingde had arrived, followed by a bald man and a blonde-haired man. Lu Qian's face went pale. Young Master Zhang, didn't you say you were coming alone? It's more lively with more people. Slap. He slapped Lu Qian to the floor. Are you going to do this today or not? Your mom is lying there, and the drug's already been put in. You've got no way back now, understand? Lu Qian gritted her teeth and got back up. Understood. The three of them entered the living room. Zhang Mingde looked at Zhao Yakin. Damn, she's fucking gorgeous. The bald man's eyes lit up. This woman's way too hot. The blonde-haired man rubbed his hands together. She's much better than girls in their early 20s. Zhang Mingde looked at Lu Qian. You come too. Don't want to? Then you don't want the car anymore. Lu Qian clenched her teeth. I'm in. Half an hour later, Zhao Yakin had changed into a purple hip-hugging dress. The dress was extremely short, and black stockings made her legs look long and slim. Lu Qian wore a white sailor-style outfit with twin ponytails. Zhang Mingde walked toward Zhao Yakin. Auntie, tonight I'll make you feel good. Zhao Yakin looked at Lu Qian through tears. Qian, you can't. Zhang Mingde unbuckled his belt. Bang. The door was kicked open by me. Zhang Mingde turned around, his belt half undone. The bald man and the blonde-haired man shrank to the side. Lu Qian was lying on the bed, her expression stiff. My eyes locked onto Zhao Yakin. Her purple dress was wrinkled, the hem bunched up. Her face was red as fire, and she was murmuring softly, so hot. My fists clenched. There was only one thought in my mind, to kill them. Zhang Mingde sneered. Wang Yang? Perfect. You came right to our door today, so I'll show you what happens. The bald man grabbed a glass bottle. The blonde-haired man pulled out a collapsible baton. They closed in from both sides. The bald man grabbed a beer bottle, and the blonde one pulled out a collapsible baton. Lu Qian sat up on the bed and looked at me with a complicated expression. Fear, panic, and an emotion I couldn't put into words. I didn't look at her. I stared hard at Zhang Mingde. Go. At Zhang Mingde's command, the bald man rushed over with the beer bottle raised high. I shifted to the side and drove a fist into his stomach. Thud. The bald man doubled over. The bottle fell and shattered on the floor. Clutching his stomach, he dropped to his knees, his face turning the color of pig liver. His scream sounded like a pig being slaughtered. The blonde man was stunned. The baton came crashing down with a whoosh. I raised my hand to block it, then punched him in the face. Crack. His nose bridge broke. The blonde man screamed miserably and fell to the floor, blood spurting out. Zhang Mingde's face changed drastically. He stepped back and reached for his waist. I got there first and slammed a fist into his face. He crashed into the wall. Before he could steady himself, a second punch landed. His nose was smashed, blood splashing everywhere. I grabbed his collar and pinned him to the wall, pummeling him mercilessly. Every punch carried my rage. It carried the pain of seeing Sister Yakin and feeling my heart tighten. Zhang Mingda's face swelled up like a pig's, covered in blood. Two of his teeth had been knocked out, and his mouth was full of blood. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even open his mouth. All he could do was groan. As soon as I let go, he collapsed onto the floor. The bald man and the blonde one shrank into the corner, trembling so hard they didn't dare breathe. They wanted to run, but their legs were too weak to move. I turned to look at Lu Qian. Her face was deathly pale, and she was shaking all over. Wang Yang. Before she could finish, I slapped her. Pa! Her head snapped to the side, and her face swelled up instantly. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. I didn't stop. The second slap, the third, the fourth. Each slap carried hatred. Each slap carried my heartache for Sister Yakin. Lu Qian collapsed onto the floor, blood and tears mixing together. Her face was badly swollen. She wanted to cry, but couldn't make a sound. I looked down at her. Lu Qian, I'm not asking about the past. But now, I've given you enough face. Remember this, Zhao Yakin is mine. If you dare touch even a single hair on her head again, I'll make your life worse than death. Lu Qian shuddered all over and didn't even dare cry. I turned to Zhang Mingda. His face was swollen like a pig's head, his mouth full of blood, and he was trembling nonstop. When he looked up and met my eyes, he was so frightened he immediately lowered his head. Get lost. Those three words were as cold as ice. Zhang Mingda, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to his feet. The bald man and the blonde one helped him as the three of them staggered toward the door. Passing by me, none of them dared lift their heads. As they ran out, Zhang Mingda's legs went weak and he nearly fell. The three of them tumbled and scrambled away, disappearing down the corridor. Lu Qian sat collapsed on the floor, her face covered in blood and tears. You two get lost. She struggled to her feet, but her legs were too weak to stand properly. Supporting herself against the wall, she moved step by step toward the door. Before leaving, she looked back once. I was already walking toward Sister Yakin. The door slammed shut. The room finally fell silent. I walked over to Sister Yakin. She was curled up on the sofa, her face red as if it were burning. Her breathing was rapid, and she kept murmuring, "So hot, so uncomfortable, Xiaoyang." Her fitted skirt had ridden up to her waist, exposing both thighs in black stockings. Her collar was askew, revealing one shoulder. I bent down and picked her up. Her scorching face pressed against my chest, and she weakly grabbed at my clothes. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang. I hurried into the bedroom and laid her on the bed. I locked the living room door and shut the bedroom door. Sister Yakin's hair was disheveled, her face completely flushed. Her gaze was hazy as she whispered, "So hot, so uncomfortable, Xiaoyang." Looking at her, the fire in my heart burned even fiercer. But I held myself back. She wasn't fully conscious. I couldn't take advantage of her. I asked the system, "If I want her like this, will it hurt the baby?" Ding. Detecting. The pregnancy is stable, and the embryo is healthy. Moderate intimacy will not cause harm and may help relieve discomfort. I breathed a sigh of relief and sat by the bed, gently touching her face. She rubbed against my palm like a little cat. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang. I lowered my head and kissed her forehead. Yakin, it's me. I'm here. She opened her eyes in a daze, watery and soft. Xiaoyang, I feel so awful. Save me. I leaned close to her ear and said, "Sister Yakin, look at me. Who am I?" She froze, then said, "Xiaoyang, you're Xiaoyang. Call me husband." Her face flushed even redder, and she bit her lip in hesitation. "Husband." Her voice was as soft as water. My desire flared up instantly, and I lowered my head to kiss her. She responded to me, her hands wrapping around my neck. "Take me, husband. Take me." My hand slid to her waist. "Sister Yakin, don't rush." "Husband, I can't take it anymore." I looked at her and leaned down over her. "Don't be afraid. Your husband is here." The night was long. Outside the window, the city gradually grew quiet. Inside the room, the sounds went on and on. By the time the sky at the horizon began to pale, Sister Yakin had finally quieted down. She curled up in my arms and fell into a deep sleep. Her face was flushed, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised. I kissed her forehead and closed my eyes. Tonight wasn't over yet. Zhang Mingda and Lu Qian, none of them would get away. On the other side, in a budget hotel room, Zhang Mingda sat by the bed, his face swollen like a pig's head. A bandage was stuck across the bridge of his nose, and the split at the corner of his mouth made his words sound slurred. "Fuck, that brat can really fight." The bald man clutched his stomach. "Young Master Zhang, my stomach still hurts." The blonde-haired guy stuffed tissues into his nose. "That punch almost broke my nose." Zhang Mingde gritted his teeth. If I don't kill him, my surname isn't Zhang. The bald man lowered his voice. Your dad and the police station chief are sworn brothers. Have him step in and find some excuse to lock that kid up for a few days. The blonde-haired guy chimed in. Once he's in jail, let's see how arrogant he can be. Zhang Mingde pulled out his phone and dialed. Uncle Zhou, I got beat up by someone. My face is swollen like a pig's head, and I can't swallow this anger. The voice on the other end said, Who hit you? Did you report it to the police? That guy's a troublemaker. He hit me and ran. I need you to step in and teach him a lesson. Don't act rashly. You need a reason and evidence. I've got the reason already. He fought and threatened me. Just find any excuse to have him locked up for a few days. Then I'll definitely come visit you and bring 2 bottles of good liquor. Laughter came from the phone. All right, I'll send people to investigate tomorrow. If there's a problem, we'll handle it. Zhang Mingde hung up and smiled smugly. Done. Uncle Zhou will check on it tomorrow. If there's any issue, he'll just put him away. The 3 of them were so pleased they forgot their injuries. Zhang Mingde looked toward the corner. Lu Qian was curled up against the wall, her head bowed and trembling. The slap mark on her face was clear, and one side of her face was swollen. Come here. Lu Qian looked up shakily. Young Master Zhang, I didn't mean to. I told you to come here. Didn't you hear me? Lu Qian slowly got to her feet and shuffled over, her legs shaking. Zhang Mingde pinched her chin. I got beaten like this, and I've been made a laughingstock. And you tell me you didn't mean it? Smack. Another slap. Get on your knees. Lu Qian slowly knelt down, and the pain from her knees hitting the floor made her suck in a breath. Remember this well. You messed up today, so don't expect things to go well for you. If you dare run or tell anyone, I'll make your mother suffer. I'll make all of you disgraced in Yuntian City. Lu Qian lay on the bed, unable to stop her tears. She thought of Sister Yakin, thought of me, thought of what she had done. But there was no turning back now. Outside the window, the night was deep. The next day, sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. I woke up. Yakin was in my arms, and I couldn't help but smile. She was sleeping so soundly, breathing evenly. Her long hair was spread across the pillow, her skin pale and glowing. Her body was covered in kiss marks. Her neck, collarbones, and shoulders, densely packed. The purple hip-hugging skirt was long gone, and so were the black stockings. Only a thin blanket covered her, revealing her smooth shoulders. Her legs were wrapped around me like a little cat's. I brushed the stray hairs from her forehead. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoyang. Her voice was hoarse, laced with languor. I kissed her on the forehead. You're awake. She nodded, burying her face in my chest. Last night. Was I really that embarrassing? I laughed. What's embarrassing? You were especially beautiful. Her face turned even redder. I wrapped my arms around her waist. Yakin, Zhang Mingde, and Lu Qian, none of them are getting away. She looked at me and nodded gently. I kissed her deeply. My hand slowly moved downward, and she covered it with hers. Xiaoyang, it's broad daylight. What's wrong with broad daylight? I still hurt. I withdrew my hand and held her tightly. Fine, I'll let you off today. Sunlight filled the room. I patted her on the butt. Get up. I'll take you out for some fresh air. In front of the mirror, she saw the kiss marks on her neck. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to go out like this? My fault, my fault. I'll be more careful next time. She found a scarf to cover them, then put on a turtleneck sweater and a coat. She looked beautiful. Just as we were about to open the door, there was a knock outside. Bang, bang, bang. I frowned and opened the door. 3 uniformed officers stood at the entrance. Are you Wang Yang? I nodded. Chiyun City Public Security Office. Someone reported you for fighting. Come with us. Yakin's face went pale, and she grabbed my arm. Xiaoyang, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Her eyes turned red. I'll wait for you. The interrogation room at the Public Security Office. The light was glaring. On the wall were the words, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll be dealt with severely. A tall, thin man came in and slapped a document down on the table. Wang Yang, you injured 3 people, Zhang Mingde, Li Chang, and Wang Hao. They were trying to do something to Zhao Yakin. I was acting in self-defense. All 3 say you started it first. Who would believe that? I stayed silent. Admit guilt, write a statement, pay compensation, and you'll be out after a few days. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I laughed. And if I don't, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. This case is mine to decide. I kept smiling. Yours to decide? Do you know who I am? Call the person behind you out. I'll talk to him. He froze. Then after a moment of silence, stood up. Just wait. A high-end hotel. Zhang Mingde leaned against the bed, with a bandage on the bridge of his nose. The bald, yellow-haired guy leaned over. Mr. Zhang, how's it going? Done. That brat's in the detention center. Uncle Zhou said he'll be locked up for at least 20 days. The bald guy's eyes lit up. Really, 20 days? Yellow hair laughed. By the time he gets out, Mr. Zhang will have already taken Zhao Yakin. Zhang Mingda grinned lewdly, remembering what Zhao Yakin looked like last night. But he shook his head. Wang Yang and that woman had an unusual relationship. He had to wait until Wang Yang was completely dealt with before making a move on her. Let's go. I'm treating tonight. The office of the deputy director at the public security office. Zhou Xiong was in his 50s, slick and greasy. The tall, thin officer came in. Director Zhou, Wang Yang won't plead guilty. He's very stubborn. He told me to find the person backing him. Zhou Xiong set down his teacup. Just a migrant worker from out of town. What kind of cards could he have? Handle it by the book. Minimum 20 days. Come on, let's go take a look. Interrogation room. I leaned back in the chair, not in a hurry at all. Zhou Xiong came in, crossed his legs, and took a sip of tea. The medical reports for those three are right here. What else do you have to say? Self-defense. 3 against 1. And you call that self-defense? Who would believe it? I smiled at him. What are you smiling at? Nothing. Director Zhou? I asked. He froze. Last chance. Let me go. Tell me what Zhang Mingda's been up to all these years. Otherwise, it'll be a huge problem. Zhou Xiong laughed wildly. You? A migrant worker from out of town. I've been in this line of work for 20 years. What haven't I seen? Go on then, show me what you've got. Make a phone call. Go ahead. I dialed Uncle Chao's number. Hello, Xiaoyang. Uncle Chao. I'm at the public security office. Vice Director Zhou Xiong has me detained. They're going to hold me for 20 days. There was silence on the other end. Who gave them the guts? I'm just letting you know. Wait there. I'm on my way. The call ended. Zhou Xiong sneered. Done acting. A migrant worker claims he knows the city government secretary general? Do you think I'm 3 years old? I smiled. Let's bet on whether I'm acting. If Uncle Chao doesn't show up within 10 minutes, I lose. You can hold me as long as you want. And if he does, you let me go and tell me about Zhang Mingda. Zhou Xiong clenched his teeth. Deal. I sat in the interrogation room, listening to the heavy sound of a teacup slamming onto the table. Zhou Xiong narrowed his eyes. Look at how confident you are. I smiled, crossed my legs, and didn't move. The clock on the wall ticked away, and no one said a word. Yuntian city government. Chao Yun's face had gone green with anger. This seasoned bureaucrat, 48 years old, picked up the phone and started cursing. Your vice director dares to detain my man? Sun Tao on the other end was panicking. Secretary General Chao, I'll handle it right away. I'm heading over now. If anything happens to him, your bureau chief can forget about his job. Chao Yun hung up, threw on his coat, and left. Sun Tao was completely stunned. Sweat covered his palms. In 20 years, he had never seen Chao Yun this anxious. He grabbed his car keys and rushed out, calling Wu Neng as he went. Did you people arrest a Wang Yang? Wu Neng froze. What kind of police chief are you, anyway? Wang Yang is Secretary General Chao's man. Wu Neng went pale. Chao Yun, that was a big shot. After thinking it over, he decided not to tell Zhou Xiong. Let this kid run headfirst into the wall himself. Zhou Xiong, handle Wang Yang's case quickly. Someone upstairs is asking about it. Zhou Xiong snorted over the phone. Who are you talking about? Wu Ning hung up. In the interrogation room, I let out a soft laugh. Zhou Xiong was furious. The evidence is solid. You still think you can turn this around? Self-defense. Ever heard of it? He was so choked up by me that he couldn't say a word. Wu Neng came in and saw me leaning back in the chair, smiling. Zhou Xiong, is the evidence solid? Is the procedure compliant? 3 people identified him, and the proof is ironclad. Do those 3 have criminal records? Can this evidence even be trusted? Zhou Xiong's expression changed. Wu Neng turned to me with a smile. Mr. Wang, you've been wronged. Release him. Wu Neng ordered. No way. Zhou Xiong refused to budge. Suddenly, the sound of a car screeching to a halt came from outside. Sun Tao got out of the car and saw no sign of Chao Yun's vehicle, so he let out a sigh of relief. He straightened his collar, put on an air of authority, and walked in. Mr. Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Xiong stared blankly, his legs going weak. Sun Tao looked at Wu Neng coldly. Who told you to arrest someone? Wu Neng's eyes darted around. It was Zhou Xiong acting on his own. Zhou Xiong, who gave you that authority? It was Zhang Mingda. Zhang Mingda? What's your relationship with him? Zhou Xiong couldn't answer. Cold sweat streamed down his face. Mr. Wang, I was wrong. I waved a hand. You've worked 20 years, and now you've finally seen it? The door opened, and Chao Yun came in. 49 years old, wearing a dark jacket, he swept his gaze around the room, exuding pressure. Sun Tao hurried forward. Secretary General Chao. Xiaoyang, are you all right? Uncle Chow, I'm fine. Chow Yun looked at Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong was pressed against the wall, trembling like a sieve. You're Zhou Xiong. Why, yes. I hear you were the one who arrested him. Zhou Xiong collapsed onto the floor. I was wrong. Zhang Mingde told me to arrest him. Chow Yun said to Sun Tao, handle this yourself. Zhou Xiong is to be immediately suspended and investigated. Chow Yun nodded, then turned to me with a smile. Xiaoyang, let's go. I'll take you home. I brushed the dirt off my clothes and glanced at Zhou Xiong, who was sprawled on the ground. A few hours ago, he had still been sitting there with his legs crossed, cursing me. Who do you think you are? Now he was lying on the floor like a dog with a broken back. I turned and walked out with Chow Yun. When we reached the doorway, I stopped and looked back. Zhou Xiong's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling nonstop. Wu Neng had his head down, the corners of his mouth secretly turned up. Sun Tao was drenched in sweat, his face ugly. I looked at Zhou Xiong and said, Director Zhou, you asked me why I wasn't afraid? Because the people behind me aren't someone you can afford to offend. After that, I turned and left. Sun Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Wu Neng, you're in charge of this. Make sure you get to the bottom of it. Secretary General Chow is waiting for the result. Wu Neng straightened his back. Don't worry. Not a single one of them will get away. Sun Tao glanced at Zhou Xiong, snorted coldly, and left. Wu Neng squatted down and looked at Zhou Xiong. Old Zhou, we've worked together for so many years. Zhou Xiong's voice trembled. Director Wu, can we slow this down a little? Wu Neng sneered. Did you think about the consequences when you were arresting people? Too late. He stood up and shouted. Someone come. Take him away. A black Audi A6 was waiting at the entrance of the public security office. I got in, and Chow Yun sat beside me. Xiaoyang, are you all right? Uncle Chow, I'm fine. I just sat in there for a while. Chow Yun patted my shoulder. If anything happens in the future, call me first. My people can't be bullied. I felt a warmth in my chest. Thanks to Uncle Chow. Chow Yun waved his hand. Your business is my business. Not a single one of Zhang Mingde and the people behind him will get away. He smiled and said, you haven't eaten yet, right? That restaurant's braised fish is pretty good. I shook my head. Some other day? Someone's waiting for me at home. Chow Yun flashed that look men give each other when they understand. All right, hurry back. Don't keep them waiting. The car stopped downstairs at Sister Yakin's place. I hurried upstairs and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. A trembling voice came from inside. Who is it? Sister Yakin, it's me. The door flew open. Sister Yakin's eyes were swollen and red, and she threw herself straight into my arms. Xiaoyang, you're finally back. I thought. She was crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. I held her and took her inside. Thought I wasn't coming back? She nodded, tears soaking my clothes. They took you away, and I didn't know who to ask for help. I wiped the tears from her face. Sister Yakin, who could do anything to me? Her eyes were red as she glared at me. Don't do this again. You scared me to death. Looking at her tear-streaked face, my heart softened. All right, I won't let you worry again. She held my hand tightly, our fingers interlocked. Sister Yakin, have you been crying for a long time? Her face reddened. I was just worried about you. I lifted her chin. There were still tears in her eyes, and her lips were slightly parted. I lowered my head and kissed her. She froze for a moment, then closed her eyes and responded. After a long while, our lips parted. She was panting softly and suddenly straddled my lap. She wrapped her arms around my neck. Sister Yakin, what are you? Her face turned red as blood. A reward for you. I swallowed hard. She leaned against me, the collar of her loungewear open. Her fair collarbone was exposed. My hand slid to her waist, gently kneading it. Her body trembled, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she pressed closer and let out a soft hum. I lowered my head and kissed her neck. She closed her eyes and clutched tightly at my clothes. My hand slipped into her clothing. My fingertips touched her warm skin. Her whole body shuddered, and she melted into my arms. I picked her up and strode toward the bedroom. She wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her face in my chest, the tips of her ears burning red. 5,000 words omitted here. Outside, the night was deep, and the city lights came on. Sounds continued coming from the room. Yintian City's upscale restaurant was brilliantly lit. In the private room, Zhang Mingde leaned back in his chair with one leg crossed, smiling smugly. The table was full of delicacies, with cigarettes and liquor all there. The bald, blonde-haired man sat beside him, grinning stupidly with a flushed face. Zhang Mingde raised his glass. Come on, tonight's awesome. The bald guy laughed. That punk's still inside, huh? His woman is definitely yours now. The blonde-haired man gnawed on a lamb chop. That figure, damn. Why not call his daughter over too? Ha ha. Zhang Mingde let out a lewd laugh, Zhao Yakin flashing through his mind. She was slumped on the sofa, face red and tear-streaked. Her clothes clung tightly to her body, her curves alluring. He swallowed and took another gulp. Don't rush. Wait until that punk is completely ruined. Neither mother nor daughter will get away. The three of them laughed in a heap. Zhang Mingde lit a cigarette. My uncle said it. He'll lock him up for 20 days. By the time he comes out, everything will be too late. The bald guy gave a thumbs up. Your uncle's awesome, a deputy station chief. Zhang Mingde said smugly. In his turf, he calls the shots. The door opened. A female server came in carrying dishes, her ponytail neat and pretty. Zhang Mingde's eyes lit up. Little sister, come here. He pulled out a wad of cash and slapped it on the table. Have a drink with your big brother, and the money's yours. The female server stepped back. I don't drink with guests. Zhang Mingde's face darkened. What are you pretending to be so pure for? He threw the money at her. Her face went pale, and she hurriedly backed away. The bald and blonde-haired men on the side started jeering. Zhang Mingde walked over and pinched her chin. You have to drink with me today. The female server's tears were about to fall. Bang! The door was kicked open. Public security officers rushed in. Don't move. Zhang Mingde froze and let go. Who are you people? Do you know who I am? The officers flashed their IDs. Zhang Mingde, suspected of hiring someone to commit violent injury. Come with us. Zhang Mingde stepped back. My uncle is Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong has already been suspended. Zhang Mingde was stunned. Impossible. He pulled out his phone to make a call. A public security officer snatched the phone away and snapped the handcuffs on him. Do you know who my father is? No one paid him any attention. The bald and blonde-haired men tried to run, but they were handcuffed too. The three of them were escorted out. Zhang Mingde was trembling all over. Zhou Xiong was finished, but he still had his father. Just wait. Once my dad makes a move, let's see who laughs last. Late at night, the city gradually fell quiet. In the bedroom, only the bedside lamp was on. I leaned against the headboard, and Zhao Yakin curled up in my arms. The blanket covered us to the waist, exposing her shoulders. The bed was in complete disarray. Her face was still red, and there was sweat on her forehead. Xiaoyang. She looked up at me, her eyes slightly red. When you were taken away, I was so scared. I was afraid I'd never see you again. I kissed her forehead. Silly girl, am I not fine? Her eyes glistened with tears. From now on, don't ever make me worry. Okay, I won't make you worry anymore. Satisfied, she nestled back against my chest. I gently stroked her back, from her shoulders to her waist. She was like a lazy cat. Suddenly, the system voice rang in my mind. Ding. Affection level increased. Current. 99 points. Extreme devotion. Hidden reward triggered. 99 points. Extreme devotion. System phase 2 activated. Intimate interaction has a chance to trigger a critical hit. Multiplier, 1-10x. Detected intimate interaction, critical hit triggered. First time 3x, 3 million. Second time 5x, 5 million. A total of 8 million has been credited. 8 million. I almost shouted out loud. Before, I had to make a woman get pregnant to get 20 million. Now just intimacy could trigger critical hits? Several million at a time, several times a day. Monthly income over 10 million. But the system said a chance. Last night, we struggled half the night and only twice. The odds weren't that high. I looked at her in my arms and smiled. Energy? I'm basically a golden kidney. She noticed. What are you smiling about? I shook my head. Nothing. Zhao Yakin stared at me for 2 seconds, then blushed. Are you thinking of bad ideas again? I raised an eyebrow. What bad ideas? She couldn't answer and buried her face in my arms. I smiled and held her tighter. After a while, her stomach growled. Embarrassed, she turned bright red and tried to hide. I laughed. Hungry. A little. I patted her butt. Get up and make dinner. She shrank back into my arms. I don't want to move. I patted her again. I'm hungry too. She glared at me. Behave yourself. I'll go make dinner. I raised a hand. How am I not behaving? Zhao Yakin sat up, and the blanket slid down. Her pale upper body was exposed, and she hurriedly pulled the blanket back up to cover herself. Watching her flustered and scrambling about, I couldn't help laughing. She shot me a glare, then got out of bed barefoot and stepped onto the floor. Bending down, she picked up her clothes and put on her underwear first. Then she took her bra, turned her back to me, and fastened the hooks. I leaned against the headboard and watched her. Her slender waist, her pale back. The black lace made her skin look even fairer. She changed into an off-white set of loungewear and turned around. Stop staring. I smiled. What's wrong with looking at my own woman? She was speechless and went into the kitchen. You're not allowed to follow me. I smiled and nodded. Listening to the sound of eggs being beaten, vegetables being chopped, and food being stir-fried, with the aroma drifting over, I curled the corners of my mouth. This life is really fucking great. Third floor of Fenghua County Mall. Wang Xiaohu stood in the corridor, clutching 11 roses. They had cost a little over 100 yuan. He hadn't wanted to buy them, but after hesitating for a long time, he still went in. He gave a bitter smile. Last time, he had stormed out and spoken so confidently. After going home, his parents tried to persuade him. The bride price could be negotiated. His mother said, "You're almost 30. If you don't get married, the village will lose face." His father said, "Find a way to lower the bride price." Looking at his parents' graying hair, he couldn't bear to refuse. He took out his phone and opened Qinyali's WeChat. The chat box was still stopped at "Let's break up." She had replied, "Oh." Staring at that, "Oh," he couldn't bring himself to face it. He switched to Sun Lingling's WeChat. "Where is Yali?" "Third floor, Western restaurant by the window." Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the flowers and walked toward the Western restaurant. He pushed the door open and went in. Looking for someone. In the third row by the window, he saw Qinyali. She was wearing a white wool coat, her makeup exquisite. Across from her sat a man, looking like a college student. The man leaned in and whispered in her ear. Qinyali laughed and punched him in the chest. The man pinched her chin and kissed her. Their tongues entwined, and saliva stretched into fine threads. Wang Xiaohu froze. The flowers in his hand drooped, and petals fell to the ground. "Qinyali." She opened her eyes and shoved the man away, hurriedly wiping her mouth. "Xiaohu, why are you here?" The man said, "I'm her cousin." Qinyali nodded. "Right, cousin." Wang Xiaohu sneered. "Cousin? Kissing your cousin like that?" He smashed the flowers to the ground. 388,000 in bride price, and you're making out with someone else. You've played me for 3 years? Qinyali grabbed him. "It's a misunderstanding. He really is my cousin. Get lost. I'm not marrying you." He turned and left. She chased after him, crying and pleading. Wang Xiaohu slapped her across the face. Smack. "You and I have nothing to do with each other." He strode away. On the overpass, Wang Xiaohu sat on the steps, empty beer cans scattered around him. He took a swig. 3 years to save 388,000. She wanted the bride price while kissing someone else. He slammed the can down. "I'm just a fucking idiot." Tears slid down his face. "Brother Xiao." Sun Lingling arrived and handed him a hot drink. "Stop drinking. Am I really that stupid?" She shook her head. "I like you. I've liked you since college." Wang Xiaohu was stunned. "This isn't to comfort you. It's the truth." She kissed him. Wang Xiaohu's mind went blank. After they parted, she leaned into his arms. "Be with me. No bride price, no 3 gold pieces. I only want you." Wang Xiaohu felt his nose sting. He pulled her into his arms. "Thank you. I don't want to go back tonight." Wang Xiaohu froze. "Then where are you staying?" Sun Lingling blushed. "With you. Isn't that too fast?" She glared at him. "Fine, then I'm leaving." Wang Xiaohu grabbed her. "Wait." Hand in hand, they walked down from the overpass. The night breeze carried the fragrance from her body. This damn life didn't seem so bad after all. Yuntian City. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. Zhao Yakin wore an apron, her long hair tied up. Her off-white loungewear outlined the curve of her waist and hips. I leaned against the doorframe, watching Sister Yakin busy herself in the kitchen. Under the light, she glowed with a warm yellow softness. Her side profile was gorgeous, her eyelashes trembling lightly. When she bent to pick up a plate, her loungewear tightened against her body. That curve was really plump and full. I swallowed. "Had enough looking?" She didn't turn around, her voice tinged with laughter. "Not enough. No matter how I look, it's not enough. You smooth talker." Her face reddened as she turned around with a plate of tomato scrambled eggs. "Go on, carry the dishes." I took the plate, and my fingers brushed the back of her hand. She flinched slightly, her face turning even redder. Standing behind her, I rested my chin on her shoulder. "So fragrant. I want to eat." "Do you mean the soup smells good, or I do?" She turned her head to look at me. "Both smell good. I want to eat both." "Go sit down. It'll be ready in a moment." I kissed her cheek and sat down to wait. The dishes soon filled the table, and she sat across from me. Her neckline was slightly open, and her collarbones were really white. "What are you staring at? Eat." She tugged at her collar. She picked up a piece of pork rib with her chopsticks and placed it in my bowl. In the past, I was always the one serving her. Today, it was the other way around. I took it and bit into it. Crispy, tender, and well-seasoned. It tastes good. She picked up some fish for me too, carefully removing the bones before feeding it to me. There was ginger in the braised pork, and I frowned. I've never liked ginger since I was little. It makes me nauseous. I put the remaining piece onto the side plate. She picked it up and ate it. "You, don't waste food." She swallowed calmly. My heart warmed, and I took her hand. Sister Yakin, you're really nice. She lowered her head, her cheeks red. Eat quickly. It'll get cold. The phone rang. It was from Wu Neng. Mr. Wang, Zhang Mingda has been arrested. The evidence and testimony are all there. He'll be locked up for at least a few years. I smiled. Thanks for your hard work. No trouble at all. It's what I should do. If there's anything small in the future, just come to me directly. After hanging up, I looked at her. Zhang Mingda has been arrested. Her eyes reddened. Really? Really? Tears fell. Tears of relief. The huge stone in her heart had finally dropped. That's great. I stood up and hugged her. She leaned against my chest, completely at ease. Xiaoyang. She tiptoed and kissed me. Today is worth remembering. Want a drink? Okay. She turned and went into the bedroom. I'm going to change clothes. 5 minutes later, the door opened. A black hip-hugging dress with a very deep neckline. The hem barely reached her upper thighs. High heels made her legs look even longer and straighter. Red lips, big waves. I swallowed. Looks amazing. I wrapped an arm around her waist, my hand sliding toward the hem of her dress. Let's drink first. We clinked glasses, and she blushed. She couldn't hold her liquor and soon became dizzy. Softly, she leaned into my arms. Are you full? She nodded. Then it's time to get down to business. She shyly nodded, looping her arms around my neck. I picked her up and placed her on the table. Go to the room. Right here. I kissed her. My hand slid under the hem of her dress, and the zipper came undone. Black lace, softly shimmering under the light. The room was in disarray, the red wine unfinished. 3 hours later, I leaned against the headboard, holding her in my arms. She was like a content little cat. Her skin was fair, covered with overlapping kiss marks. I lit a cigarette, the flame briefly glowing. What are you thinking about? She gently touched my chest. Nothing. Smoke less. It's bad for your health. I put out the cigarette and held her tighter. Okay, I won't smoke anymore. Xiaoyang. Today was the happiest day. Because you were here and the bad guys were arrested. It'll only get better from here. I kissed her forehead. It will. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. I wanted to smoke again. The system's voice sounded. Smoking is harmful to the baby's health. Please think of the next generation. I looked at her in my arms. She was carrying my child. Smoking is my own business. The child is innocent. I'm not doing this for money. Absolutely not. It's for the child, for the future. I crushed out the cigarette and tossed it onto the table. The lighter went aside too. Ding. The host has awakened to a high level of consciousness, and the system feels gratified. Stop bothering me. I held Zhao Yakin tighter and closed my eyes to sleep. The next day, Zhang Shuren's villa. He sat on the sofa, a long ash hanging off his cigarette. In his early 50s, wearing a cashmere sweater and a luxury watch. His face was very gloomy. How's it going? Wang Feng came downstairs, his wife. 43, well-maintained. Black knitted dress, good figure. I'm leaving. She went to find Wang Hao for help. Deputy Director of the Development and Reform Commission, a powerful figure. Zhang Shuren knew what she was going to do. Every time she came back, she was in a very good mood. Changed into new clothes, wore heavy makeup. Forget it. He didn't want to think about it. He picked up his phone. Oldly, get the money ready. Yuntian International Hotel. Wang Feng got out of the car, in a black dress and black stockings. The front desk knew her. Director Wang is waiting for you on the top floor. She stuffed some money and took the elevator up. On the top floor, she knocked on the door. Wang Hao opened it, in a bathrobe with wet hair. You're here. Wang Feng blushed as she went in. He wrapped his arms around her at once, his hands wandering. Hao Ji, don't rush. What's the rush? Who would dare say anything? He kissed her neck, and the bathrobe fell to the floor. He picked her up and threw her onto the bed. I wonder if Mingda knows his wife is with me. Wang Feng blushed. Taoyan, you're my brother. Only a brother knows how to cherish you. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao was panting heavily. Wang Feng leaned into his arms. Hao Ji is amazing. So, what's the matter? Mingda has been detained. Please help him. Who did he offend? A young man, with someone backing him. Wang Hao frowned and thought for a moment. Hao Ji, you have wide connections. Help me check it out. All right, I'll handle this. His hands wandered again. Mingda is like my son. I can't let him suffer. Wang Feng bit her lip and leaned against his chest. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, warm and cozy. I opened my eyes. Zhao Yakin was still asleep. Her hair was tousled, her skin really fair. We had chatted until very late last night. She was tired and fell asleep, but I was still wide awake. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she woke up. Our eyes met, and her face instantly turned red. She remembered last night's alcohol, that sentence. Awake. She nodded, burying her face in my arms. You're awake. Why didn't you wake me? You were sleeping soundly. Her heart raced. Why aren't you sleepy? Don't like it. I do. It's just a little hard to take. I smiled and held her tighter. Take it slow. The sunlight poured in, quite comfortable. Xiaoyang, tomorrow I want to go back to my hometown. Tomorrow. It'll be New Year's soon. I want to see my mom. When she mentioned Lu Qian, her eyes were full of coldness. She had completely given up. Okay, call me if anything comes up. I took out my phone and transferred her 100,000. Her phone rang. Xiaoyang this. Take it for the new year, don't skimp. Her eyes grew wet. Thank you. Don't mention it. She wrapped her arms around my neck and gently kissed me. I responded, my hand rubbing her waist. Foreheads touching, our breathing intertwined. I looked at her and slowly lowered my head. I gently kissed her lips. Very lightly, very softly. Afraid of startling her, I wanted to pull away as soon as we touched. Unexpectedly, she wrapped her arms around my neck and leaned in on her own. I froze for a moment, then deepened the kiss. My hand around her waist pulled her into my arms. The living room lights were still on, and the glow from outside shone in through the window. Her hands clutched my clothes tightly. So tightly, as if she was afraid I'd run away. Holding her, I could feel her trembling. She had been frightened just now, and now she was shy again. So I just held her and kissed her. Little by little, she stopped trembling. Her whole body softened. Our foreheads touched, our breathing mingling. Her face was flushed red, like a ripe apple. Shiryun, from now on, with me here, no one will dare bully you. She nodded, tears falling again. I know. Why are you crying again? I'm not. I'm just happy. She took the initiative and kissed me. This time she was even more forward, wanting to tell me all her feelings. So we just held each other and kissed. Nothing else, just overflowing love. Leaning in my arms, she started to feel a little sleepy. I helped her lean against the headboard and covered her with a blanket. Sleep for a bit. I'll stay with you. Don't leave. She grabbed my hand. I won't. I'm right here. The lights outside were warm and soft. So we just held hands and stayed quietly together. My hand fell to her waist. My fingertips hooked under that thin layer of fabric. She opened her eyes and looked at me, her eyes shimmering with tears. Wang Yang. Her voice was trembling, soft enough to melt. Shiryunjia, you're really beautiful. I said this in her ear. I thought that from the first time I saw you. Her face turned even redder, and she buried it in the pillow. I gently bit her earlobe. She shivered all over and let out a soft hum. My hand moved over her body, from her waist to her lower abdomen, from her lower abdomen to her thigh. Ready? She buried her face in the pillow. Then begged me. She froze and lifted her head from the pillow. I looked at her with a smile. If you beg me, then I'll start the game. Her face turned red enough to drip blood. Why are you so bad? Not begging? Then forget it. I pretended to get up. Don't. She grabbed me. Tears were gathering in her eyes. Please, her voice was so small, it was like a mosquito buzzing. Beg me for what? Please, start the game quickly. I no longer hesitated and lowered my head to kiss her. Shiryunjia, when you play the game, you have to relax a little. She nodded, but her body was still tense. My hand gently kneaded her waist, over and over. Gradually, she relaxed, her body going soft. I lightly pulled at that layer of fabric. She closed her eyes, her body arching slightly. I kissed her forehead, her eyes, the tip of her nose. The kisses were light and soft. Outside, the night was deep, with lights turning on one by one. Inside the room, the temperature kept rising. Wang Yang, the game is too slow. Beg me. Please, just play the game properly. Her voice was soft as water. I stopped teasing her. Her body trembled. Her fingers clenched the bedsheets, knuckles turning white. A soft sound came from her lips. It was like crying and like laughing. She wrapped her arms around my neck. Her nails left shallow marks on my back. Outside, the night grew darker and darker. In the room, the sounds went on and on. I patted her on the shoulder. Get up. If you don't, we'll be late. Zhao Yakin blushed and burrowed to the side under the blanket. I sat up and got dressed. She shrank into the blanket, showing only her head, looking at me with tears shimmering in her eyes. Are you leaving? I've got something to do. She softly answered and didn't ask any more, being very understanding. I kissed her forehead. I'll call you when I get there. Okay. I turned and left. As soon as the door closed, I heard her hugging the pillow and laughing. After leaving Zhao Yakin's place, I reached the underground parking garage of Yunshi Tai half an hour later. I didn't take the elevator and walked the stairs to get some exercise. When I got to the 24th floor, I paused for a moment. Luo Shiryun lived upstairs, thinking of how she had leaned against my chest when she was drunk and that gardenia fragrance. I smiled and kept going up. Suddenly, loud voices came from upstairs, a man shouting, a woman screaming. Let go of me. Let go of me. It was Luo Shiryun's voice. I rushed up. The door was ajar. A middle-aged man was grabbing Luo Shiryun, reeking of alcohol. She was wearing yoga clothes, a pink tank top outlining her curves, crying as she struggled. Lee Sudong, we're divorced. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. The man sneered. Call the police? The cops don't handle family matters. His hand slid from her waist downward and pinched hard. Luo Shiryun screamed and pushed him away. The man lunged again and hugged her from behind. Who are you dressing so tightly in those yoga pants for? His hand pressed against her chest. Lee Sudong, you bastard. I clenched my fists, rage burning through me. I strode forward and grabbed the back of his collar, yanking him backward. He slammed into the wall, the back of his head making a dull thud. Who the hell are you? I punched him in the face, and blood instantly gushed from his nose. You dare hit me? I held him down and said, what's wrong with hitting you? I threw another punch into his stomach, and he vomited all over the floor. I crouched down, grabbed his chin, and said, Luo Shiryun is my neighbor. If you harass her again, I'll beat you every time I see you. Get lost. The man staggered into the elevator. The hallway fell silent. Luo Shiryun leaned against the door, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. One strap of her yoga top had slipped off, revealing her fair shoulder. It's okay now. I walked over. She looked at me, then suddenly threw herself into my arms. I froze. Her body was soft, carrying the scent of body wash, pressed tightly against me. I didn't know where to put my hands. They hovered in the air. She grabbed the hem of my shirt and cried in broken sobs. I gently put my arms around her back. Hey, why does he still come looking for me? It's fine, he won't come again. He always manages to find me. If he comes again, call me. I live upstairs. She looked up at me, then suddenly blushed. Realizing she was still wearing tight yoga clothes, she tried to pull away, but her legs were weak. I let go and stepped back half a pace. Leaning against the door, she gasped for breath, not daring to look at me. Thank you, you're welcome. She bit her lip. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Sure. After entering the apartment, she got me a pair of slippers. When she bent down, her fair collarbones were exposed, and she quickly tugged at her neckline. I sat on the sofa, and she sat opposite me. Sunlight streamed in, and the living room was quiet. She lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. I'll go pour some water. She fled to the kitchen. When she bent down to get the drinks, her yoga pants outlined a perfect curve. What do you want to drink? Coke or Sprite? Sprite. She sat back down, and we faced each other with the coffee table between us. Silence stretched for a long time. Wang Yang, thank you so much. Sunlight fell on her face, and she blushed, her lips lightly pressed together. She looked like a quiet flower. It's nothing, neighbors helping each other. You've helped me twice already. Then treat me to another meal. Her face grew even redder as she remembered what happened when she got drunk last time. Wang Yang, that night, did we? She didn't finish, her face burning red. Watching her like this, my heart started beating faster too. What do you think? She lowered her head and said softly, I don't know. I laughed. Nothing happened. You were drunk. I just covered you with a blanket. She let out a sigh of relief, but there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I didn't notice and took a sip of Sprite. You still need to eat. Promise me. I promise. She agreed without hesitation. I crossed my legs. Let's talk about your ex-husband. She hesitated for a moment. He was introduced by our families. At first, I thought he was an honest man. After we got married, he started drinking and hitting me when he was drunk. She clenched the hem of her clothes. The first time, he hit me because the food was too salty. The next day, he knelt on the floor begging for forgiveness, and I believed him. I clenched my fists. He kept hitting me for 3 years before I finally divorced him. He even came to insult me last month. Her voice trembled. My heart ached, and I stood up to sit beside her. I pulled her shoulder into my arms. When she smelled my scent, she burst into tears. She clutched my clothes tightly, like a lifeline. I gently stroked her thigh, my movements very light. She suddenly stood up. I'll go make dinner. Then she hurried into the kitchen. I watched her back and couldn't help but laugh. The smell of food drifted out from the kitchen. She brought the dishes to the table. Dinner's ready. Her voice was a little shy. I picked up a piece of pork rib. Tastes great. She blushed. She picked up a rib too, hissing from the heat. The sauce trickled down the corner of her mouth. I pulled out a tissue and leaned over. Gently, I wiped the corner of her mouth. My finger touched her lips through the tissue. Soft, warm. She froze, her face turning even redder. Be careful. It's hot. I sat back down. She didn't dare look at me. Thank you. By the time we were nearly done eating, it was already dark. I looked at her. Want to have a drink? She understood what I meant. She nodded lightly. Okay. She brought over 6 cans of beer. We clinked glasses. Sister Shiryun, if that bastard shows up again, call me. I live upstairs. I'll beat him so badly he won't dare come back. Her eyes turned red. Aren't you afraid of trouble? What's there to be afraid of? I've got you. She looked at me, her nose stinging. After the divorce, she had carried everything on her own. My words nearly made her cry. She took a big gulp of beer. Slow down. I tried to stop her. She had already swallowed it. Her face turned even redder, and her eyes were red too. As the alcohol kicked in, she tilted her head and looked at me. Wang Yang, why didn't I meet you sooner? I froze. If I had met you earlier, would I have suffered so much? Even meeting me now isn't too late, I said. She smiled. Yeah, not too late. I got up and sat beside her. She looked at me. Why did you come over? I gently stroked her cheek. She didn't dodge. Her eyes were sparkling. Sister Shiryun, I like you. She froze. I liked you the first time I saw you. Seeing you being bullied makes me feel terrible. I lifted her chin. Be my woman, okay? From now on, you've got me. I won't let you suffer anymore. She cried. I've been divorced, and I'm older than you. So what? She bit her lip and nodded. I pulled her into my arms. She straddled my lap and wrapped her arms around my neck. Sister Shiryun, you're really beautiful. She lowered her head and kissed me. It carried the taste of alcohol, the taste of tears, and the desire she had suppressed for so many years. I wrapped my arm around her waist, and even through the yoga outfit, I could feel the warmth of her skin. Her waist was so slender and soft, like it had no bones at all. Luo Shiryun took the initiative to kiss me. So passionate, it was as if she wanted to pour all her feelings into it. She wrapped both arms around my neck, pressing her body close to mine. My hand slid from her waist to her back. The yoga outfit clung to her skin. My fingertips traced down along her spine and pressed into the hollow of her lower back. Her whole body trembled, and she let out a soft sigh. When we parted, we were both panting, foreheads touching. Wang Yang. Her voice was soft as water. What you just said, was it true? Which part? She bit her lip. The part about me being your woman from now on. I pinched her cheek. Of course it was true. Her eyes reddened. Then from now on, I belong to you. I lowered my head and kissed her again, no longer holding back. My hand slipped into the edge of her yoga outfit and touched her smooth skin. Wang Yang. Her voice trembled. I leaned by her ear. Sister Shiryun, you're so sensitive. Her face turned red as blood, and she buried herself in my neck. Let's go to the room. My legs are sore, she said softly. Okay, I'll help you and pour you a glass of water. She froze for a moment, warmth flooding her heart. I helped her sit on the bed and went to pour some warm water. You were scared white just now. Drink some water. She took the cup, her fingers icy cold. Thank you, Wang Yang. If it hadn't been for you. I sat beside her and wiped away the tear tracks on her face. Don't mention it. I just happened to be here. She suddenly hugged me. Wang Yang, I've liked you for a long time. I started liking you the last time you helped me fix the water pipe. I smiled and hugged her tighter. I know. Me too. I leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. She looked up at me like a little deer. Slowly, I lowered my head and kissed her lips lightly. I had been about to pull away, but she wrapped her arms around my neck and took the initiative to respond. Shiryun, with me here, no one dares to bully you. She nodded. I know. Why are you crying again? I'm not. I'm happy. She leaned against my chest. I helped her lie down and covered her with a blanket. Tired, huh? Get some sleep. Don't go. She tightened her grip on my hand. I won't go. I'll stay right here. My hand slid to her waist, my fingertips hooking the thin fabric. Wang Yang. Her voice trembled. Sister Shiryun, you're really beautiful. Her face grew even redder, and she buried herself in the pillow. I lightly bit her earlobe, and her whole body trembled. My hand wandered over her waist and lower abdomen. Ready? Then try begging me. She stared at me in a daze, while I smiled wickedly. Beg me, and I'll start the game. You. How can you be so bad? Not begging? Then forget it. I pretended to get up. Don't. She grabbed me. Please, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Beg me for what? She buried her face in the pillow. Please, start the game quickly. I no longer hesitated and lowered my head to kiss her. Playing games, relax a little. She gradually softened, like water. The night grew deep, and the room grew warmer. Wang Yang, the game is too slow. I smiled. Then beg me again. She bit her lip. Please, play the game properly. When I woke up, Shiryun was still asleep. Sunlight streamed in and fell across her face. She was lying on her side, her back pressed against my chest. Her hair spilled over the pillow like a black waterfall. My arm was around her waist, and my other hand rested on her hips. Her skin was so pale, and the marks from last night were still there. On her neck and collarbone, They were all my imprints. Seeing how peacefully she was sleeping, I couldn't help lightly stroking her back, from her shoulders to her waist, then along the curve of her hips. She woke up dazed and turned to look at me. "You're awake." Her voice still carried a sleepy laziness. "I was awake a long time ago. I was watching you sleep so soundly." I pinched her butt. She blushed and tried to hide. "Don't move." I held her tighter. Last night had been crazy, from the dining table to the sofa. In the end, we were messing around in the bedroom until after midnight. She suddenly frowned and let out a soft hiss. "What's wrong?" She said nothing, only blushing harder. "Still hurt." I rubbed her waist. She nodded and buried her face in my arms. "My fault. I lost control." She shook her head, then nodded again. "Adorable. Sister Shiryun." She looked up at me, her eyes watery. "From now on, stay with me. I'll protect you. If your ex-husband comes again, I'll beat him up. If you want anything, just tell me." Her eyes turned red, and she bit her lip before nodding. Her voice was as light as a feather. I kissed her forehead. "I like you." Tears fell from her eyes. "I like you too." I held her tighter, and the sunlight was just right. Suddenly, the system voice rang in my head. Ding. Luo Shiryun did not conceive successfully. Keep trying to. Me. This damn system really knew how to pick its timing. We had been at it half the night and still didn't hit the mark, so I felt relieved. The odds had been small to begin with. Then the system chimed again. Not a single bit of energy is wasted. I rolled my eyes inwardly. Lowering my head, I looked at Sister Shiryun, and she was smiling with her eyes closed. "Sister Shiryun, there's something I need to tell you." She looked at me. "I have other women." She froze, her fingers turning pale. I didn't explain. Anyway, she was already mine. After a long while, she suddenly kissed me. Her eyes were red. "I don't care. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough." My heart softened, and I held her tighter. "You've always been there." "Xiaoyong, when are you going home?" "In a couple of days." "Why?" "My hometown is in Fenghua County too." "Really? Want to go back together?" Her face reddened. "Who wants to go with you?" I laughed and pinched her cheek. "So, do you want to or not?" "I do." Her hand slid downward. "Didn't you say it hurt?" "It hurts, sure, but I still have my hands and my mouth." The sunlight was perfect, and the temperature inside the room rose. Much later, she was lying on top of me. "Feels good. Feels good." The system rang again. "Congratulations on completing 5 straight wins." 5 straight wins. I froze. There really were 5 now. What incredible speed. "You have obtained 100% control of the Yuntian gang. Cash, 10 million. The Yuntian gang? An underground force?" A flood of information surged into my mind. Over 300 brothers, nightclubs, logistics, security. I smiled. I'd once been a poor kid, and now I had everything. "What are you smiling at?" Sister Shiryun asked. "Nothing. Get some sleep. I'm heading out for a bit." When I returned to Yongsatai, the house was quiet. I pushed open Shuamiao's bedroom door, and the bed was neatly made. Then I pushed open Yulan's bedroom door and froze. 2 people were lying together. Yulan was on her side, her nightdress rolled up. Shuamiao was lying on her stomach, with a strap sliding off her shoulder. The room had a strange smell, and both of them looked exhausted. I sat by the bed and patted Shuamiao's butt. She let out a sound and didn't wake up. I touched Yulan's face. She opened her eyes, and her face turned red. "You, when did you get back? What were you two doing last night?" Her face turned even redder, and she said nothing. Shuamiao woke up and lunged over. "Brother Yang, you're back." She wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed my face. Knocked backward by the impact, I smiled and put my arm around her waist. "You're awake." Chun Shuamiao nodded, her eyes sparkling. "I missed you." I slapped her butt. She gave a soft, coquettish hum and tucked herself into my arms. Looking at the two of them, one was hiding under the quilt while the other was hanging on to me. "So, tell me, what were you two doing last night?" Chun Shuamiao froze for a moment. "We didn't do anything." "Then how did you end up sleeping together?" She couldn't answer, and Wen Yurwan buried her face even deeper. I pulled her off me and pressed her onto the bed. "Tell me or not." Chun Shuamiao glanced at Wen Yurwan, who shook her head. She lowered her head and stayed silent. I slapped her again. Still not telling? She finally couldn't hold out anymore. "We just discussed some things between women." Both women's faces turned red. I pulled Wen Yurwan into my arms. She leaned against my shoulder, her face burning hot. "Looks like I'm not working hard enough." Her whole body trembled. "No." I turned to look at Chin Shuamiao. "Did I neglect you?" She shook her head, then nodded. I held them both tight. I lowered my head and kissed Wen Yurwan. She froze for a second before responding. My hand slid to her waist. Her breathing grew heavier. Then I turned and kissed Chin Shuamiao. She wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me back, her body soft and pliant. Both women's faces were flushed red, their eyes glistening with moisture. My turn. I laid them both down. When Yuan was on the left, her hair spread out. Her face was hot as fire, and she gripped the bedsheets tightly. Her nightgown neckline was open, revealing snow-white skin. Chen Shuimiao lay on the right, her arms around my neck. Her eyes were bright, like a cat that had just stolen fish. One shoulder strap had slipped down, and the hem of her dress had ridden up. You two, who goes first? When Yuan buried her face in the pillow, Chen Shuimiao smiled and said, Who do you want first? I'm asking you two. Let Sister Yuan go first. She was tired last night. When Yuan lifted her head and glared at her. You're the tired one. Sister Yuan, you were really loud last night. When Yuan's face turned even redder, and she reached out to cover her mouth. Don't say that, watching them fool around. The fire inside me burned even hotter. I pulled Wen Yuan into my arms. She lowered her head and didn't dare look at me, fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. You two are going to have to serve me properly today. She trembled all over. Chen Shuimiao climbed onto my back. Wasn't you with the new neighbor last night? She was alone. How could she compare to you two? She kissed me contentedly. My hand moved from Wen Yuan's waist. Her breathing deepened. Xiaoyang. I lowered my head and kissed her. She closed her eyes and responded, gripping my collar tightly. Chen Shuimiao's hand slid down across my chest. My body tensed. Brother Yang, you've changed. Behave. Into the little black room. Chen Shuimiao blinked. I'm helping you. I pulled her to the edge of the bed and made her sit down. Her hair was loose, and her nightgown was slightly rumpled. Brother Yang, what do you want to do? I leaned closer to her, our noses almost touching. What do you think? She wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed my cheek. Be gentle. When Yuan was lying nearby, secretly watching. Her face was red as fire. She wanted to bury her head, but couldn't help sneaking glances. What are you looking at? She hurriedly buried herself in the pillow. I pulled her close against my shoulder. She stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. I lightly rubbed against the side of her neck. She trembled and let out a soft hum. Chen Shuimiao leaned in. Sister Yuan, your skin is so smooth. When Yuan shrank into my arms. Don't touch randomly. I helped pull her strap back into place and gently massaged her shoulder. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. Chen Shuimiao lightly tapped her shoulder. So soft. When Yuan's face was red enough to drip blood. Stop talking. Chen Shuimiao smiled and kissed her cheek. Sister Yuan, you're really beautiful. When Yuan froze, wanting to push her away but too weak to do so. You've both been very good today. Chen Shuimiao tapped my chest. I'm the most obedient. When Yuan whispered, obedient. My hand slapped her waist. Her breathing quickened, and she trembled slightly. Chen Shuimiao leaned in. Brother Yang, you're being biased. I pinched her waistline. Satisfied? Not bad. When Yulan's shoulder strap slipped again. She wanted to pull it back, but her hand stopped halfway. Chen Shuimiao leaned against my shoulder. Yang Ji, hurry up. What's the rush? I can't wait anymore. I bent down and kissed her. When Yulan listened to the sounds, and her face turned even redder. She secretly opened her eyes and took a peek. My hand braced beside Shuimiao. She wrapped her arms around my neck, foreheads touching. She had her eyes closed, her heart pounding like crazy. I released her lips and turned to Yulan. I found her eyes closed too, but her eyelids were trembling. Peeking, and no. She buried her face in the pillow. Smiling, I pulled her closer. Her face pressed against my chest, and she could feel the vibrations. I lightly touched her lips, only for an instant. The second time, I lingered a little longer. She gripped my collar, her knuckles going white. Her lips trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Shuimiao gently stroked Yulan's arm. Sister Yulan, don't grip so tight. Yulan slowly relaxed. Her fingers loosened and rested against my chest. My hand slid to her thigh. I patted lightly through her nightgown. She trembled and let out a soft hum. Shuimiao's fingertips touched her waist. Yulan leaned into my arms, humming intermittently. I helped them lie down flat. Then I lay on my side between them. Sunlight spilled in through the curtains. The air was full of shampoo scent, and the interwoven sound of breathing. I could feel their heartbeats. Yulan's thump-thump was loud and clear. Shuimiao's was like a drumbeat, steady and rhythmic. Yang Ji, you're especially gentle today. I raised an eyebrow. Was I not gentle before? Shuimiao pointed at my chest. Today feels especially gentle, because Sister Yulan is here? I pulled her closer. I'll treat you well today. She wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me. You'd better keep your word. Yulan blushed as she watched us. This time she didn't bury her face. Instead, she bit her lip and clutched the bedsheet. I turned to her. Come here. She slowly moved closer, hesitant like a little cat. I drew her into my arms. On the left, I brushed against the top of Xiaomiao's hair. On the right, I kissed Yulan's temple. Xiaomiao smiled. It's like eating fruit, one bite on the left and one on the right. One sweet and one even sweeter. Yulan pressed her face into the crook of my shoulder. Even the tips of her ears were red. Xiaomiao poked her cheek. You're blushing. Stop messing around. I'm going to mess around. The two of them playfully tussled in my arms. All right, stop messing around. I bent down and whispered into Yulan's ear. Her face instantly turned crimson. Xiaomiao leaned over. What did you say? I whispered into her ear too. Who's embarrassed? Not me. Yulan pulled at Xiaomiao's hand. Let me see. The two of them started fooling around again. The sunlight grew brighter and brighter. Laughter and soft hums mingled together. The three of us nestled close, and none of us moved away. Xiaomiao yawned. I'm sleepy. Didn't sleep well last night? She blushed and looked at Yulan. Yulan also blushed and buried her face in the pillow. I pulled the blanket up to cover them. Sleep a little longer. After their breathing evened out, I quietly got out of bed and put on my clothes. I walked out of the room. Meanwhile, the detention room at the public security office. Zhang Mingde sat in an iron chair. His face was swollen, and there was a band-aid on the bridge of his nose. Do you know who I am? He shouted toward the door. Let me out now, or you'll pay for it. The public security officers ignored him. My uncle is Zhou Xiong, the deputy director. Did you think it through before locking me up? Wu Ning walked in. His uniform was crisp, his expression calm. Director Wu, let me out quickly. My uncle Zhou Xiong is the deputy director. Wu Ning gave a faint smile. Your uncle? Zhou Xiong has already been removed from his post. Zhang Mingde froze. What? He abused his authority and is under investigation. You're counting on him? He can't even save himself. Zhang Mingde steadied himself. My godfather is Wang Hao, deputy director of the Yuntian City Development and Reform Commission. Wu Ning frowned. Wang Hao's status was indeed no ordinary matter. Zhang Mingde grinned wildly. Get it now? Let me go. Otherwise, you won't know how to answer to my godfather. Wu Ning was silent for a few seconds. Do you know who you've offended? He turned and walked out. Wait until you get out, then talk to me. Zhang Mingde roared from inside the door. Wu Ning, my godfather is Wang Hao, the director's office. Wu Ning closed the door. After taking a sip of cool tea, he dialed Sun Tao. Director Sun, something's gone wrong with Zhang Mingde's case. He says his godfather is Wang Hao from the Development and Reform Commission. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. I understand. Handle it by the rules. The evidence against Zhang Mingde is solid. No one can save him. Wu Ning understood perfectly. Wang Hao couldn't get involved. There was someone even tougher behind it. Understood, Director Sunday. He hung up. Wu Ning let out a long breath. He thought of Chao Yun personally coming to ask for the man. Zhang Mingde didn't know. Standing behind me is Chao Yun. I left home. Got into the black BMW X5M Black Warrior. The muted black body gleamed with a cold sheen in the sunlight. The engine roared. The sound was steady and powerful. I glanced at the rearview mirror. My hair was a bit long, and my bangs were almost covering my eyebrows. It's almost the new year. I should get it trimmed. I stepped on the gas. The BMW merged into the traffic like a beast. Half an hour later, it stopped in front of Xiao Ran Hair Studio. The shop was not large, but the decor was stylish. The floor-to-ceiling windows were polished to a shine. The Black Warrior gave off a strong presence. Passers-by all turned to look. A girl at the milk tea shop stood on tiptoe, staring at the car. I pushed the door open, and a wave of warm air mixed with shampoo fragrance hit me. A dyed-blonde young guy was playing on his phone on the sofa. The barber chair was empty. A girl, with her back to me, was tidying the shelves. Hearing the sound, she turned around. I froze for a moment. She was 18 or 19, not tall but well-built. Her black hoodie was half open, revealing a white camisole underneath. Jeans outlined her legs, and she wore white canvas shoes. Her ponytail was slightly wavy, and she had delicate features. Hey, boss, getting a haircut? Her voice was pretty sweet. I nodded and sat down. Just tidy it up. She smiled and wrapped the cape around me. Boss, you've got a great foundation. You'll definitely look handsome after the cut. Her fingers brushed the back of my neck, cool and soft. I silently said, System, identify. Name, Qin Xiaoran. Age, 19. Appearance, 89. Overall score, 89. A clean, innocent girl. How old are you? I asked. 19. Qin Xiaoran. What about you, boss? 25. Wang Yang. She blinked. Then can I call you Brother Yang? The scissors clicked. Brother Yang, is the car outside yours? It doesn't look ordinary, she said softly. You've got a really special vibe. I smiled. You're so young and already running a shop? It's my parents' shop. They went back to their hometown for New Year's. She moved around to the front to cut, standing very close. There was a sweet scent on her body. The neckline of her hoodie was slightly open, revealing a patch of white. She noticed my gaze and blushed. But she didn't dodge. Aren't you scared being alone? I asked. No. The neighborhood's safe here. She stepped back to check the effect. Brother Yang, you're really good looking. The blonde young guy left. The shop was left with just the two of us. After blow-drying my hair, she put away the cape. Brother Yang, do you have a girlfriend? I looked at her. Her face was red as she bit her lip. No, I said. Her eyes lit up. Then, what do you think of me? I sized her up from head to toe. She straightened her chest and met my gaze. 19 isn't little anymore. Add me on WeChat. I pulled out my phone. She scanned the QR code so quickly her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Do you know what you need to do if you want to be my girlfriend? Her face grew even hotter. I know. Then show me first. She froze. I turned to leave. Don't. She grabbed my sleeve. She ran over and pulled down the rolling shutter. With a clang, the shop went dark. She slowly walked back and stood in front of me. I sat down and patted my thigh. Come here. She moved to the side of my legs. I pulled her onto my lap. Soft and light. Continue. She looked up at me and leaned in, lightly touching the corner of my lips. Like a dragonfly skimming the water. That's it. She leaned in again, this time lingering for a second. Too light. The third time, she didn't pull away in a hurry. I cupped the back of her head and kissed her. She stiffened in my arms, her hands clutching tightly at my clothes. Then little by little, she softened, leaning against my shoulder. Here is the first-person condensed version. I slid my other hand onto her waist, gently kneading it through her sweatshirt. Her waist was so soft it felt boneless. My hand moved downward, feeling her through her jeans. Her breathing quickened, and her face turned red all the way to her ears. Her body trembled lightly, and she let out a soft hum. I kissed her deeper and deeper. She pushed at me, trying to hide, but I didn't let go. I kissed her for a few more seconds before releasing her. She collapsed in my arms, panting. Her face was red as fire, with tears glimmering in her eyes. Still passing? I asked. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at me. Passing. I smiled and patted her butt. My phone rang. It was Xiao Yun. I answered, still holding her. She tried to sit up, but I held her down. Xiaoyang busy? Not busy, Uncle Chow. Want to have dinner together tonight? Sure, you decide the place. After hanging up, I saw her sitting on my lap. She hadn't dared to make a sound just now, and her face was even redder. I have to go out tonight, I said. Her voice was a little disappointed. Oh, be good. Take a shower and wait for me in bed. Her face instantly flushed deep red. After a while, she looked up. Come back early. Then she leaned over and kissed me. I held her down from my lap. I'm leaving. I got into the X5M and started the engine. I rolled down the window and waved at her. As the car drove away, she was still standing at the door watching. At 5:30 in the evening, I drove into the Villa District. The security guard saw the license plate, saluted, and let me through. I brought gifts worth 20,000 yuan. Mao Tai, Zhonghua cigarettes, imported fruit. I couldn't skimp on etiquette. I knocked on the door, and a girl opened it. Cream white sweater, jeans. Long hair draped over her shoulders, her skin exceptionally fair. Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm a friend of Uncle Chow. She called out. Dad, your friend is here. Once inside, Aunt Chow was cooking. The aroma was overwhelming. Chow Yun came out. Xiaoyang, what did you bring? A small holiday gesture, Uncle Chow. The girl poured tea and Toto glanced at me. This is my goddaughter, Yi Shuiying. She said softly. Hello, Brother Wang. Then another little girl came out. Ponytail, pink sweatshirt. Dad, we have guests. Yao Yao, call him Brother Wang. Hello, Brother Wang. Her voice was crisp and bright. Chow Yun took out a chessboard. Do you know how to play? A little. After a few moves, he suddenly said, the matter of Zhang Mingda must be dealt with strictly. He won't get away. With your word, I'm relieved. His godfather Wang Hao is deputy director. I've long wanted to deal with him, just never had the chance. If he dares interfere this time, his position will have to move. I understood in my heart. This was the power of the system. The Secretary General had my back. With your support, I'm not afraid of anything. Chow Yun laughed loudly. You were never afraid to begin with. Chow Yao looked at me enviously. Brother Wang is amazing at chess. My dad usually rarely loses. I smiled. He did it on purpose. Chow Yao didn't believe it. No way. My dad never lets anyone win. Yi Shuiying lowered her head and smiled, her fingers pausing on her phone. Chow Yun played chess and glanced at Yi Shuiying. Xiaoyang, what do you think of Shuiying? Yi Shuiying blushed. Godfather. Don't be shy. Chow Yun raised an eyebrow. I smiled. Shuiying is quite pretty. Her face turned even redder, and she buried herself in the pillow. Chow Yao clapped her hands. Sister Shuiying is blushing. The two girls laughed and played around in a mess. Chow Yin shook his head. You should know who Shuiying's father is, right? I looked up. Yi Hong Yuan, mayor of Yintian City. Chow Yin said lightly. I was shocked, Mayor Yi. Looking at how shy Yi Shuiying still was. Who would have thought she was the mayor's daughter? So she's Mayor Ye's daughter. I smiled. Yi Shuiying glared at me. I am just me. Chow Yin laughed. Well said. He added, Xiaoyang, spend more time with your parents during the new year, and call me if anything comes up. I nodded. Dinner's ready. Aunt Chow called from the kitchen. Chow Yin patted my shoulder. Come on, let's try Aunt Chow's cooking. As we passed Yi Shuiying, her face was red as she lowered her head, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes. I smiled without saying anything. Chow Yi brought out pork rib and lotus root soup, her face glistening with sweat and a smile. The soup was milky white and fragrant. The table was full of good dishes: braised fish, steamed ribs, fermented black bean vegetables, broccoli, tomato soup, and boiled shrimp. Chow Yin called out, sit next to me. I sat down, with Chow Yao and Yi Shuiying across from me. Chow Yin added some ribs to me. Try it. I took a bite. It's much better than restaurant food. Chow Yi smiled. If it's tasty, eat more. Don't go hungry when you're out on your own. Chow Yao asked, what does Brother Wang usually eat? Mostly takeout. Takeout isn't healthy. Come over often for meals, Chow Yi said. My heart warmed. Thank you, Aunt Chow. Yi Shuiying picked at the fish and ate very little. Chow Yin asked with concern, Shuiying, eat a bit more. She gave a soft in response. Chow Yao asked, Sister Shuiying, are you feeling unwell? No, I just don't have much appetite, Yi Shuiying said. Chow Yin put down his chopsticks. How is the old man doing? Her hand froze. Not too well. The dining room fell silent. The doctor said Grandpa's organs are failing. He won't last much longer. Her eyes turned red. Chow Yun frowned, tapping the table with his fingers. My heart sank. Old Master Yi was Mayor Ye's father. If he fell, Yi Hong Yuan's foundation would become unstable. Chow Yun was one of Yi Hong Yuan's men, so if something happened to the old master, it would be bad for everyone. I thought of the longevity pills. The system had given me 3, each able to extend life by 10 years. I had originally planned to save them for my family, but now, my grandparents were still in decent health, and my parents were robust too. If I took out one, I could always get another from the system. Seeing Yi Shuiying's red eyes and clenched, bloodless hands, I spoke up. Uncle Chow, what illness does old Yi have? Chow Yun sighed. He's already in his 80s. He was injured in battle when he was young, and his vitality was badly damaged. He fell and was hospitalized a while ago, and now he's bedridden. The doctor said his organs are failing. There's nothing they can do. After a moment of silence, I said, Uncle Chow, I might have a way. The dining room instantly went quiet. Everyone looked at me. Yi Shuiying suddenly looked up, her eyes red. Really? I have an heirloom prescription that's effective for regulating the body, I said. I didn't mention the longevity pills, afraid it would make things awkward. Chow Yin was silent for a few seconds. Shuiying, let Wang Yang give it a try. I trust him. Yi Shuiying bit her lip, torn inside. Even the best doctors had already seen him. What could this young man possibly do? But her godfather had never been wrong about people. Thinking of her grandfather's emaciated figure, she took a deep breath. All right, I trust you. A faint smile curved my lips. I'll go take a look tomorrow. I'll come pick you up, Yi Shuiying said. Okay, call me when you arrive. The atmosphere lightened up. Chow Yin raised his glass. Come on, eat. Chow Yao's eyes lit up. Brother Wang, can you really cure him? I'll do my best, I said with a smile. The meal lasted an hour. It was late at night. Chow Yin checked the time. Xiaoyang, head back early and rest. We have important things tomorrow. I stood up to say goodbye. Chow Yin smiled. Shuiying, send Xiaoyang off. It's on the way. Yi Shuiying blushed. I can just take a taxi myself. It's not safe so late at night, and Xiaoyang isn't an outsider. She glanced at me, then lowered her head to scroll on her phone. The tips of her ears turned red like rouge. Chow Yao snickered in secret and got glared at. I smiled. Okay, take Shuiying back. Yi Shuiying stood up with her bag and walked toward the door with her head down. Aunt Chow came out of the kitchen and handed her a bag of takeaway containers. Shuiying, take the ribs and shrimp home and eat them. Don't keep living on takeout by yourself. Yi Shuiying took it and hugged it tightly. Thank you, godmother. Aunt Chow looked at me. Xiaoyang, drive carefully. I nodded. Got it. The two of them changed shoes and went out. Chow Yun waved from the living room. Let me know when you get home. Yi Shuiying hummed in response and opened the door to leave. I followed behind and closed the door casually. The hallway was quiet, with only the sound of footsteps. She walked ahead, hugging the bag. Cream white sweater, light blue jeans, black hair hanging over her shoulders. I followed silently. When we got into the elevator, the mirror reflected the two of us. She lowered her head to look at the bag, the tips of her ears a little red. I had both hands in my pockets, staring at the elevator doors. The numbers changed floor by floor, 18, 17, 16. She suddenly said, "Brother Wong. Tomorrow, are you sure?" I looked at her. "I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best." She nodded, then lowered her head again. The elevator arrived, and cold air rushed in. When we got downstairs, my black X5M was parked under a street lamp. I opened the passenger door, and she sat inside hugging the bag. As soon as the door closed, all the outside noise vanished. Warm air blew through the car, carrying a faint leather scent. She leaned back in the seat, gripping the bag tightly. I got in and closed the door. In the cramped space, I could smell the fragrance on her body. It wasn't perfume, more like the sweet scent of shampoo mixed with body wash. I glanced at her. She had her head down, her ears flushed red. Her eyelashes hung low like two small fans. The light fell on her face, making her skin glow white. She reached for the seat belt. She tried twice, and it got stuck. The more she pulled, the tighter it seemed, and her face turned even redder. I leaned over. "Let me." Her hand froze in midair. I took the seat belt from her hand. My fingertips brushed hers, cold and soft. Her hand shrank back slightly, but she didn't pull away. I half bent over in front of her, my breath brushing her ear. She could smell the faint tobacco scent on me. She held her breath and watched my hands. I straightened the belt and gave it a gentle pull. My arm almost encircled her as I inserted the buckle. Click. The seat belt was fastened. My hand didn't withdraw right away, and I looked down at her. Her face was burning red, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her lower lip was bitten so hard it had gone pale, and even her earlobes looked translucent. She didn't dare look at me, gripping the corner of her clothes tightly. I sat back and started the car. "Where do you live?" Her voice was as light as a feather. "The municipal government compound." I nodded and shifted gears, driving off. Streetlights swept past one by one, their patches of light falling on her face. She leaned against the seat, hugging the bag. She stole a glance at me, then quickly looked out the window again. The car was very quiet. Her fingers gently rubbed the bag. I said, swaying, "What does your grandfather usually avoid eating?" She thought for a moment. "The doctor said he shouldn't eat anything too greasy. He used to love braised pork, but now we don't dare give it to him." I nodded. "Got it." She looked at me. "Brother Wong, is your friend really that effective?" I smiled. "There's no harm in trying." She hummed softly and lowered her head again. Thinking of the way her grandfather coughed, her eyes turned a little wet. She quickly blinked to hold it back. We drove for 40 minutes and reached the east side of the city. A gate appeared ahead, with 2 armed police officers standing guard. Yi Shuang rolled down the window and nodded, and the guards saluted and let us through. The car drove in, and the courtyard was very quiet. Several small buildings were hidden behind the trees. This was the Yuntian city government compound. It was my first time here. She pointed ahead. "Stop over there." The car stopped downstairs of a 3-story building. She unbuckled her seat belt, but didn't get out, still hugging the bag. "Brother Wong." She bit her lip. "Thank you for driving me here. Tomorrow, could you come see my grandpa?" I smiled. "You're welcome. I'll go tomorrow." Her eyes lit up like 2 stars. "No matter what happens, thank you." I looked at her, and a feeling I couldn't quite put into words welled up in my heart. Her eyes were so pure, her voice so gentle. "It's cold outside. Hurry back inside." She hummed in response and opened the door to get out of the car. Standing beside the car, she bent down to look at me. "Drive safe on the way." I nodded. "Okay, see you tomorrow." She turned with a smile and went into the building, then suddenly looked back. I lowered the window and waved. She waved back too, then disappeared into the stairwell. I watched her back vanish, then started the car and left. The black X5M pulled out of the compound and merged into the night traffic. Holding the steering wheel, I glanced at the location on my phone. It was sent by Qin Shaoran, a small alley in the old district. Not far. I stepped on the gas, and the car speeded up. Half an hour later, the car stopped below an old 6-story building. The wall paint was peeling, and the streetlights were dim and yellow. I tightened my coat and quickly went into the building. The stairwell was narrow, and the sound-activated light kept flickering on and off. I went up to the 4th floor and knocked on the door. The door opened. Qin Shaoran was standing there, her hair still wet. She was wearing a black lace nightgown, very short and very thin. "Brother Yang, you're here." Her voice was full of joy. I stepped inside and wrapped my arm around her waist, pinning her against the wall. She gave a soft in response. Her hands rested on my shoulders, her face burning red. Did you miss me? Yes. Her voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. My hand slid from her wet hair to her cheek. Why are you dressed like this? I just finished showering. She blushed even more and buried her face in my neck. Is this for me to see? I lowered my head and kissed her. A real kiss, not just a light touch. She froze. She didn't know how to kiss back. She could only clumsily press against me. A dozen seconds later, her legs went weak. Her whole body leaned into my arms. Her fingers threaded into my hair, trying to kiss me back. After a long while, I let her go. She was panting hard, her face red as fire. Her eyes were moist, her lips swollen and red. Brother Yang. Her voice was soft and trembling. My hand slid over her shoulder, then lower. She shivered, her breathing growing heavier. My hand moved to her waist and kept going down. She shrank into my arms. Brother Yang, don't. Shaoran, are you scared? She bit her lip, shaking her head, and then nodding. Tears trembled at her lashes. I withdrew my hand and pulled her into my arms. No rush. We'll take it slow. She rubbed against my neck. Brother Yang, you're so good to me. A long time later, she looked up at me. Brother Yang, if you take me, will you abandon me? Her eyes were serious and nervous. It wasn't a test. She was truly scared. I cupped her face. Shaoran, you're so cute. I like you. How could I abandon you? Her eyes turned red, tears swirling in them. But they didn't fall. My voice deepened. I'm even afraid you'll leave me. She shook her head, biting her lip. I gently pressed my thumb against the corner of her lips. Listen to me finish. She nodded obediently. I lifted her chin. Be my woman, for this life and the next. You are not allowed to leave. Qin Shaoran burst into tears. I won't leave. I'll never leave. I kissed away her tears. My lips moved to the tip of her nose, then to her lips. She closed her eyes, her hands clutching my collar. I pried open her teeth. She softened and leaned into my arms. I hooked her shoulder strap and pulled. Black lace became faintly visible. Her face was red as fire. I unfastened her bra. She buried her face in my neck, trembling all over. Brother Yang, don't. Are you ready? She bit her lip and nodded. I laid her on the bed. More than an hour later, Qin Shaoran curled up in my arms like a satisfied kitten. Her face was pressed against my chest. Beads of sweat dotted her skin, and a few strands of hair clung to her face. I gently patted her back. The first time couldn't be too rough. Yang Ji, just now, it was great. Her voice was soft, shy. I kissed her forehead. How great. She buried herself against my neck. Just, really great. Sleep. She hummed in response and found a comfortable position. Soon she fell asleep. I asked the system, did she get pregnant? Pregnancy not yet successful. Please keep trying to. I let out a soft sigh. There was no way I'd succeed every time. Ding. Congratulations, host. 6 consecutive kills. Reward. Aura intimidation. Pretty useful. If I ran into someone obnoxious, 1 glare would be enough. I pulled Qin Shaoran closer. Good night. Morning sunlight streamed in. Qin Shaoran lay in my arms like a koala. The scenes from last night flooded back. Her face turned red. I kept my eyes closed. Running away? I'm not. Did you sleep well last night? She nodded, then shook her head. I smiled. So, was it good or not? It was good. My hand slid to her waist. Want to sleep a little longer? She shook her head. I kissed her lips. She closed her eyes, her hands climbing around my neck. An hour later, Qin Shaoran was limp in my arms, like a kitten with its fur all ruffled. Yang Ji, you're bad. Her voice was soft and mushy. How am I bad? She buried herself against my neck and muttered. Are you still going to the hair salon today? Yeah, I still have to open the shop. Don't go, rest instead. I won't go. She fell asleep. Her hand was still clutching the hem of my shirt. Ding. Critical hit triggered. Reward, 5 million yuan. Critical hit reward, 5 million yuan. Funds have been credited and are available anytime. A slight smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Another 5 million. Even though I still hadn't gotten Qin Shaoran pregnant, this money was enough. How many 5 millions does a person get in life? It came too fast. I held her tighter and closed my eyes. Qin Shaoran slept soundly, breathing softly like a quiet kitten. Warm sunlight spilled into the room. Soon, I drifted off to sleep as well. At noon, sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. Qin Shaoran's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. She was pressed against my chest, listening to my heartbeat. One hand rested on my waist, her legs tangled with mine, like a little koala. Her face instantly turned red. The scenes from last night and this morning flooded back. She looked up at me, but I was still asleep. Sunlight outlined my features. She gently stroked my eyebrow, again and again. I suddenly grabbed her hand. Sneaking a look at me? My voice was hoarse and lazy, my eyes still closed. I wasn't sneaking a look. Qin Sharon blushed and tried to pull her hand back. I held it tightly. I opened my eyes, looked at her, and kissed her fingers with a smile. Look if you want. I never said you couldn't. Her face turned even redder, and she buried herself against my neck. Are you hungry? I gently patted her back. A little. She nodded. Does your body feel uncomfortable? She shook her head, her voice so small it was like a mosquito's. No. I smiled and kissed her forehead. Such a good girl. She shrank into my arms, a sweet smile on her lips. I patted her butt. Get up. Let's eat. Qin Sharon sat up, and the blanket slid down. She hurriedly pulled it back up to cover herself. Close your eyes. You're not allowed to look. Leaning against the headboard, I laughed. What part of you haven't I seen? And after all this, you're still saying that. You're bad. Her face grew even redder. Be good, or I'll punish you next time. I smiled. She bit her lip, lifted the blanket, turned around, and put on her clothes with her back facing me. Her back was fair and straight, her waist slim and her hips round. She put on her bra, then slipped into a black lace nightdress. I watched her the whole time, feeling my gaze. Her whole body heated up. After she finished dressing and turned around, she glared at me, cheeks red. Have you looked enough? Not enough. I can't look enough, I said with a smile. Let's go eat. She bit her lip and smiled. Half an hour later, a black X5M pulled up in front of the restaurant. Hardwood tables and chairs, warm yellow lighting. The floor-to-ceiling windows were clean and bright. I held Qin Sharon's hand and walked in. She was wearing an off-white knitted sweater and a black pleated short skirt. Her legs, wrapped in black sheer stockings, were slim and straight. Black marten boots. Her high ponytail was slightly curled, her cheeks rosy. Hand in hand, her heartbeat quickened. With my hand holding hers, she felt full of confidence. We sat by the window. What do you want to eat? I opened the menu. Whatever you order. She leaned closer. I ordered a few dishes. After the server left, I held her hand and gently traced circles with my fingertips. Qin Sharon blushed and didn't dodge. Her phone rang. She looked at it, and her expression changed. Hello? Xiaoyi? What's wrong? A cry came through the phone. Shaoran. Come quickly. Someone is causing trouble. Don't panic. Where are you? Qin Shaoran said anxiously. At the shop. There's a customer who insists I drink with him. Wait for me. I'll be right there. She hung up. Her eyes reddened, and she looked at me. Brother Yang, something happened to my friend. What is it? I asked. The place where she works has a customer causing trouble. I stood up and took the keys. Let's go. I'll take you there. Brother Yang, don't be afraid. I'm here. I held her hand. Tears fell from her eyes as she nodded and followed me. Mayu Entertainment Club. On a bustling street, neon lights flashing. Luxury cars were parked all at the entrance. On the third-floor private room, the atmosphere was dim and ambiguous. 5 or 6 men were scattered around. The leader was in his 30s, with a crew cut. A green dragon tattoo was inked on his neck, and he was sitting with one leg crossed over the other. Bai Yuyan stood beside the tea table, the tray in her hands trembling. She was wearing a black bunny girl uniform. 18 years old, she had just graduated from high school and come out to work. Her features were delicate, her skin fair and clean. Her high ponytail made her look like a high school student. Today, a guest had specifically requested her service. While pouring wine, her hand shook, and red wine spilled onto the green dragon man's pants. The private room fell instantly silent. The man looked at his pants, then at Bai Yuyan. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a smile that was creepy to look at. Little girl, these Armani pants of mine cost over 10,000. The other men joined in. That's half a month's salary gone. Just drink a few with us, and let it go. Bai Yuyan's face turned pale as she lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The man stood up and walked over to her. He pinched her chin. What good is an apology? Can you afford to pay for it? Tears streamed down her face. I really didn't mean it. I'll pay. Pay. He let go. Then he took out his phone. 12,000. How much is your salary? Bai Yuyan bit her lip and said nothing. 200 a day, 6,000 a month. She still had to pay rent, eat, and send money home. The men heckled her. If you can't pay, then keep people company instead. Spend the night with us and forget about the pants. Bai Yuyan trembled all over, tears falling like rain. The door was pushed open, and Sister Chen came in. She was in her 40s, wearing a black business suit. Seeing Bai Yuyan crying, her heart tightened. She forced out a smile. Bosses, I'm sorry. She's new and doesn't know any better. I'll pay for the pants. The green dragon man glanced at her. You'll pay? How? I'll compensate according to the receipt, and tonight all drinks are on the house, Sister Chan said with a smile. What's the use of free drinks? These pants are a limited edition, and you can't buy them in China. Sister Chin's expression changed slightly. Then what do you want us to do? The man looked at Bai Yuyan and smiled. Simple. Spend the night with us, and we'll let it go. Sister Chin's smile stiffened. Boss, that's not appropriate. She's still a child. A child? Working here and still pretending to be pure. The man's face darkened. Either pay up or keep us company. Pick one. Sister Chin opened her mouth to speak, then swallowed her words back. Watching Bai Yuyan trembling all over, tears streaming down her face, she looked like a little rabbit backed into a corner.